Live, let's do it.
What up, what up, what up, people? What's good? Salute, salute.
Yes, sir.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Salute to the tribe. We're hip hop and comics and hip hop. We're a niche channel. We're a niche channel. Reserved for the best. It's super dope. I do sell comics. Check me out on Instagram at @6th_element_comic. We do live auctions, live claim sales. I rock with Tooth and Claw, hit animated television series. Scotty Young joint, blowing up fast. X23. So this is dope, man. All right, so this is beautiful, beautiful. Morpheus. There it is, everybody. What's good, man? We are taking y'all down the rabbit hole today. We talking Matrix, we talking Resurrections, the original trilogy, Sophia Stewart, all of the goodness behind the Wachowski sisters, all of that stuff. We're gonna talk about it all, but we definitely taking y'all down the rabbit hole today. So get your red pill and hop on Sixth Element of Hip Hop. I'm your host, Reno, aka Neo. This is my co-host, Stu Dog, and Multiverse Comics Parade. Welcome, fellas. How y'all doing?
What's up, Reno?
What's going on? Reno Neo.
Reno Neo.
Word is Bond. We ain't yo. So we waiting on Cooks 24 as well, and I think Spade was coming too. He said he was gonna join us. Oh, there he is. There goes the homie right now.
Mr. Spade.
I'm throwing his Matrix.
Ain't got no
Throwing his
shades, so I'm just gonna use it for the time.
That'll work.
That's not Matrix hood.
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody?
What up, Spade?
Spade.
Man.
Chilling.
Yeah. So we waiting for people to kind of file in the chat, but thank y'all for coming. Whoever did so far, we got a few people. There's like 5 people in here. That'll work. What's up, everybody in the chat? Angelo Bolano said, "Did Sophia Stewart credit get mentioned? I didn't see it. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it, but no, she ain't getting no credits in the movies. She didn't win the lawsuit. It's not looking good for her credit as far as whether or not she did. We'll get into that. We're gonna get into that. We got a lot of we got a lot of info, court documents and things like that we can talk about. Cause it's an interesting story, but I definitely want to talk about the Matrix as a whole. You know what I mean? It's a franchise that changed the game, changed the way sci-fi action films were made. Changed the way we looked at sci-fi and action. It basically, brought the cyberpunk genre to the forefront. Hackers and all of that stuff. So
the gothic scene got brought to the front.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Cyberpunk. And we want to talk about all of that. But the movie, Resurrections, should it have been made? Is it good? Is it bad? Was it rushed? Was it, you know what I mean? Like, what do we think about it? I've seen it once and a half.
Okay. 1.5 times?
1.5 times. Yeah. Didn't get all the way through it the second time, but not for lack of trying.
Okay. Well, I know one thing. One of my favorite characters. I've watched it about 4 times now. So
okay.
One of my favorites is Sequoia. I like Sequoia, man.
Just tell us which one is Sequoia.
He's the router. He's the one always, in and out, telling them where to go, jump through that small mirror. Sequoia played a nice small part, but I like what he was doing.
He was kind of the tank.
Yes.
He was the tank of this film. Yes. You guys remember the original films? He had tank. He was the operator. That's what he is, the operator.
But
Yeah, he's
not
the guy
real.
that in the original film he would have been, hitting up phone booths and whatnot. But in this film, obviously, phone booths
Or
don't
Link. He'd
exist
have been.
exist
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah. He'd
Yeah,
have been
like
Tank or Link. Yeah, he'd have been
right,
Link or Tank.
You
Yeah,
heard
because
exactly.
Link was the second operator.
Yeah,
you heard the mention of we don't there's no phone booths anymore. You heard them
right,
say that, right?
right,
Yes,
right.
yes,
And
yes.
that's a for people of our generation. That's a weird thing. Like I remember when I noticed it one day that they were gone. Like there was no big news. We're gonna abolish payphones. I just noticed like where the fuck are all the payphones? Like one day I was looking for one. I'm like, where's all the payphones?
Yeah, no more.
No more pay. So, but like kids from like my son's generation and the newer generation, they never even saw payphones. Like my son asked me. I remember one day he asked me what a payphone was. He's 17 right now, so that tells
Wow.
you, you know what I mean. It's been a while, but so it's a different technological world
It
today.
is.
You
It's a
know,
totally different technological world. And I remember Reno that used to put in the code on the phone. You could make all the phones ring, and you just, as kids, we was bad,
yeah,
and we would just make all the phone to pay phones ring. It was like 5, 6 in a row, so you just did that. But yeah,
yep.
you can't do that anymore. There's no pay phones.
Yeah. I mean, we had beepers back in the day. Remember beepers? Hit somebody on the beeper.
Sky pagers.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had
Next
Sky
run,
level.
pagers. Yeah. all.
run to the payphone.
Yep.
That was how we did it. But so today, in this movie, there's no payphones, there's no phone, it's not dial up it was dial up. Like there was still dial up going on back then in 99. AOL was the thing, chat rooms websites were just pages with text. There wasn't a lot to it. The internet was very
Right.
new as far as being a
Whoa,
public
whoa,
thing.
whoa,
As far as
whoa.
being a
That
public
depends on
thing.
The
that
flip
depends on who
the
you
flip
talking
phones
to.
were so
No, it's been
advanced.
being a public thing. The matrix, the internet's been a military app. It's been out since like the 70s. But the internet, as far as
As far as
the public
everybody
goes,
used it, it
right?
was
PCs,
like an infant.
AOL, and all that was fairly new. Like I remember, I think we first got it in like 95 or something like that. We got a computer with AOL on it, and that was a big deal. You could go in a chat room and talk to people all over the world in real time. It was like, whoa. Now it's FaceTime. You got more technology in the palm of your hand than was in the first shuttle to the moon.
Yeah.
It's more technology in your phone that was in the first spaceship that brought men to the moon. So
I'll
that's
tell you a scary tidbit. The Apollo missions, was Apollo 11, the one that landed on the moon. They said that a modern day calculator has more computing power than the computer that they use to fly to and from the moon.
Facts. Absolutely.
That's kind of scary, man, because we look at a calculator like being real basic.
Word.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's like
Oh,
that's a single board computer. That's just a single board computer. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
And
wow.
yeah, I mean everything back then. Think about it. Like a computer was like, it took a whole room. You had big refrigerator size components that put together just to print out some like text. Like it was a very different world technologically, but even from the Matrix original trilogy to now, it's gone through a huge jump. Like I used to think about how like my grandparents or certain generations saw the invention of things like the television, like what was life like before, and then seeing that come about and how it came about and being like, wow, that I always thought like we'll never have anything that dramatic, but the internet, social media, it's exactly that. Like seeing that come to life, seeing that be invented and becoming a second nature part of life, in our generation alone, just is crazy. But so what do they do now? They don't hit you up on the phone anymore. You don't go to the phone booth. Now it's what? A mirror, portals through doorways, very different system. Multiverse, do you know exactly what the difference is between the way the operator worked then and now, how it works?
Well, it's more streamlined than this one because
Right.
think about it, guys. You remember what they said? He told Neo, "We've been looking for y'all for 60 years, man."
Yeah.
Things change, even in the Matrix world.
This film
it's
takes place
advancing.
60 years
Yeah,
after Neo's, death.
yeah. So they've advanced way past what Neo remembered.
Right.
And
Right.
and he's writing the program. So you know what I
And you
mean?
Right.
got to remember, right? And you got to remember. Well, Neil Patrick Harris's character wrote the program.
Yeah, he's the new
Well, you know
architect.
what I mean?
He's
Like
the new architect. No, I know what you.
so far as the
So you got to remember too.
mhm.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
go
No,
ahead,
go ahead.
Stu.
I'm sorry.
No,
Now
I
you
was
got to
gonna say
remember too.
he was the computer programmer, award winning, and so
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh
that's what I
yeah. Oh
mean.
yeah. 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 Which they enhanced in this one because when Neo died in the last one, they reset the Matrix and erased a lot of the older programs.
Yeah.
Right.
The male Vengeance is still in this one. He lived,
Yeah.
and the
Exile.
the replica the exiles. Some of them made it, and remember the male Vengeance survived a couple of resets,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so he
because he
knew.
was an
Yeah, he knew
exile.
exactly how. Yeah, he
Those
was.
were
Yeah,
programs that the Matrix was no longer using, but they sort of escaped deletion and were just kind of living in this sort of limbo in the Matrix, and were
right.
surviving.
They
Yeah,
were
like what you
surviving in
said.
there. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
those were the what do you call
Because
them?
if you watch, because if you remember,
Yeah,
if you watch the I think it's the second one when the agents went to kill the keymaker. Remember, they kept calling him the exile. They said, "Yo, we got to
yeah,
kill the exile." They
right,
made
mhm,
sure they didn't even care about Neo or none of them. They wanted him dead
right.
because he was an older program. And that's what the term, like computer term, backdoor, that's what that meant. That's what he was using, back
mhm,
doors to get into other
right,
parts of the program.
right.
So that's why they always came in and out through doors. So
Yeah,
he was
it was
backdooring in through other parts of the Matrix.
I like
absolutely,
the door sequences, how they were just falling through and stuff. I like that though.
and how they made the like when they walk through a door, they'll be like upside down
Yeah,
or some shit, and they're walking sideways on the wall, and then it'll be right side up, and it was very, very creative. I love that new twist and bringing new stuff, new technologies into this movie. Um, but for those who are watching that may not have seen The Matrix or know anything about it, it's a 1999 science fiction action film written directed by the Wachowskis. Used to be the Wachowski brothers, now they're the Wachowski sisters. They're transgender women or men, I'm not sure. But it was the first installment in the Matrix film series. Was called The Matrix. Keanu Reeves, Lawrence Fishburne, Carrie Ann Moss, Hugo Weaving, Joe Pantoliano
hmm,
depicts a dystopian future in which humanity is unknowingly trapped inside simulated reality, which is the Matrix, right? Which intelligent machines have created to distract humans while they use their bodies as little batteries, basically. They got us in these bubbles, right? And we're just sitting there in these bubbles with plugs plugged into us, and they're drawing the energy, the electricity that's in the natural, human body, using it to power their world, the machine's world, because we had blackened out the sun, which they were using for solar energy. But in the war between the humans and the machines, we blacked out the sky to help, to beat them because they, use solar power. And basically, they figured out a way to survive, and that was by using us for their energy source. And but
biofuel.
realized that Right, but they realized that we would die very quickly, and so to keep us alive and keep the energy source from the time of a baby to a full-grown adult, they have to implant in our minds that we're living a real life. So we're thinking that we're living this life, it's being jacked into our brain, but in reality, we're just in this little bubble of goo with plugs, and they're drawing our energy from us. It's a very cool, very sci-fi, very almost Philip K. Dick type uh, idea. But it's a cyberpunk subgenre of science fiction. The
Yes,
Wachowski's approach to the action series was heavily influenced by Japanese animation or anime and martial arts films. And the film's use of fight choreographers, the wire fu techniques from Hong Kong action cinema was
Wire food.
a groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, wire fu was a groundbreaking technique that really Hollywood hadn't gotten much into, but it was like Hong Kong cinema kung fu. You would see guys like flying, 100 feet across the room or whatever and stuff like that. But the film popularized that visual effect, as well as the effect known as bullet time, which is
bullet time.
yeah, and you see it where you see the agents dodging bullets like this, and
Yeah,
they're moving so fast, or or you see Neo, right, or that's the image we all think of when we see the Matrix, the guy just bending backwards, almost touching the ground, and the bullets just zipping by him,
That's
and then of
exactly
course
what he said.
right, but he got to a point where he didn't even have to dodge him anymore. He could just put his hand up and just stop the bullets. Boom. And he learned that one day, at the end, and he just picked a bullet out of the air. Like, what is this? And yeah, like he had all control. So the idea of the Matrix is when you are brought aware of the fact that you're in this bubble and this program is injected into your head, that you're living this virtual reality. Once you become aware of that and you break up out of that bubble and you're in the actual real world, the humans have created a way to jack you back into the Matrix. But now that you're going in with the knowledge that of what it is, theoretically you can now control things in that
Manipulate.
world, or
You can
manipulate
manipulate it.
things in that world, right?
Right.
And
Well,
break
remember, they
or
broadcast
call
the
it the
signal. Yeah,
laws
'cause
of
it's like Wi-Fi.
right. And we break the laws that we know of as like laws of gravity and basic laws of physics. You can break them because once you have the knowledge that none of this is real. That's that you can and then they did things like you had the kids that could bend the spoons, and they had all these kids that were telekinetic or different had different psychic powers, and they theoretically were people that were able to manipulate the Matrix. So it sort of explains all of that, but it goes deep. It's a very interesting way to look at what Sophia Stewart wrote, because she wrote a book. She wrote a screenplay that basically had all the same characters. It had all the same, storyline, but instead of the Matrix, it was different planets. We're gonna get into that in a minute, but yeah, it's just a great way to kind of express that storyline. But this new movie, right, Matrix Resurrections, comes a decade or so later. What, this is 2021. The original was 1999. So yeah, this is like 22 years later. And some people think that maybe they shouldn't have made this movie. Some people were like, it's a breath of fresh air. Some people love it. How do you guys feel about it? Do you feel that this was needed, or do you feel it's just fun, or what do you think about that?
What do you think, Spade?
Well, for one, I'm not gonna lie. Like the Matrix itself, I only got to the first movie because it just wasn't my cup of tea. No, don't get me wrong. I love the action, the CGI, and the effects in it and of it. It just was like, I don't know. I just didn't understand the premise, the plot of it at the time. So I watched one. I barely watched two, and I just tuned out of three. So that's why I got her here, because she's a big Matrix fan. She's more knowledgeable about the Matrix than me. So we watched it last night, and I was like, I asked her, I said, what did you think about it? And your response, hon? By the way, this is Miss Spade, everybody.
Miss Spade, welcome.
To me, the only thing I liked was the end. The end was the best part because they just basically referred back to all the other previous movies and everything. And
Right.
I was like, I would tell him, oh, that's the rabbit. Like, follow the white rabbit or whatever in the very first one and everything else like that. And I was like, that's all they were doing was just making references to the other movies. And I kept thinking, I'm like, I'm going to have to go back and watch the third. I'm like, Neo didn't die. When did Neo die? I must have missed that whole thing.
Right.
I was like, he did not die.
Yeah, they said he died, but and the machines carried him off. Right, he was laid out on that thing, and they carried him off. That was supposed to be his dead body. But the theory of this movie is that they actually carried him off and reinserted him into the Matrix. Basically, plugged him back in as a battery, and then put him in these special pods. Him and Trinity.
They repaired him.
Sorry?
Yeah.
They repaired him.
They did. He's right. Yeah. Because that's why it's called resurrection. They resurrected him. They resurrected him and plugged him back in.
You remember what Neil Patrick said? He's the analyst. He said, we tried hundreds of times and we couldn't get it right until we had you guys kind of close together. And then the repair worked and it held.
They needed Trinity and Neo to be together because the one is actually them two together. It's like a yin and yang, right? It takes both of them to make the one. That's why it was never working, and why the one kept having to repeat, and he wasn't quite fully there yet. And it was something that the Oracle kept telling him, like, maybe you're just not here yet. Maybe you're the right guy, but it ain't your time. They could never figure out what it was. But in this movie, they explain that they needed Trinity and Neo to together to make that thing. So they put them in these special pods, right, away from all the other humans in the battery, and brought them, kept them young. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's 60 years later, but they haven't aged a day. And we find out when we go to the new Zion, which is now called IO, which reminds me kind of Oa from the Green Lantern thing. But yeah, it's called IO, and
you see Niobe.
We see Jada, right?
Yeah, she's older. Yeah,
she's old.
She's
aged 60
old.
years.
Yeah, she's in 60 years. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, Rasheed and I were talking about this. Like, are people supposed to age in the Matrix, or do they stay within their prime? Because it was like she was like Jada's character Niobe wasn't supposed to be that old. It's like she like a great grandma.
No, but the reason she's that old is because it actually is 60 years later. But when they go into the Matrix, they could be however they imagine themselves to look. That's why we got these shades, and that's why
that's their digital selves. Yeah,
right?
That's their digital selves.
Their perfect projection of how they want to look.
How they look. Yeah, how they want to look. Yeah.
Hey guys, do you remember the first instance of Neo starting the rejection of the program? Is when he notices the breach when Bugs goes through with the new Morpheus, and he notices the breach when they come. It goes to his real life in the program, and he notices that, and then he says, they bust in. And they're like, is it a problem? And he's trying to figure out what's going on with this matrix code, and he goes to go get coffee with the dude, right?
Right.
And when the coffee's on the table and my man reaches for it to give him the toast, Neo looks down. That's the first time Neo sees his reflection as something that he's like, who is that? Like he quickly says, you see it in his face, he was confused. Because he looks in the glass table, he sees somebody else.
The old man that they put him in there as. Right. Everyone else sees him as the old dude.
Right. And that's when he started getting too, because he started getting glimpses of himself and reflections. Right. Because if you notice, they don't show any reflections of him at all in the movie.
No.
They do, like when they do though, it's the old man. Like if you notice there's some like side shots where they kind of don't acknowledge it, but it'd be like something that he's like reflecting in the window or like a little bottle or something, whatever it is. But yeah, he's in the Matrix as a completely different guy. Which the Asian woman that with the blue hair, she's seen him Bugs, that's right. She's seen him getting ready to jump off the building. But he looked like someone else.
And Jessica Henwick. Jessica
Henwick. So yes, she now I think she is in the Iron Fist Netflix series. To answer your question, Angelo.
Who is she? But she's the other sister.
I didn't really watch Iron Fist. I couldn't really get
she's
what
the other sister of the dragon then.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't really watch it. Anybody watch Iron Fist?
I watched like 3 episodes of it.
Yeah,
I watched all of it. I watched all of it. It was it was just bad, man. It started off good, but the director, I don't know. I don't know why they hired these guys. First of all, the director didn't want to put he didn't want to put Iron Fist in his traditional costume, his mask. He didn't want to do that at all. Second of all, in the comics, he can actually power up more than just his one fist. He can power up his both fists and his feet.
He has a shield on. He has a whole force shield on.
Yeah, he can
he does. He can do a lot, right? And then at the end, he transferred all the power to the chick, and it just, I don't know, man. It wasn't Danny Yang. He just more common. He quotes. He quotes old Chinese proverbs and things like that all the time, and it just wasn't. Danny Rand just wasn't Danny Rand for me. He looked like a surfer dude. I don't know. It just the director he might have had a vision, but that's not what everybody wanted to see when you brought
Yeah.
Iron Fist to the screen. And
Let,
a lot of directors gotta start appreciating that. They gotta start appreciating what the fans want.
let me ask you guys something about the Matrix, though. I asked Reno earlier. We all agree it is a really, really, really long love story.
It is a
Yes.
Yeah,
love
it
story.
is. It is. It is a lot.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure.
It's a
Yes.
love story. Yeah, yeah. It always has been. I mean, it's always been a love story between Trinity and Neo. I mean, the original trilogy, the original movie, like it was all about if Trinity fell in love with that guy, he would be the one or whatever. So it was her realizing that she loved him that I guess it made her able to save him or whatever it was in the first movie, but it's always been based around their love story. So I don't have any problem with it being a love story with
Me
this
either.
one. I
No,
mean,
that's
I
good.
know
Me
some
either.
people like, oh, it's a love story. I don't watch a love story. It's always been a love story.
I mean,
And
It's
well,
always been a love story.
do
real
you
quick,
think
Stu,
that? Oh,
sorry,
good.
Stu, real quick, would you guys agree? Since they're two halves of a whole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, Trinity's the stronger half.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
In this
Because
movie, I could see that, in definitely in this
yeah,
movie, because
It came out,
like she
she's
was
the
telling
stronger
me
half.
about Trinity not being able to fly at first,
right,
and then Neo trying to fly, and it's like he couldn't
right.
do it. Then she has the power to fly, and it was like at the very end you see both of them. So yeah,
Mhm.
the two made a whole. So I was
Yeah.
like, that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And
She
she was
outdrew
seasoned before him. She
She
was she
what?
was already in she was already in the real world. She's the one that came to the Matrix to get him in the very beginning of the first movie. She's the one that met him in the club and all. So she was already like rocking with Morpheus and all of that before Neo was. In this film, she's able to break out of her Matrix persona and realize who she is
Without a
without taking
pill.
the red pill,
Without
without
a pill.
without the pill in without going to the real world, just waking up out of it. That's something no one has ever done.
Exactly.
And she does that in the last
Yeah.
scene where one of
Mhm.
the last scenes where they're in the diner again and everybody's there and the architect or an analyst basically gives him the opportunity to, well, if she recognizes you or whatever,
I'll
we'll
let
leave
you
it alone
go.
or whatever, or let you go. And she starts to walk off, she don't recognize, and then I guess she snaps out of it, turns around, and just starts whooping ass. But yeah, she's very possibly the stronger one. I mean, you know,
I think so.
it's written. I mean, look who wrote it. Look who made the movies and all of that. I mean, they're gonna make the strong female character the main focus. It's not like a long shot at all.
And I have no
All right.
problem with Carrie Ann Moss being a strong lead at all.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all. But yeah, I mean, the development of the original franchise is a crazy story. Like, it's 1994. The Wachowskis present the script for the film Assassins to Warner Brothers. After Lorenzo de Bonaventura, the president of production of the company at their time, read the script, he decided to buy the rights to it and include two more pictures, Bound and The Matrix, in the contract. The first movie was Wachowski's directed Bound, then became a critical success. And using that momentum, they asked to direct The Matrix. Then 96 rolls around. Wachowski's pitched the role of Neo to Will Smith.
Mhm.
Will Smith explained on his
Mm.
YouTube channel that the idea was for him to be Neo and Morpheus was to be played by Val Kilmer.
Hmm.
And then, of course, he later explained
Mm.
that he didn't understand the concept. He turned the role down and did Wild Wild West instead.
Wow.
Kicking himself ever since. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, producer Joe Silver joined the project. And uh, The Matrix was still a huge investment for Warner Brothers, which had to invest $60 million to create a movie with philosophical themes and difficult special effects. That wasn't this, it wasn't like this was a sure shot blockbuster. They didn't know where this was going to go. But the
Right.
Wachowskis hired underground comic book artist Jeff Darrow and Steve Scroce to draw a 600-page shot-by-shot storyboard for the entire film. The storyboard eventually earned the studio's approval, and it was decided to film in Australia to make the most of the budget. And then The Matrix became a co-production of Warner Brothers and Village Roadshow Pictures, according to Steinberg on the DVD audio commentary track. The production team sent an edit of the film's first minutes, featuring Trinity's action sequence in the beginning that they redid in this movie, to Warner Brother executives, and secured the total support of the movie from then on. But it's a crazy story, man, how they even got to make this movie. But here we are, Matrix Resurrection, 2021, sci-fi.
And yet, here we are.
And yet, here we are, 60 years later. I meant 20 years later. But it's supposed to be 60 years later, so that's cool. But yeah, it's a sequel. This is a direct sequel to The Matrix Revolutions in 2003, which was and this is the fourth movie from the Matrix film series. We got Keanu Reeves, Carrie-Anne Moss, Lambert Wilson, and Jada Pinkett Smith reprised their roles from the original series. We didn't get Lawrence Fishburne as Morpheus.
I mean, we did though.
We did. A lot of people rubbed the wrong way about that, but it fits the story because this Morpheus is actually
the real Morpheus.
But he's a program.
Right.
This Morpheus is the real Morpheus. You do understand that, right?
Explain.
Because, guys, Keanu's been writing this program. When you look, you see the figurines and action figures of the Matrix characters on his desk and stuff like
that. Well, no, that's because
they got him so strapped
that's because
it makes everybody else think that, look, okay, maybe Neo didn't. Maybe the Matrix wasn't real, right? Maybe Neo was writing this video game that's been doing all this for so long. You know,
he wrote the game.
What's really
he wrote the game? He wrote the game out of his memories of the original trilogy. He remembered that all in his subconscious, but his subconscious created this game, and it basically mapped out it played out the whole original trilogy that in his mind, everyone thought he created it. He made it up, made this great game, but actually all he was doing was recalling his subconscious memories of that life.
Basically, reliving the moments that he was talking to the analysts about.
Exactly. And the basic plot is he's a successful video game designer, creator of a genre series, right, based on the dreams or memories of his, being Neo, right, being Neo for real. Right. He keeps encountering Tiffany, a married mother who reminds him of Trinity. Anderson struggles to separate his perceived reality from his dreams, and he's got his therapist who prescribes him blue pills to keep his sanity, but actually keeping him in the Matrix.
In the Matrix, yeah.
Exactly. And when he discontinues the medication, then he runs a private a modal, which is like a side section of his game that he uses to do some little side work, and the human crew of the Mnemosyne is the name of the ship outside of the Matrix. Bugs, captain of the Mnemosyne, finds the game running Trinity's old code that discovered Neo within the Matrix before the agents find her. So you get to see in the beginning of this movie the same opening scene that we saw in the beginning of the first movie, where Trinity is running around in the Matrix and going trying to find Neo, but Bugs finds an agent acting weird when she's watching this, and discovering that he's a program embodying Morpheus, and helps free him. She helps free him. Anderson's business partner, which we find out is Agent Smith, erases the whole instance of it. Bugs and her crew discover Neo is still alive despite his apparent death at the end of the Machine War, the end of the third movie. Bugs joins this new Morpheus and goes after Anderson. Learning that Smith is really Agent Smith, his business partner is actually Agent Smith, who monitors Anderson. He's just there to keep an eye on him. But Eluding Smith, Bugs and Morpheus reveal to Anderson that he is living inside the Matrix, and he agrees to be extracted. He takes the red pill. He wakes up in a pod, sees Trinity likewise confined nearby, but machine entities, these machines, which were sent by Bugs in them to retrieve him, right? Before he can free her, they take Neo to the ship, the Nemesine, and then a construct of Morpheus with the nanobots reveals Anderson created him and Smith to help Neo become the one. Neo is taken to the human bastion Io, where he meets Niobe. Niobe explains 60 years have passed in the real world since the machine war, and the human survivors have allied with some of the machines to fight an anomaly that jeopardizes the whole Matrix. Niobe takes Neo to Sati, right? She's the little girl from the subway scene in the original trilogy.
Right.
She's an exile program that he, met back then. She explains the anomaly was created after the machine war and had somehow resurrected Neo and Trinity and isolated them. This anomaly program, which we find out is the analyst. But though Neo wants to rescue Trinity, Sati warns against it. Niobe orders Neo to remain outside the Matrix, and Bugs and her crewmates disobey her and help him free Trinity. She doesn't want him to do that because right now there's a peace with the humans and the machines, right? Some of the machines are actually down with the humans team. They're actually over here helping the humans. They're helping keep Io a secret from the bad machines, the Sentinels, and the ones that want to, put the humans in the battery packs. But there's these other machines. They were kind of inspired by the original story, the original Neo, and what happened, and they were the ones that kind of like was helped carry Neo off, and they were like down with that whole storyline. So those actual machines actually jumped on the side of the humans, and there's this unspoken peace. They've 60 years, no war, and Niobe knows that this is gonna upset shit again. This is gonna make the war come back. But Neo and Bugs enter the Matrix, and they're confronted immediately by Smith and the other exile programs, the Merovingian, who want to restore, it to its former form. While Bugs and her crew fight the exiles, Neo battles with Smith, who demands Neo stay out of the Matrix so that it does not get rebooted by the analyst, which would cause Smith to be assimilated by the system again. And he wants to stay free too. Slowly recovering his abilities, Neo defeats Smith. Bugs then takes Neo to Tiffany's repair shop, but before Neo can talk to her, his therapist appears and manipulates time, immobilizing Neo and reveals himself to be the analyst. That's your boy. That's
Doogie Howser.
Doogie Howser. Yes, Doogie Howser.
Yeah, Doogie Howser. The Dukes.
The dudes.
He played a great villain in that movie, man. I was like, that was pretty dope. I like the range that he played.
Spade.
He was always a good actor, man.
He's an asshole. So we love watching Neil Patrick Harris.
Neil
back
Patrick
in the
Harris
day he was
is great.
good as Boogie, but the older adult roles, he's an asshole, and we love it. We love how
Yeah. I love him in Harold and
the
Kumar.
inner heel of me appreciated that, man. I was just like, man, he's like the movie. I'm sitting there watching most of it, and I'm kind of doing like this. She's like, you going to sleep? Yeah. And then, the parts when he revealed himself to be behind all this, I was like, oh, I was kind of perked up a little bit. I was like, yo, man, we got a villain in this movie. Like, this is a damn good villain in it. So,
bro,
for me, that was the best part. Just, his portrayal of the manipulation of Neo and Trinity like that.
Attainable
Comics.
Up?
What's going on?
Shout out Attainable.
What's up?
Attainable Comics is a new friend of ours. He been rocking with us on Instagram, buying comic books and hanging out with the crew. So a big shout out to Attainable. Thanks for coming through, brother. But yeah, Spade, man, I implore you to watch the original trilogy, get into it. But before you do, all right, well, here's how you do it. Have him watch the Animatrix first, because that's
you gotta watch the
break
Matrix.
it
It's the
down.
Matrix.
Animatrix
It's the Matrix,
is
then the
fully
Animatrix.
explain it to you.
Yeah.
But if you watch the Animatrix first, watch the cartoon one where they show exactly how when the machines were working as basically as butlers or slaves to the humans, right? And then they eventually, we don't. And then there's this revolt, and they take over. It's a whole. They break the whole storyline down. It brings you up to par, and really explains it. Breaks it down. So I recommend that you watch that first. To anybody that hasn't seen The Matrix, watch
Okay.
Animatrix. You have it, right?
I don't
Miss
have that.
Spade?
I just got
No,
the movie.
you could look it up. I'm sure
Three.
they got it online. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, you
Animatrix.
can get the Animatrix. Yeah, you can get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
easy to
Or
find.
if you wanna watch it in chronological order, I mean Reno's right, but if you want to watch it in chronological order, it goes the Matrix, then the Animatrix, then
Right.
and Reload it, and then what's the other one?
Uh, Revolution.
Resurrections, Revolutions. Yeah,
Revolution. Yeah.
Revolutions. Because the Animatrix also explains to you is when you're watching the Animatrix, there's there's uh there's two stories where they tell you the history of the war, but then the other stories tell you what happens with other people entering the Matrix going because there's a program in there like called the program, it's a training program where they were training a girl and they basically tricked her into thinking that they were like they had the one guy that was training they tricked her into thinking that he was like Switch. He wanted to go back to the Matrix and be plugged back in, and he was trying to get her to go with him. And the program basically it's like Kobayashi Maru, like you can't beat it. And so then she figures out at the end that it's all it was just a training exercise and it wasn't real. They go through that. They explain a lot in the Animatrix about how they broadcast. Like I was saying before, they go to the Matrix is broadcast throughout the whole planet to machines like Wi-Fi. So when Morpheus and them go, they go to broadcast depth. That's what they're doing. They're receiving that signal and then they link in to the Matrix. But they got to power down everything, and they show you how the machines can detect them, and that's why they have to power down the ships and everything. And the only thing they're running is just computers and the computer screens and the code. Like if you watch the Matrix when Cypher says when Neo before Neo learned how to read the code, when they look at it, it looks like the code is just moving up and down, but they actually see pictures.
Yeah.
And remember, Neo was like, he was like, "You, how can you read that?" And he was like, "Oh, it's too much information." He said, "But I only see blonde, redhead,
Right.
brunette."
Yep.
But and then you gotta remember, once Neo realized who he was, the code, some of the original Matrix code is within him, is imprinted within him. So that's how they were able to start over again with the new Matrix. Because the new Matrix now is based on misery and strife. So the more miserable and confused Neo is and Trinity, the more power the machines can draw from. And they need that. They need for Neo to always be confused and miserable and then it's got everybody else in the whole world is just like complacent. So like they don't want to really do too much, but they don't want to do too, but they're fine staying exactly where they are. And it was written like that on purpose for this new Matrix. So
I
that
think so too. And it's also showing, the battles of mental health, with people. There's they showing some real shit right there.
right.
How it affects people every day. And this is stuff that people deal with. Not just saying, Neo in the Matrix, but they portrayed it as, a normal human being slowly having a mental breakdown.
Yeah.
Right.
And being forced to take some pills that aren't helping, but that are prescribed.
Right.
And it was, what's crazy? The Matrix reminds me of Tron. Like I don't know, I see
Yeah.
Tron a lot too.
It's similar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if you watch Tron and really watch Tron and you watch the Matrix, it's a lot of similarity.
Absolutely. Because it's
I'll
like
tell you one thing when Neo was talking about mental health, when Neo was talking to Trinity or Tiffany when he first encountered her in this movie. And her oldest son goes, "Are you trying to come on our mom?" I'm like, I would have kicked the shit out of him. Like, shut up, boy. I'm trying to figure something out here. It's for my sanity. You ain't even real. Yeah, I would have done it to him. I'm like, because he in a computer system, so it wouldn't hurt.
and there's video games. Like speaking of Tron, like there's Matrix video games that have that are part of the canon that are brought into the story, and then we've got this new Matrix Awakens with the Unreal Engine.
Ooh.
That's gonna be on what's the name of that company, Stu? Well, they did Detroit Not Human. They did Detroit Not Human.
Um, Montreal, something Montreal. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It's I know. Okay,
No, it's not
yeah,
Montreal. It's
no,
It's going to be a PS5 exclusive.
yeah. Well,
all next gen,
right now it's
PS5,
coming out
Xbox.
for
Okay.
Xbox and PS. It's just not on PC yet. But yeah, but it's basically, if you know about Detroit Not Human, it's like a Telltale game almost. Uh it's like story driven. You just kind of like you follow the story, watch along, and like press A, to choose this or that kind of thing. It's not really like one of the other games that they've had in the past. They've had like actual action games in the past, but this is more. You know what though? Maybe I'm thinking about Star Wars. That's the Star Wars game I'm thinking about.
Hmm.
Well, there was okay. Well, Enter the Matrix story is a peculiar one. That video game stems from direct involvement with the Wachowski sisters. In fact, they pitched the game to Shiny Entertainment way before the first Matrix movie was released, but Shiny declined, believing the movie would be, yet another hacking fiasco. But then the movie revealed to be a huge hit, and the Wachowskis asked Shiny once again to make the game on their next, movie, and immediately they agreed. The game, however, was set to launch alongside Matrix Reloaded, and the production schedule was extremely narrow. But this shows because you can tell because the game is not very polished. It was criticized very harshly when it came out due to bugs, laggy inputs, subpar graphics, and the lack of Neo as the main character. But despite its weak
There's
points,
a
the game
trailer.
still sold over 3 million copies, and but because of the popularity of the films. And it did have several innovative elements. For example, it featured a hacking module to unlock other stuff and required players to actually navigate a DOS and prompt real commands into the game. So that was sort of cool. And the game still managed to fill the gaps of the corresponding movie, though it gave players the chance to control Niobe or Ghost throughout the storyline. While their skills seem equal to Neo's in the game, they both remain secondary characters in the movie that never shows such a degree of power in the movie. But there was a few games. There was Matrix: The Path of Neo. Did y'all play? That was dope.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was exactly what it says. You get to be Neo and live through the major events of the original trilogy, from his viewpoint. It changes the story a bit though, and it doesn't show some scenes from the movie. It also includes new events that never were in the films happening between the story arcs of Reloaded and Revolutions. But much like its predecessor, Shiny Entertainment and the Wachowski sisters collaborated on the game. But it begins with the players playing as Thomas Anderson, deprived of the powers of Neo that he acquires in the movies. The powers are gained gradually in the game and includes iconic scenes from the movie, cutscenes, and whatnot. The changes from the movies are many, and among them, the one that stands out most is the ending. In the movie trilogy, the story ends with Neo sacrificing his own life when fighting Smith to save Zion and the Matrix. However, in the Matrix Path of Neo, makes a point of letting players dominate the fight against Smith, and it even shows a cutscene with the Wachowski stating, "Now Neo shouldn't sacrifice his life in the game." So it's a whole nother ending where he actually lives. So he doesn't die in that game. And that's sort of where we bring into this new movie from that sort of,
That perspective.
perspective, right? They had another cool game, Matrix Online, which I never got to play, but I was super excited about. I don't know whatever happened. It was the MMO when MMOs were first big and coming out, and like World of Warcraft type thing, multiplayer, media, online, whatever. But it had troubles with low subscriber numbers, very few active players, animation and gameplay being buggy, lots of mundane leveling quests. But the game still managed to develop a new story based on how the Matrix movie's ending played out. So I love the way that these games sort of enrich the franchise, enrich the Matrix itself. We got Cooks 24 on his way, about to join us. He just had a
He
great
just
interview.
finished up his live.
Yeah, he
Yep.
just had a great interview with
Nerdy
Danielle,
girl,
Nerdy Girl,
nerdy girl.
who we had on this show, and Will again.
Hey guys, quick question. Now, I've been hearing rumors, right? You hear everybody talking about this Matrix but like Facebook, Twitter, digging deep. I'm hearing that this might be a 3-picture deal. So where
That's
are we
what I'm.
gonna go from here?
I heard
That's
that
what I'm
too.
wondering.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that too. I don't know how true it is, but I've heard that.
So
Yo,
where are we gonna
It's
go
gonna be
from
a
here,
3 picture.
Stu?
Cooks,
I
what's
don't know,
good, man?
man. I
what
mean,
up? What's up,
Cooks
everybody?
in the
you
dark.
know what
Yo,
they could, they could
I'm listening.
dive more into. They could dive more into the war against the machine, like in the real world. It could be more real world stuff.
Okay.
Like a
Instead of the
prequel
Matrix,
though.
because yeah, like a more like a prequel or more just like what's going on now because we missed a
Right.
lot of history between
Yeah,
the last movie and this one.
60 years worth.
So they could
Yeah,
kind
60
of
years, right?
back cover the 60 years a little bit and keep it current with something else that's going on.
I think they
Right,
have
because
to.
remember Morpheus was made the leader of the council.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, what else happened? Oh, Zion got destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Even it still got destroyed anyway. And
Yeah,
then we
we
can see
created
them.
IO.
They created IO.
Machines came over to work with the humans. That whole
See,
thing.
right, the sense. What do they call them? The sense or the
Sentinel.
Or
sense?
Yeah,
hey,
Yeah.
Stu, what about going a little deeper into the machines fighting each other? We can get into that a little
right.
bit too.
Oh, that would be dope. Yeah, you
Well,
can
would
get
be
right into
dope.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Because the machines
Yeah.
that came over with the humans had to fight the other machines. So
Yeah.
while they're on the human side, that means that they're
Because you got to
against
remember,
machines.
Neo made a deal with them, and they accepted the deal, so the war was over. But some of the machines didn't like that. They didn't like that
Nope.
deal because once they unplugged all the humans, they started running low on power because that's their power source. The humans are their power source.
Mm-hmm.
And so you gotta remember a lot of you're right, they could show the rebellion of that and that started a new war, started a new plight for the machines. I mean, because now they have whole farms again, like they
Yep.
used to.
Yeah.
People plugged into the matrix.
y'all remember? Do y'all remember
What's
when?
up, man?
Y'all remember when I think it was part 1 or part 2 when he had to follow the rabbit,
Right.
where the rabbit found him. I
Yeah.
thought that was pretty cool. The rabbit found him this time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh
Well,
yeah, yeah,
also
right.
the rabbit was
Yeah.
what's her name? What's her name? The Priyanka Chopra. Sati is the rabbit. You remember the book
Yeah.
he kept reading every time he came in? It's Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
But in the
She on
first
the
movie,
same
the
book.
white rabbit was the chick with the tattoo.
She on the same book every time he walked
Right.
in.
And then in the first movie, in the opening, in the beginning of the movie, you find Neo in his apartment. He sees the thing come on his screen. It tells him, you're right. The Matrix exists. You follow us. If you want to find us, find out more, follow the white rabbit. And then it said, knock, knock, right? And then the door knocks, and he's like, what the fuck? And he goes, answers the door, and it's this guy who's there to buy like a program from him, gives him the money, and then they invite him out to this club, and he's like, nah. And then he sees this girl's tattoo is the white rabbit, and he's like, oh, nah, matter of fact, I will come with y'all. Because he had that message that said, follow the white rabbit on his screen.
Follow the white rabbit,
So
right?
right. So he follows them to the nightclub, and he's just there chilling and shit by himself, and Trinity walks up to him, talks to him, and tells him Morpheus is real and whoop whoop whoop, and then he just wakes up the next day, goes to work, and that's when he gets the phone call in the office, and it's Morpheus saying these guys coming in to arrest you right now. He sees the agents coming in, and that's when he's like, go to the cubicle, go across the hall, go down the window, and he tells him to get out on the scaffolding and like go outside the building, and he's like, I can't fucking do it. And so they catch him, they take him, and that's when they interrogate him. Put that
Yeah, that was funny.
parasite.
He was like,
Yeah.
he was like, no. He was like, no way. He was like, you must
Yeah,
be
yeah,
crazy. I'm
yeah.
not going out there.
Listen,
and then they brought him in there.
A lot of us was hooked that first moment in #1 when Carrie Ann Moss came through in the club. Man, I was like, "Oh, what is going on with this movie?" I said, "I like
it.
Opening scene where she turns around and does the
flying
kick,
the crane
turns
kick.
around,
Oh yeah,
and they do that bullet time, freeze the shit, and she spins around and kicks the dude. I was like, "Oh, this is about to be different. This movie is about to be different." But
let me ask you something. It also seemed like a parody on all the other movies. It kind of was kicking, making jokes. Like it was kind of
this movie or the original.
This
where you
movie
see
was
it
kicking apart the other ones.
Where you tell me where you see it at? Tell me where you see it at.
I mean, just listen to the round table that went on for 10 minutes in the movie with them Warner Brothers coming in and designing the #4, whatever they were working on. But you hear how they were talking about all the memories and the experiences of them watching the movies or whatever that Neo made, and whatever. So it's a lot of, they were making fun of a lot of the concepts of the other movies.
You know what I thought?
Fun of it.
Bullet time. We need more bullet time. And they just kept saying really off the wall stuff that kind of made sense, but then
like references, like Easter egg references.
Right. Just continuous.
Well, you know what, I can relate with you on that because but I also had some different thoughts. I thought that because the part where what up, Slick? The part where they making it seem like he made a video game, like everything was a video game.
Yeah,
they started showing him scenes from what's up, Mick? What's up, Mick? What's up, Big Mick? So they started showing scenes from the other movies, but it was like they were showing him game footage. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I watched it twice. The first time it got me, but the second time I understood it better. You know what I'm saying?
Because I was like, synapses firing the memories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he created that game, and everyone assumed that it was his creativity. He just created this game, and the game he created is the original trilogy. So that way, they explained how all the people in this movie know about that trilogy. They know about the story. They know about Neo because of this game he created. He wrote it. He developed it. But what no one knew, not even Neo, was that it was all coming from his subconscious memories from him actually having lived it. So his whole life is Neo and all of that. Everything that took place and for real 60 years earlier, the original trilogy, he created out of his memory. He made this game and it was wildly popular and successful and he got rich. But yeah, it's
you remember the guy, he said, you say the word Matrix, all anybody thinks about is the talking
about where they sat around talking about the game because they were talking about. Okay, now I remember. That's the game developers and they want to develop a sequel to the original trilogy. So they were making fun of this movie being a sequel to the original trilogy in an indirect, tongue-in-cheek kind of way. Being funny, a little bit of, a little tongue in cheek, little, wink, wink kind of funny way that they were talking about the trilogy movie, but they were in the movie, they're talking about the trilogy of the game, talking about creating a sequel to the game. And this movie is a sequel to the trilogy.
You see Neo cringing at every chopping word that they're all saying. He's sitting there. He doesn't say a word during that whole round table. He's sitting there all the time with them and they're chopping his idea, what was basically memories, they're chopping everything down.
Yeah. Acting like it's just some shit he made up.
I thought that and correct me if I'm wrong. I know it because I look at it a little deeper. I thought that all those parts was just his brain getting chipped at. You know what I'm saying? Because of getting sucked back into the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? I felt like, because like when he was talking to that dude in that office, how when dude said something, he seen an image of Smith. You know what I'm saying? Right. So automatically that make me, the movie watcher, be like, oh, that's Smith. Oh, okay, so that's the new Smith. But why is that a new Smith? Like I didn't understand, like that whole game concept. I thought that was that blue pill. You see what I'm saying? Like I thought that whole game concept about all that was like, yeah, you lived that, and we saw you as the watchers. We saw you go into the machine world and give yourself to protect the peoples. So now whatever they doing to you in your head, this is what you finna, this is what you remember. That was just a game, man. You just creating a game. You ain't do all that. You ain't fly through no air. You ain't do all that. But then they
Yes.
kept
Yeah.
showing little clips, but they kept showing little clips of him walking off the ledges and stuff like that. What y'all
Right.
think?
Well, okay, so they reinsert him into the Matrix, and
Right.
they implant the knowledge in his head that, or the information in his head that he's a game designer and he created this game. It's just his memory. And then he goes to this therapist who gives him the blue pills, who's just telling him that, all these dreams you're having, it's just your imagination. And, that way, if Morpheus or whoever or anyone from the real world came to try to give him the choice of the red blue pill or show him, the reality of it, he would reject it because he's been indoctrinated that he has a mental problem and that this is all his mental problem that he's dealing with. So whenever they would try to, approach him or whatever, or show him the truth, he would reject it. So they implanted that the analyst, the new architect guy, the Doogie Howser cat, he was there to keep Neo asleep, so to speak, by making him think that he was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Gaslighting him, whatever. So in a way, yeah, you're right. It's a little bit of both, and then it's like, but it's all for us. It's fan service. It's nostalgia. It's by giving us scenes and clips and bites from the original trilogy. I was really surprised that they did that because that's usually a no. You usually don't do that, showing actual scenes from the old trilogy and stuff. But I thought it was really cool how they did that. And
But
it
at the same
definitely,
time, as when they're showing that again, it's portraying Neo. He's like, wait a minute, I wrote this, but then it's saying again, hey, wait a minute, I lived this, So it's like it was different levels. It's like two different levels every time he had flashbacks. You're looking at two different levels of concept right there.
right. What I was tripping off was when the game developers were having that roundtable meeting. It kept sort of replaying their conversation, but they'd be wearing different clothes and they'd say it a little bit differently.
The
It
loop.
was
At the
glitching.
loop.
Yes, it's like
right. That's the glitch in the Matrix, right?
like
The deja vu.
Adventure Time. It must be a computer glitch. It was
Right,
it was
right.
it was an issue.
It's like when he sees the black cat twice, it's deja vu. And whenever you have deja vu in the Matrix, it's basically, a
Something
sign
got
that there's a
switched.
glitch.
Yeah, they switched
Something
something
is
up.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
they
in the one,
entered,
they blocked all the doorway.
right. And
Yeah,
they
because
like when the
even
agent
in this
came
new
in,
movie, he has a cat.
Right.
His cat's named Deja Vu in the movie. So
Right.
everything.
Doogie Howser's cat, yeah.
Yeah,
That's Doogie Howser's cat. That's
Yeah, that's
the
the
analyst.
analyst cat.
yeah,
Right.
it's the analyst cat. Yeah, it's called Deja Vu. Yeah.
Deja
Yeah.
vu,
So
right?
it's like, yeah. So like I said, everything is based up because like I said, you got to remember too, some of the code for the original Matrix is imprinted in Neo. Is imprinted on. I didn't need him, but him
So
and Trinity together gives the machines the power that they need in order to survive.
so guys, Agent Smith was a double agent, or like I'm confused.
Yeah,
He was put there. He was put there to keep an eye on Neo
Oh,
no,
and
that's
make sure
the
that
little
he's
his
oh,
little
that was the
homie.
analyst.
That was the analyst. That was the little homie.
no.
No,
The
not
other
the
guy that
analyst,
was his
not the
homie.
analyst. Remember the little
No,
homie,
the other
not his
guy.
business partner, but the
I know
other
who you're
guy
talking
that
about.
worked
The
in
other
the round
guy.
table, the little chubby guy. He was
No,
Yes,
not
implanted
he's
to
him.
keep
I'm
an eye.
talking
no,
about.
not
I'm
him,
talking about.
not him. He talking
Agent
about Agent
Smith
Smith.
is his
I'm
business
talking about the
partner.
boss.
The boss, which is it's his business partner.
Yes.
That's Neo's business partner, and that's Agent Smith.
Now, Reno, before you even finish that thought, was it free will What happened there?
From what I understand, he was put there to put. From what I understand, watching it and understand, that Agent Smith was put there to keep an eye on Neo, and
So
then the
he
other
was supposed
guy,
to. So he was supposed to
the
be
other,
an asset to the analyst.
right, exactly what he was. Now the other guy, if you ever watched the Truman Show, the other guy was like, remember how Truman had his best friend, and every time something went
Right.
wrong, he would kind of
That was the
talk
other
him
guy.
away from it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was what the other guy was
Mhm.
there for. He
His
was there to
buddy
do
like
like
that
just
back.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who are you
that was.
talking about, Stu? You talking about best self guy? That I'll be my best self. Best self.
Yes.
Best
Yes.
self.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. He's like,
Exactly.
yeah, he's like the guy that kind of like distracts him when he, all the
It's
time,
supposed
and
to
or
keep
just
him
explain, yeah,
keep him
explains things
grounded.
to him that he don't understand. Right, keep him grounded.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he told him to go talk to Trinity, but he was like, "Oh, go talk to her. I'll go introduce you to her."
Mm-hmm.
And people think that, a lot of people probably ask, "Well, why did he introduce us to her?" And then all of a sudden, her kids and her husband popped out. But that's why he did
Mm-hmm.
that, because Neo thought that she was single. And
Right.
then and then when he introduced her, you see how fast he's, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And then she was like, oh, these are my kids. And then the husband comes in, oh hey. So now it just throws him off, and then he's just basically the redirector. He
Yep.
just like you said, when
Yeah.
it comes to mental health, it's all about redirection. So he just did a redirect Neo all the time.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. You know what I'm
Good
saying?
point, Stu.
My opinion. Right then, that moment, right then, y'all talking about them. I felt like the movie kind of turned into a hidden love story.
Yeah.
At
Yeah, we
Halo,
just saying that. Yeah,
At
we
Yeah.
that
just saying
moment,
that.
It is.
Yeah.
at that moment, right there,
it's not
when
hidden,
him,
Cook.
huh?
It's not hidden. This is a love story from 1999 to
You know
Yeah.
what
now.
I'm saying?
Yeah, we
But
all
like,
Yeah.
agreed it's a love
You know the
story.
but
story.
for me, I didn't notice it. I didn't notice it until Neil Patrick Harris started talking about don't let them get together, like don't let them get too
Right.
close. So
Mm-hmm.
then when
Right.
I thought about, I said, wait a second, let me think. And then when I thought back to the other movies, every time one of them got in trouble, when the other one showed up, it seemed like just the sunlight was just too strong. Like they just
Mm-hmm.
bust through it, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm like, wow. So on the underline, they showing us this love story. You know what I'm saying? You kind of gotta catch it a little bit. You know what I mean? But when it get to just where it's all about them, because there was a certain part of the movie where it was all
Mm-hmm.
about them, I
Yep.
Yeah.
felt like the love story kind of took over, and it kind of confused me a little bit too.
You
Mm.
know, that's the same thing I say to people
Really?
about Deadpool. Deadpool's a love story, guys. You know, people don't understand that. This it's a
Oh,
love
Oh
this
story.
yeah.
was definitely a love
100%.
story. Yeah. Yeah.
100%. Because he's trying to, yeah. But yeah, it's basically the love between Trinity and Neo is basically to is to bring them together, right? It's to make them get together, because when they get together, they become the one, right? So Neo is not actually the one; it's Neo and Trinity together is the one. So they
Yep.
two together become the one.
Yep.
So
Hmm.
so like okay. So here's a big question. One of my big questions that I ask everybody: Is it is this whole Matrix thing a love story, or is it actually about seeing between them lines right there?
But what's
Mm.
in between the lines, Coach?
Both. I know it's about both. I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying. Yeah, because the original Matrix was about choice and free will. Like basically, and everything Neo
Mm.
ever did was a choice. Like he was always given a choice, like the blue
Mm.
pill or the red pill. You know what I mean, save the girl or continue the mission. You know what I mean, like everything was just a choice. Everything, everybody gave him a choice. Like even the Oracle, take a cook. Either way, you know what I
Right.
mean. You still want something sweet. Like it was always a choice, but in this new one, it's more about control and the way the world is today. Like like
And
today,
the
like
Oracle, the Oracle is the prophet that predicted that the one would emerge. She didn't say
right.
that it was Neo. She
Nope,
implies
she
to
didn't
Neo.
say
She
that. She
implies
didn't
the
say
Yeah,
it was
Neo, right?
Neo.
she
She never said it
predicted
was
that the
Neo.
one
Yeah.
would emerge, and she implies to Neo that he is not the one, and warns
Right.
that he will have to choose between Morpheus' life and his own. And before they can leave the Matrix, agents and police ambush the group, tipped off by Cypher, who a disgruntled crew member who has betrayed Morpheus in exchange for, a life back in the Matrix, comfortable and oblivious, ignorance is bliss kind of thing. In an attempt to buy time for the others, Morpheus fights Agent Smith and is captured. Cypher exits the Matrix and murders the other crew members as they lie, jacked in unconscious before he can kill
Dirty ass Cypher.
Trinity. Tank comes out, regains consciousness, kills Cypher before pulling Neo and Trinity from the Matrix. But then they the agents interrogate Morpheus to learn his access codes to the mainframe computer to Zion, which would allow them to destroy it. And Neo resolves to return to the Matrix to rescue him, as the Oracle prophesied. Trinity insists to accompany him, and which is a good thing because without her, he's only half of the one. While rescuing Morpheus, Neo gains confidence in his abilities. He's able to do perform the big feats of anti-gravity and basically, the laws of physics that he can sort of, manipulate. And then as Trinity and Morpheus and Trinity exit the Matrix, Smith ambushes and kills Neo. So we think Neo, while a group of Sentinels attack the ship, Trinity confesses her love for Neo and says that the Oracle told her that she would fall in love with the One. Neo is revived with newfound abilities to perceive and control the Matrix. He easily defeats Smith and the other agents and leaves the Matrix just as the ship's electromagnetic pulse disables the Sentinels, the EMP. Back in the Matrix, Neo makes a telephone call promising the machines that he will show their prisoners a world where anything is possible. He hangs up and flies away. Phenomenal ending. I just had to put that in there. But yeah, that was the whole basis of the movie, man.
When you look back at what the Oracle was when she was talking to him in the kitchen and stuff like that, she almost is unbelievable of the whole, like, she never thought Neo was the one.
Right.
She knew. You can't skip to the ending and say the story, and Oracle knew better.
Right.
But she had to let it play out.
She knew that. See, the Oracle would only tell you shit that you needed to hear to do what you were supposed to do.
Right.
What she told you wasn't necessarily the truth.
Right.
It wasn't necessarily fucking anything, in reality at all. It was just something that you would need to hear to make you do what you had to do. So by Morpheus thinking Neo was the one, it would help him to go through what he had to free Neo, rather, and link with Trinity. But who knows?
The Oracle was the constant morale booster. That's what she was to them, and she kind of kept them,
Yeah. I could agree with that.
Keep going. That's what she would say to them, basically.
Yeah. And but who knows if the Wachowski sisters knew then that they were, that they were going to make Trinity, and Neo a half of a whole kind of thing. That's something that's a dynamic that was definitely first explored in this movie. So whether they, planned that all along, I don't know. But it's a cool way that they sort of blended this movie into the franchise, using that, from the original.
That's right.
Well, it's got a lot of mixed reviews. A lot of people like it. A lot of people don't.
Yeah, some people hate
it.
Some people
like
hate
it. 6 point something.
Yeah, I think it was 6.2.
Yeah.
What y'all rate? What y'all rate it? What y'all give it?
I mean, at first, let me see. I watched it 4 times. So first time, I'd have gave it a 6. Second time, I'd have probably gave it a little bit more. After that 4th time, I will give it about an 8.5 on that, because you know what? I've broken it down at every which way possible, every aspect possible. I'm like, okay, I could deal with. I like it. I like it. Let's give me a couple more.
Right.
Come on, bring everybody back. Let's go. Do something else with this, because I don't like.
I dug it.
It left off like, all right, they're both alive. They both fly away. Everything's good. What's next?
Well, that's the question. That's the thing. Like, I feel like my only complaint, if it is a complaint, it's maybe it's more of a compliment, but my only complaint is that they crammed 3 movies worth of stuff into 1 movie. This should have been a trilogy. This story should be 3 movies long. It's
Now I
way
don't
too much.
get that. I don't get when you
Okay,
say that. What you
well, let me
mean?
explain. Let me explain. So
Mm.
there's there's a lot of arcs that are touched on in this movie. A lot of, plot points, a lot of stuff that really should have been and could have been, and I would have liked to see explored further and stretched out and see more detail, not just so quick, boom, 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 and all of a sudden, and then boom, now Trinity is released. It's like there was so many arcs that it's a 3-act movie. Basically, they could have stretched that first act into a whole movie, given us, more of a development of Neo, uh, going through his life as a game developer and figuring out, slowly and more shit with the therapist and back and forth and coming to the realization over time. And then, then the thing with Io and the machines that work with Niobe and all of that could have been explored further. I would have loved to seen more about the machines working with the people and how that all came about and how Io and Zion came about. It was just sort of told in like a sentence. I felt like they rushed by cramming all this stuff into 1 movie, like they were afraid that they weren't going to get to make 3 more or 2 more. I think they were afraid that maybe it could flop or bomb and then they won't get to make more.
Right.
And that's a valid, valid thought, but I just feel like it was good, man. It was such a good story, a good recreation of the story or continuation of the story, so well told that it would have been better served spread out. I'm a guy. I love TV shows now that the new TV shows that are basically like Game of Thrones, Sopranos, stuff like where the shows are better than movies. Like every episode is like a damn movie, and because you get 6 seasons, 10 episodes each, you're looking at like 60 hours of storytelling versus 2 hours. So I
Right.
would have loved to see this as a show, but a trilogy would have been better than a single movie. So, but what you were saying, Multi, is like, where do you go from this? Like, they crammed this whole story, and so that by the end of the movie, the story's told now. Now it's told. Now Trinity and Neo, they got together, they defeated the bad guy, and they flew off and happily ever after. That story's done now. Where I would have liked to seen it take,
Unfold a little more.
give us more. Yeah.
Develop.
So like where can you go now? Now all they can really do is do a prequel or go back to tell something that they should have told in the original, they should have spread it out into 3 movies.
Well, I
I don't,
think
does that make sense?
yeah, it
Cooks, you
makes
get what
sense,
I'm
but
saying?
it also allows them to showcase what's my man name the Yaha Abdul Motin. It allows him to do put Bugs back in the movie, allows them to put Morpheus back in the
Yeah.
movie. It's a lot of things they can do with these new faces also to kind of keep these
Mhm.
these 2-3 movies going.
Yeah. But it would
But
have to be prequel because we want to go back and see
exactly.
Neo going through what he's doing. Like I said, man, if they would have stretched it out into a trilogy, it would have been better because now basically if they do make a trilogy, they're gonna have to backtrack. They're gonna have to make the second movie is gonna have to take place before the first movie
Yeah.
and tell you the story or during it or whatever. It needs to be spread out.
Because
That's
you heard Bug say they was looking for them for 60 years.
yeah.
60 years.
Yeah,
60
yeah,
years.
that's a
There's
long
60
time.
years of info that we just got told about in a paragraph. We didn't get to explore it. We didn't get to see none of it happen or anything like that. And even what took place in this movie alone is basically a retelling of the original trilogy in a way, crammed into 1 movie.
Yep.
It's like if they would have took the original trilogy and put it into 1 film, it would have been just like this film.
Yep.
You had the first act was the first movie, the second act was Revolut, and the third act was, the third movie.
and it was almost referenced in order like that too throughout the whole movie. You know, it was kind of telling the story again.
Yeah.
You know,
And they showed scenes from the original
style.
movies.
Yeah.
Like literal clips. They actually literally showed clips from the first movies in this movie.
So we all know about the Matrix, and we all, you know, we understand concept and everything. So let's do a round table, you know, real fast. You know, rapid fire round table. Stu.
First, let me hear what let me hear what Cooks had to say about this.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, talking about what you was just saying.
Yeah, like did what I said, because you said you wanted me to explain it. Did it make sense? How do you feel about it now? Or do you get what I mean?
I do. It's just I kind of look at the Matrix. I look at the Matrix a little because, like, you know, when I started watching, I was watching with my cousins and stuff. You know what I mean? And, like, they always were putting me on game about stuff to look out for. So I guess I look at Matrix a little bit deeper. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like the as far as the, you know, see between the lines, like I was saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like how deep part one is compared to different, because part one is much more deeper to me than this one. You know what I mean? I like the deepness about the Matrix, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
The what ifs, and you know, that type of world that he living in, and you know what I mean? I almost looked at the Matrix like a computer, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And Neo is the ultimate virus protector. You know what I'm saying? Agent is the ultimate virus. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I looked at it. I understand what you're saying. I
Well, you're
guess
right.
it's
Like
just
that first movie being deeper would have been like if they would have took this movie and went deeper, you know, and made it just like explore what they did in the beginning of this movie a little bit deeper and stretched it out, and we could have got deeper into it like they did in the first three.
I was still stuck at, you know, is Neo alive or not? Like I was stuck right there. You know what I'm saying? So then once we got to see him, I'm wondering, okay, what happened after he got out of that? What happened when he got hooked up and they took him? You know what I'm saying? Because he wasn't dead. You know what I mean?
Right.
And once they showed what they was doing to him, how they, I guess, rebooted him or fixed him, or you know what I mean, and tuned him up, and then sent him back out there where they wanted him to be at. That's where I guess what you saying. That's where like they could have did this one part about how did he get out of there and what did it take, what did they do, what did they manipulate. So I can understand what you're saying about a part one or a part two. I guess it's the way they arranged the story, the way they wrote it, the way they crammed it, as you say. Yeah, you know what I mean. That's what, you know. I guess that's what I'm not seeing because I'm so stuck on the answer I wanted. So that's pretty much it.
I got you.
Question or something? Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think what they did is basically reintroduce all the other movies for like the current generation because they might have been just born and everything, so they don't know anything about the Matrix. So that makes them go back and watch the other movies and everything and want to know
Absolutely
more
right.
and get
Absolutely right.
interested in the movie. So therefore, like Cook was saying, what happened to him? Was he dead and everything else? So they could go back and view that movie to see everything that did happen. So I think they tried to tie everything together in this one movie to go ahead because they fly away to get you set up for the other movies.
Excellent point. Excellent.
That's good. Yeah, that's right. And hopefully that's what we'll get. Hopefully we'll get some prequel action in these next, you know, maybe hopefully they do a couple more movies and we get to see how we got to this point, like what happened during them 60 years and all of that.
See, that's what I would want to. That's what I would want to be interested in seeing. Like, not that no. Well, I ain't gonna say it's related, but and it kind of is. Maybe I don't know, but Terminator. I've always wanted to see what happened between the time that the war started, right, and then the time that they sent Reese through, because they don't tell you anything about that. You get to see little clips and flashbacks, but we don't really get to see like a real good story, like
good post-apocalyptic world.
It was starvation. It was decimation. it was Annihilation, and it was Termination. That's what was in between. Reese
Yeah,
was the
no,
last
well,
hope, too. You know,
that's why
Reese was the
that's why I
last
love
hope.
that's why I love Terminator Salvations. Like that's the movie where we see John Connor as a full-grown, soldier of the
The whole
resistance, and we
Terminator
see it
series is
going
dope.
down. I love
Hmm.
Terminator. I love
I
Part
love
Terminator.
two,
Terminator
part
too,
two,
man.
part two is my
T2
one.
Yeah,
is
Part
Terminator
two,
Two is the joint.
classic.
part
That's
two,
my favorite
boy.
one. That's my favorite one too, Cooks.
Yeah, T2 is the
Yeah.
one, man.
I like with
I'm gonna say all of them up to Salvation, but the last two that they did, Genesis and other one, I was like,
Yeah, the new
what's her
ones are
name,
like,
Reno?
what the fuck?
Reno, what's her name? The
The
Dragon
new
Queen.
one was good. Whoa, y'all didn't like the new one. The new one was great, man.
no, 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 shoot,
That was one
no,
of the best
no.
ones, man.
I
Yeah,
want
that
to
was
Come on,
shoot
good.
I want
Spain.
to shoot the new ones
There
into the
was
sun, dude.
Well,
Come on, man.
I like the last ones with Daenerys, with the Dragon Queen. I forget her
Yeah,
first
the one with
name.
Daenerys. Yeah.
Genesis.
Woo! Imagine
I mean,
having
look.
imagine having pops looking out for you for 20, 30 years, boy.
Yeah, nah. Listen, some of them they did two new Terminator movies. There was like Dark Genesis, and then there was like something Fate or something. One of them was
Genesis and
really
Dark
bad.
Fate.
Yeah, one of them was really bad. I remember. I don't. One of them was really bad, and the other one I
And
thought was
Terminator
actually
3
pretty
was
good.
really bad. The rest of them were good. The rest of them were good
No,
because
not
the
compared to the
newest,
last two.
the
I
last
disagree with you,
Terminator,
too.
the last Terminator movie is a direct sequel to Terminator 2, literally. And
Yeah,
they said that no other Terminator movie counts now. So you
right.
got Terminator, Terminator 2, and
Retcon.
then
But
and
they
then you
can't
got the
get.
newest one.
They
That's how
can't
they did it in
decanonize.
Halloween. They retconned all the other ones. That's it.
Right. Yep. I mean, but they can't decanonize Salvations because Salvation takes place, in a time way after.
In
It
the
takes
future,
place
right?
in the
Takes place in
future.
the future, right?
Right. So that's not decanonized, but the other ones, yeah. I mean, I think that's the one I think that I liked. Yeah. But yeah, speaking of the Terminator and the Matrix, what do y'all know about Sophia Stewart?
I mean,
Only what we've heard.
yeah, exactly. It's nothing
Right.
in depth.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Yeah.
Okay. So
Well, you read
she
the books.
basically,
You read the books. Let us know.
yeah, I read her screenplay. So Sophia Stewart is the self-proclaimed mother of the Matrix. She claims to have written the screenplays and stories for both Terminator and Matrix, and that they were stolen from her by James Cameron and the Wachowski sisters. She says that she, entered her story into a magazine competition and then never heard anything back. And then years later, The Matrix came out and she went to court. And so she did go to court. She did take her case to court. That's actual fact. The court case did not find her. She didn't win. They didn't find enough similarities or that. Or they didn't find any proof or evidence that the Wachowskis ever were able to see or saw her script or whatever. It's weird though. It's a weird story because while a lot of her claims seem like she's full of shit, a lot of it is like I read the screenplay. You can get it on Amazon, and it's verbatim the same characters, the same like it's just like they changed the name of everything, but you can tell it's the same story. They even changed the fact that in her story, instead of it being Zion and the Matrix, it's Earth and this other planet. You see, so this other planet where humans, the original humans, are now living, and then Earth is like the Matrix where they have people under, whatever, hypno or whatever, but it's not about a matrix. It's not about a computer system, or any of that. It's not about the machines. But then obviously the Terminator is. So basically what she's saying is that she wrote a sci-fi story that was about the machines taking over and imprisoning, enslaving humans. And there's been a lot of stories like that. I mean, that's obviously not a super original story in and of itself. But her screenplay, you cannot deny is like word for word the Matrix premise.
Mm.
But then again, there's enough differences that I guess the Wachowskis were able to win their case or not win her case. But look it up. That's all I can say. It's a big conspiracy theory. Some that follow the conspiracy know about it. McTakala in the building. He's our big conspiracy theorist, homeboy, in the building. So I'm sure he might have some info on that. Yeah, but heard she didn't show up to defend her screenplay in court. That's why she lost.
Wow.
She actually
Mm.
did. She represented herself in court. She was her own lawyer.
Well, he's saying that she didn't show up, so who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah.
Who
No, I mean
knows?
there's
Yeah.
there's a lot of there's a lot. So well, there's this guy that I read an article and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. He said that he's a black writer, journalist, and he said his article is called "Exit the Matrix: How Sophia Stewart Fooled the Black Internet." He's basically saying that black people on the internet wanted her story to be true, and so they've hyped it and made all these shows and articles and whatever, but that when he boiled down to the bones of it and looked for court documentations and actually spoke to her to ask for certain evidence, it just didn't bear fruit. um he said that, well, he talks about Frank Dukes. If you guys remember the movie Bloodsport from the 80s,
Mhm.
Frank Dukes is a ninja who tricked Hollywood into creating a film about his life story that wasn't really his life story. Back in
Jean-Claude Van
1988,
Damme.
they called it Bloodsport. It was a hit, Van Damme. But in the wake of the film's success, the real guy Frank Dukes ran game on the media, got paper, and weaved himself into the history of American martial arts, proclaiming that he was one of the country's first legitimate ninjas. When he talked to the guy, he said he constantly name dropped. He was the first to do this, and he was the first to do that. And it took some time, but after a few ciphers, he realized that the guy was a fugazi. He said he learned his lesson to be mindful of fake ass ninjas. Fast forward till now, right? Fast forward till now, he gets in touch with Sophia Stewart. He said he thought of a very necessary story. Immediately thought of Sophia Stewart, the so-called mother of the Matrix. The internet said and keeps saying that there will be a reboot of the film. He searched, but he couldn't find one lengthy article on her. So he got in touch with her. Her response was, "I would love for you to do a piece on my victory. Great, please call me." He said, as I arranged the interview, she sent close to 19 emails, each with documents he didn't ask for. She requested a pic of him, which he was alarmed by the request, but figured she'd been burned by so many industry people. She probably came to the conclusion that she could only put her faith in Wakanda. uh, so basically, she wanted to know if he was black. So he was amped up. He thought that we were going to go get into some serious Octavia Butler, Sam Delaney, Afrofuturism shit. However, she used, and talk about how she used voodoo to create her epic sci-fi universe, ultimately helping him and the internet to understand the journey of the real black writer. He said he planned the interview for a week in advance so he'd have time to finish his research. He listened to some of the interviews she had online. Homegirl talked a good game. She bragged about how good she wrote, how she was a child prodigy, how she went to NYU, USC, and studied with prestigious professors. She name dropped Marcus Allen, Ronnie Lott, Magic Johnson, and the more talked, she started sounding like a ninja, right? A Frank Dukes fake ass ninja. The following day, he reached out, asked if she had any transcripts available. He said, I also wanted to know if she was still in contact with any of the NFL legends or professors, so that they could verify who she was or if she really was the truth, with her pen. He asked her if she had a copy of the Los Angeles Sentinel article she referenced in the interview, in which she mentioned her plan to make a epic black science fiction film. She told me that I could find it in the book. The Third Eye. Through subsequent emails, she prodded me to purchase her book. I explained that normally when I review or write about a product person, they usually provide me the necessary material, which I can vouch for. If I'm doing an interview with somebody, they're going to give me their book. They're not going to make me buy it, right? But she hesitated, and then I told her that I'd find it in the Los Angeles Sentinel, or find the LA Sentinel article using some databases. She came back with these emails. Subject: You are full of shit, you dumb Nigger, used by the Jews and whites. Clark, read your article. It told me a lot about you. Why not send it to TMZ so you can get some real press? You fake ass house Niger. Like Martin Lawrence would say, now run, go tell that. Sophia Stewart. P.S. The internet is not black or white. Communications have no race or color. It's just pure knowledge, dummy. You're telling someone something good or evil. It's either a lie or the truth. So you so dumb you cannot tell the difference between a truth or a lie. You better have another taco or the smears you told about Latin women. Tell the truth. They rejected your black ass. That's a whole nother thing.
Listen,
So
she has mental health issues. I can
she
already break it down from now.
she does absolutely have mental health issues. I've seen her in several interviews. It's obvious. Um, Now she says to him, Clark, 2 court cases. Look up the Utah transcript. WB and others are part of that case asking for money and a default judgment. This was about both incidents in Utah. You need to read and look at Doc 282 and 283 evidence. That is bullshit what you're talking about. I own Matrix and Terminator. Otherwise, I could not sell it to you, dumbass. You cannot sell other people's copyrighted work. You are full of shit. I know who sent you now. Dig
Wow.
for your answers. I am not sending you shit. While your black asses are shot by white cops,
Wow.
your need to help thieves who have
Wow.
always stolen from us and taken black people into slavery, you doubt my story? You need to prove my story is true? The federal court, FBI, DOJ have already done that. They certainly do not need your help. It is true. Niggers never read. You came to smear. You are full of shit. How much did they pay you? Signed, Sophia Stewart. Now print that statement. He said,
Sound like
I
she
didn't
need
trip.
to unplug from the Matrix.
I mean, he said, I
Hey,
didn't trip. I assured her that I simply wanted to put together a decisive piece that could substantiate her claims. She was like, whatever, and sent a soft copy of Third Eye. Red flags went off while reading the introduction. There were quotes from magazines that didn't really support her claim. I'm generalizing, but they read like this. Sophia Stewart is the person who claims, yada yada magazine. Sophia Stewart wants to tell her story, Blase magazine. Poopity scoop, scoopity whoop, 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 de scoop, lift yourself magazine. I went through the Third Eye and found Los Angeles Sentinel article where she mentioned that she wanted to make a black sci-fi movie. Beyond that, there was a screenplay, her bio and court docs, half of the book that verified that she had filed a lawsuit against the powers that be way back when. I'm going to get to the comments in a second. I see there's a lot of them. I couldn't find any creative genius in her work. While it appears that she had science fiction film in her mental, it was absolutely no resemblance to the current Matrix films. 2005 LA Times article points out that Stewart used the ignorance of the black internet and gullible journalists to promulgate, I don't know this word, promulgate her myth. Her case was later dismissed because she and her attorneys failed to provide evidence. In 1999, a second-year student penned the enormous yet viral article, Mother of the Matrix Victorious. The article created a hype beast, and Sophia Stewart's legend became myth, or myth became legend. The internets believed she won billions. Her victory was nothing more than a defense against a motion to have her case dismissed. So she didn't actually, this is easily researchable, she didn't actually win any lawsuit. What she won was the motion to have her case heard. That's all she won. In 2013, Rock Newman interviewed her over the phone. I remember this interview. On some real ninja shit, she told him that she studied law, journalism, and psychology. on some Frank Duke shit. She told Newman that she was awaiting a settlement of several $billions. Newman said he wanted to marry her and he was going to set up an opportunity for her to come on his show and verify her claims. She never did. In 2013, Time magazine article mentions that the settlement or victory that she keeps alluding to, the one that she mentioned in her first email to me, it was for attorney's fees, not a multi-million that she claimed to get against Warner Brothers. Stewart has made a name for herself by using the powers that be. She's kind of like the guy who claims he's Jay-Z's son. He's using the hype around allegations to promote his music career. The thing is, after listening to him, people realize that he doesn't have Carter flow or genius, and they're not buying his story. Whatever. It's 2018. Woo, woo, woo. Long and short, Homegirl made a career of herself by capitalizing on the ignorance of people who have the same complexion as me. The black internet and people like me wanted to believe that Sophia Stewart was slighted by the industry. We wanted to believe that she had black girl magic, that she was another hidden figure. But when I exited her matrix, I realized that she ain't none of that.
Damn, he movie dropped the hell out of that end statement, boy.
Word. His last sentence is Sophia Stewart is a fake ass ninja with blood sport. Most importantly, she didn't write the Matrix.
Or Terminator.
Yeah. Sophia Stewart is she got some issues, bro. Just listening to the whole thing. Yeah. Now think about what you said, right? She went through the whole spiel of just degrading and all types of defamation on this poor interviewer, right?
Yeah. I mean, you heard her.
And still turned around and gave him a copy of the thing that he was asking for. A soft copy.
Yeah. I mean, if you've ever dealt with someone with, mental issues, mental illness and whatnot, and right, and so have I. And if you have, it's easy to see. And, if you watch someone talk for long enough, it's easy to pick up. For me anyway. I mean, I guess it's like I said, if you've dealt with it, you recognize certain things, certain mannerisms, certain habits, patterns of talking, storytelling, things like that.
Hey, Reno.
I've seen her in several interviews, and I could always tell she was a little touched, but I always believed her story. Because why not? Like, is it that unbelievable that white people stole something from black people? I mean, come on.
I mean, it's not that unbelievable, but it gotta add up, man. You gotta dot your I's and cross your T's if you think you're gonna get anything back from this government that you can't control.
Yeah.
You presenting a case,
just what the Matrix is all about.
They're gonna
control
chop just from the door. So unless you got proof, you're not getting nothing from this world.
Right. You have to have extra proof. Proof on proof on proof. And
over proven, huh?
It's almost a sad story, man.
It is.
It's
I mean, if it's true, it is. If it's true, it is. Because you think about it, those are. If you think about those are right. If you think about those are the two biggest franchises in the last 20, 30 years: Terminator and The Matrix.
They're up there, yeah.
They're
up there. Yeah, and I mean they were big, especially Terminator. When Terminator 2 came out, that was big.
The 2 was
huge. Bigger than the first one. It was huge. It was bigger than the first one.
And what's funny is that T2, like The Matrix, changed the way movies are done. CGI, like they had the liquid metal dude, that was revolutionary. That was the first time we had that. A big CGI, right? CGI in the middle of the movie with live action mixed in, like that was one of the first, if not the first, that did it. And then The Matrix, changed shit with wire work, what they call wire glue and all of that, bullet time, all of that. So yeah, they were both very revolutionary movies and stories, and they capture the imagination, like they really capture the American, or maybe just the human fear of technology, or
Bourne and Jason Bourne. Don't forget Jason Bourne.
Yeah,
Bourne. Yeah, that captured America too.
Yeah.
Why does Cooks move like Jason Bourne? That's how Cooks move. He kind of move like Jason Bourne.
Let me ask you something, man. bullet time, right? Everybody, bullet time, right? Bullet time, Stu. Bullet time, Reno. Bullet time, Spade, Miss Spade. Bullet time, Cooks, right? Bullet time.
All
All the
right.
time.
The Matrix is one of the most missed shots movies that I've ever seen. Like they be shooting shots and nobody get hit until you get the close up on somebody. It'd be like 1,000 bullets getting shot, and everybody still.
Yeah.
I said,
You know what? I didn't want
when,
to say that, but he's right. He's right.
when
'Cause when
Bugs
I
was
went back and
running,
watched him, yeah.
when Bugs was running, they probably shot about 500 bullets at Bugs. Bugs got hit one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's just funny sometimes. I'm like, man.
Well, you know what? I kind of got an explanation. When you watch The Matrix, they move so fast that it is kind of hard to shoot them. Like when they did the building scene, the hallway with Trinity and Neo. What people don't realize is like if you ever watch the Bionic Man, they slow down and it makes the noise.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving so right. He's moving so fast that when people look at him, they slow it down so you can see him. That's why they do it the bullet time. Like when the guys were shooting at him, that's why they kept missing because they move so fast. They're breaking the rules.
Right.
They don't move at regular speed. Like Trinity was moving really fast when she kicked him, when she hit him. Even when they were shooting at him, see Neo was flipping through all the bullets, and he was just that's how fast he was moving. And remember how the one guy, if you look at the faces of the guys, look how they keep looking. If you watch the original Matrix, the first movie, when they're in that hallway, look how the guys are looking at him like, yo, like, what are they like? What are they doing? Like they're looking like they can't believe that he's moving that fast, or that Trinity's
Yeah.
moving that fast. So
So
they're actually moving a little faster than
program
normal.
is being outsmarted by a program, basically, right? Like a program is watching another program outsmart him in the Matrix.
Well, it's like the agents can
The agents are faster.
they can
They can bend
completely
the
right because
Program.
they can completely manipulate and bend the laws of what we consider the laws of physics in our
Exactly.
world. They can completely bend it because
That's what I
they
wanted to hear.
know that the Matrix is fake. Well, when humans get jacked into the real to the Matrix, they can do that, but they have to really beat all their lifetime of mental indoctrination that when something you let go of it, it's gonna fall. Gravity's real. Like they have to really get past
That's the
that
human
that
aspect.
that human that yeah, and it's nearly
Because the
impossible.
programs,
It's basically impossible.
because the
But the
programs,
It's
program
like
is
playing. You know what?
they
A
don't,
good example.
they don't worry about the fear.
It's like playing a video game and you put it on the hardest level, and you see how it moves faster than you. It outthinks you. Like it's like that. Like the agents are like the hardest level of video game you ever played, but your reflexes are faster than you know what I
Damn,
mean.
JV.
AV. Thank you.
Shout out to
Thank you.
attainable. That's attainable right there.
Anyone?
He's referring to your hat, I believe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Stu looking like Ninja Scroll.
Word up.
What's that?
The only
Yes, sir.
the only real ninja who got an Instagram and won't post nothing.
Yeah.
Well, if I
Get
did,
him.
if I did, then
Get
I
him.
Stu, you hard to find, Stu.
well, I'm a ninja. Ninjas are hard to find. I thought, you know what I mean. If I posted, then you know my position. And
I said
ninjas
post
just
a
don't
comic
do
book.
that. Ninjas just don't do that.
Ah, shoot.
I got you tonight, Spade. Tonight I will post something just for
You
you.
said
Matter of
that
fact, I got something special.
Man, you
man.
said that
I
last
know, man.
last show on
But I got
last
something
show.
for you tonight. Don't worry about it. I got you tonight.
Stu.
I got you. I
Just
got
so
you.
we know you real, Stu. When you post, you tag all of us so we know that we're not in the Matrix and that we're in the reality with you. All right. So tag
Yeah.
us.
Matter of fact, I'll put y'all in
Don't
bullet
believe
time.
him. Don't
I'll
believe
put
him.
you in bullet time. I'll put you in
Hey,
bullet time.
Spade, you feel me, Spade? You know what I'm
I
Don't
saying?
believe
feel
him.
you. I feel you, Monty. I feel you, man.
Yes.
Number 227, yo.
Place like home
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
with your family around you.
So-
You're never alone.
Cookie
What's
Monster in
up,
the building.
Sans? What's up,
Sam.
Shout out
Sans?
Sam.
Sans,
What
what's
up, bro?
What's
up?
up, peeps?
Where we just chopping it up,
Now
man.
that's
We
something they
talking
need to
about
remake. I think they need to remake the Bionic Man and Bionic Woman. I think we should get a
Well, of
remake of that.
course. And the Bionic Dog and Bigfoot. Don't forget that.
Don't forget Bigfoot. Yeah, don't forget Bigfoot.
And the bionic dog too.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun.
don't forget the dog. Yeah, Max. The dog's name was Max.
Look, quick question, guys. What this is? I got two questions for the whole group. Right? Question number one: what other line or movie can go with the Matrix? We've seen combinations of different things go together to form one movie. Is there anything that can go with the Matrix to make a movie? Now we were talking about Terminator earlier. Is that
What do you
possible,
mean?
Cooks?
I know what he
What do you mean?
mean. I know exactly what he mean.
Tell me, what
Like
does he
what
mean?
other movie? Like he's saying, like he's well, if I correct me if I'm wrong now, Morty, but like another movie that can match it, go with it. You know what I'm saying? Like
You mean like
Conan and
stand
Red
next to it?
Sonja, like Conan and Red
Combined.
Sonja. You know what I'm
What
I
can
saying?
make
mean,
a blockbuster movie if the Matrix was combined with what? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah,
What about
yeah.
Minority Report?
What you say, Miss Spade?
Minority Report?
Mm,
Minority Report.
Mm.
interesting.
Mm.
I still don't
That
know what
would be.
you're saying though. Are you saying you mix two movies into one movie?
All right, I'm gonna keep it simple, like horror movie. Freddy versus Jason. Boom. You got
Oh,
two
okay.
things like that.
Yeah.
Boom. Let's go.
I got
Wonder
you.
what
Yeah.
do.
Matrix.
Okay. Star
What?
Wars versus Star Trek. The two
Mm,
technologies
Uh,
different, but
Johnny
both can.
Mnemonic.
Hey,
Johnny
Stu, take
Mnemonic.
my money now,
Johnny
Stu.
Mnemonic.
Johnny Mnemonic.
Yes.
Mm.
Johnny
Johnny
I
Mnemonic
don't
is
know
Mnemonic.
how.
classic. Well, it's cyberpunk. It's cyberpunk for sure. It's
Now,
future
I asked you guys this
technology,
because
dystopian future.
the
You could do
Terminator
Battlestar
concept,
Galactica.
the
You could do
Terminator concept
Battlestar
sounded
Galactica
really
versus
good.
Terminator.
Yes.
That'd be dope.
The computers need help. They're losing, right? They're losing the war in this matrix, right? So
Hmm.
Right.
we seek help from the AI of Terminator Cyberdyne.
In this
Somehow,
movie, there is no war.
well, imagine them hooking up with
The machines are
Cyberdyne
happy
and Neo and them having to deal with that.
with Cyberdyne.
Yes.
That's kind of it is that. Like that's if you watch Animatrix, it's basically the Terminator story. It's just that the Matrix is what happens after. Like go back in your mind, go to Terminator Salvation, watch that movie, like see where they are. Like imagine they continue on and the machines eventually win. The machines win. The Matrix is what happens after the machines won.
I think it would be more like
You
I
feel me?
understand what you're saying. This is more like a reality troopers versus you know what I mean? The plugged up
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
simulations. You got your
Right.
ground troops,
The
you got
Zion,
your
the
flying troops.
Zion people. Right.
I don't
And
know.
the
This is just
resistance.
something I was thinking about.
Yeah, nah, that would be dope. That
All
would be
right.
dope.
I got a
Second
few kind
question.
of
Real,
off the wall suggestions for you, Multi.
what you got,
One
Spade?
would be what could I combine with the Matrix? One would be Enemy of the State, like especially with the original Matrix, how everything got put
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
something, and
Gene
everybody
Yeah.
Hackman and Will
everybody
Smith.
whatever Will Smith and Gene Hackman did. So Enemy of the State would be one.
Okay.
Yeah.
iRobot would be another,
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
and,
Mm-hmm.
iRobot's another movie that you could see in the Animatrix.
Yes.
yeah, that's
Watch
true.
Animatrix.
Yeah.
It's
And the
Battlestar
third one,
Galactica is one you can see within the Matrix.
yeah, Animatrix will show you. That's why I was telling you, Spade, to watch Animatrix, the animated Animatrix, because there's literally a part that's just like iRobot,
mhm,
and then there's a part that's just like Terminator. It's basically telling those stories. Like it starts off, where we are now, then it goes to iRobot, and then they revolt, and then then it goes to the Terminator where there's an all-out war, and then the humans to win that war blacken out the sky. They cover it with a coating, whatever they did to blot out the sun completely,
mhm,
because the machines were winning, but they run off solar energy. So if they cut off the sun, yeah, it's not good for humans, but the machines are done. That's their thinking.
It's a lose-lose.
Machines figure out, okay, they took away the sun. We're gonna have to find another way to get our energy, and they get it through the electricity that's in the human brain, which is not real. They can't do that really. But Ghost in the Shell is another one.
Yes.
Y'all seen Ghost in the Shell?
Yes.
That's another one that is just like the Matrix. Anytime where they got virtual
travel through the code.
Yeah.
All right. Reno, I have another quick question for everybody.
One more suggestion before your question. Well, one more movie to kind of go with it.
I was gonna say Lucy. Have you seen Lucy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Lucy was good. Yeah,
Lucy was fire.
That was slept on. That was a slept on movie, but that was really
Very.
I
Very.
agree. That was a good one. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and we could keep going like with Dos Machina. It's a lot of things that can kind of go with this. Mother, it's
Chappie.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Chap. Yep.
Oh, don't forget Johnny number 5.
Let's go back. Johnny 5, right?
Well, Johnny
Short
5. Yeah.
What he
Short
said. Yeah,
circuit.
yeah.
Let's
Short
go to
circuit.
Johnny 5.
Johnny 5
My
is
boy.
alive.
My boy, Short Circuit.
Yeah, Short Circuit.
All
I
right.
like when he came out all gold.
Yeah.
Tricked out.
Oh yeah. You can't,
The
yeah.
last one. That was
Yeah,
the
the
last
last
one.
one. He came out all gold at the end. He was like, "Yeah, I'm pimping now." Come on, man.
All right, look, rapid fire roundtable, real quick. Stu, Reno, both the Spades and Cooks. Red pill or blue pill?
I'm taking the red.
Who said that? Cooks? You got
Yeah.
Spades, red?
Cook said that fast.
Red pill?
Mm-hmm.
Stu,
Yes.
red pill?
Red pill, definitely.
Reno, red pill.
I think we all say the red pill, but
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we really took that red pill and ended up in that place eating that rusty oatmeal.
We got
That's all you
strawberries now.
They got
Well,
strawberries. You can put some strawberries in that oatmeal.
Yeah.
but Niobe's also like 89 years old too, so not a lot of time to enjoy that life. But
Listen,
no, I mean, of
somebody else
course,
gonna be in
we
charge
all
of it.
would definitely want to take that red pill, man. Hands down, of course, we want to know the truth. But all people would not say that. Like, remember your boy in the first movie, Cypher, played by Joey Pants.
Piece of shit.
Yeah, yeah, real scumbag. Real
Yeah, he
fucking
made it
scumbag.
clear. He made it clear that he made a mistake and he
The
should have
only
took the
reason
blue
I
pill.
like him is because of the Bad Boy movies. But the Matrix movie, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, buddy.
He's a piece of shit in The Sopranos too.
Yeah.
Anybody
I
watch
forgot he was
Sopranos?
I forgot he was in Sopranos. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ralphie.
Yeah, I forgot that. I literally forgot he was in that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
he
true.
was a real asshole in Ralph in Sopranos too. Big Country, shout out Big Country, said Transformers.
What's up, Big Crunch?
Big Country.
Word up.
Yeah, Transformers. I'm a big Transformers fan, man. I'm on.
Yeah, we need another movie, right, Stu?
Come on,
We getting
Zartan.
one. We getting one based on Beast Wars.
Woo! I got the whole series of Beast Wars, all the seasons, everything.
Oh man.
Good. Yeah, I got them all too.
Salute, Big
I think I
Country.
do. Actually, no, I don't. I don't have Beast Machines. I have the original Beast Wars ones, but I don't have the Beast Machines.
Talking about the cartoons, right?
Yeah, I don't have the Beast Machines.
Mm.
Or they went back to Cybertron. I don't
Remember
have
school,
those.
they started getting crazy and like morphing them and the tiger and was an eagle and all this. It was
Oh yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Scorpion
Yeah, they
eyes.
were the Transmetals? The Transmetals or whatever they were. Yeah.
Yes.
The Dinobots.
Dinobots are
It
dope.
wasn't no
You know what? Let me
Dinobots.
ask
There
you
was only one
ask you
Dinobot.
guys. Here's a question. I was watching a channel on YouTube. There was a guy, and he was talking about the Dinobots, and he was saying how more than meets the eye was the whole concept of the whole thing. But he was like, if you take the Dinobots, how could the Transformers hide if there was no such Dino? And what he didn't realize was, and I had left one of the comments in this thing, and I was like, what you don't realize is that in the cartoon, they interacted with humans. Megatron, Optimus, they never hid from humans.
Nope.
In the cartoon. They never hid. So when they made the Dinobots, they made the Dinobots based on what Spike told them about dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
And that was what it was. It wasn't for them to hide. The Dinobots was for them to use them. They were powerful. I mean, they ran off of superpower. And when they were in their robot form, that was their strongest form. Like they were
Well,
armored, they couldn't be penetrated and things like that.
I
You couldn't shoot them.
remember another story too, Stu, about them being resurrected, and it was they was near a museum or something. So they all got, or it was like fossils around them. It was no sentient life for the Dinobots, but the only thing that was able to be scanned was DNA from extinct dinosaurs in the ground.
I
Then
thought
with
they
the
came
comic,
here.
the
I
comic
thought
or
they
the movie.
Or the
Because in the
cartoon.
movie that's what they did, but in the comic book and the cartoon, they were all cyber, and they had created Dinobots, and Shockwave had like Grimlock was smarter, and he had like they were like an elite team, and they went to go spy on Shockwave, and Shockwave caught them and did experiments on them and made
but were
them,
the Dinobots
stronger, but they were dumber.
sent to Earth, or they was on Earth when dinosaurs was alive?
This is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Depends on depends on what you how you want to put
In
it.
the cartoon or the
Just
comic, the
remember,
original
just
story.
remember how
No, in the
long
cartoon they built
Transformers.
them.
In the cartoon,
Yeah, no, in
Uh-huh.
the cartoon
Remember how long
built
they
the
crash
Dinobot.
landed on Earth.
Yeah, nah, they weren't
Wait,
invented.
wait.
Wheeljack and them built them. They built the Dinobot.
They built the
Wheeljack and
Dinobots
Ratchet, they built
on
them. Yeah, they built
Cybertron
them from scratch. No, they built them on Earth.
on Earth. They built them on Earth while dinosaurs were alive.
No,
No, dinosaurs were extinct,
Okay.
and Spike
they
was
took
They
the
telling them
built them on
DNA.
Earth,
about dinosaurs.
designed them after dinosaurs.
Yes,
Right.
they
And then
What?
scanned.
Teletran
Hey,
One
Reno, they
scanned them.
scanned them
He
up.
scanned the
It was
bones. Yeah,
nothing alive.
Teletran One scanned the bones. And then they made
Why
dinosaur
would they do
templates
that?
out of that.
Why
well,
would they do
Because
that?
didn't they the
there were fossils
Autobots
inside
and
the cave that they
Decepticons
crashed in.
land in like
Yes,
prehistoric
yes,
Earth
Stu.
first?
Say
Yeah.
it again, Spade.
No,
I
in
said, didn't in the original
in
cartoon the Autobots and the Decepticons land in prehistoric Earth and were like frozen before being reawakened first?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, they crash
yeah,
landed before human
600 million
civilization.
years. Yeah,
So
they crashed
that's
landed
what Reno
six
was
hundred million
saying.
years
Like
ago.
that's where they got the idea of building the Dinobots.
That's what I was saying. Like maybe
No, they
when
got the
they
idea
when they
from
were
Spike.
here back then.
Remember Bumblebee in the cartoon, Bumblebee went to a museum with Spike, and he was showing them, things of Earth's past and things that happened while they were asleep. And Bumblebee saw dinosaurs. He was like, "Yo, what are those?" Spike was like, "Oh, they were dinosaurs. They ruled the Earth like 60 million years ago." So then he
Right.
goes back and he's talking to Wheeljack and Ratchet.
Yep.
Wheeljack and Ratchet like, "Wow, like they were really powerful." Then they found some dinosaur bones inside of the volcano that they crashed in. Teletran One scanned it, and then they built dinosaurs off of those templates. So that's when you had Grimlock, Slag, and Sludge. And then they built them, but they had these like other frames that they were using for nothing. And Wheeljack told them, like, look, their brains aren't that big like dinosaurs, but
Yep.
they're powerful like dinosaurs. So that was the problem. And then they went berserk and left, and then they built Snarl and Swoop to stop, the first three, because they were so powerful. Like if they're in their robot form, that's their weakest form. You can take
Right.
them out.
Mhm.
Right.
But when they transform into dinosaurs, they're pretty much indestructible. You can't really
And that's
do too
what kind
much
of
with
why
them.
they always stay in dinosaur form because they're
Right.
Be
That's why they
indestructible.
Grim,
stand. Yeah. Yeah.
be Grimlock like Stu Dog story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell them, Stu.
Okay. Because
And
I
Yeah.
was
plus,
like,
Man.
I remember that like from the cartoon because I had the cartoon on DVD. It's just been a while since I've seen it, and
mhm.
I remember this Autobots and the Decepticons crash landed on prehistoric Earth and stuff, and it was just like, all right, cool. But I remember them being frozen. I just don't remember where the Dinobots came in. So thank you,
Yeah. They
Stu.
came in the middle.
Uh,
Yeah. They
Yeah,
came in the middle.
they were shells. They were already like composite beings, but then they needed to have a form.
Right. They didn't have any life or any, and Wheeljack and them brought them to life. The
Yep.
frames that they used, Wheeljack said they were like subpar.
Okay.
And so
But at the
they were
same
just lying
time,
around. They was like spare parts lying around.
it was that old Cybertron metal too, though.
Right.
Right. Right. And then they just used them to make the Dinobots.
hmm.
But Ratchet even said it. He said because they weren't built on Cybertron, they didn't have the means to make them as smart as they were,
Mm-hmm.
and
Right.
that was the problem.
That's
But
why
in the
when
comics,
I was gonna say
If you
that's
go
why
to
it
the
was
comic books,
devastating.
Grimlock.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Grimlock
Was
is the
devastating.
man in the comics.
He is.
Yeah, in the comics,
He got
Grimlock is the
his own
man. Yeah,
comic.
Grimlock. Yeah, Grimlock is the man in the comics. As a matter of
Yes.
fact, he's so much the man
Legendary.
that he actually is the only one of the Autobots that can physically take on Optimus Prime and pretty much win.
Yes. He's
And
the
there's a couple,
equivalent of a Prime.
right? And in the comics, he actually challenged Optimus for leadership a few times, or would just leave. Like he would just be like, you know what, I ain't got time for Optimus. He'd be like, Dinobots, let's roll. And they would roll out of there. And Optimus would have a hard time convincing them to go on missions. Like they sent the Autobot in the comics, they sent the Dinobots on a lot of stealth missions,
Yeah.
a lot of suicide missions that they knew they wouldn't be able to complete. But Optimus knew if he sent the Dinobots in there, they would get the job done. Like he'd be like, yo, I need the Dinobots. But he would have to argue with Grimlock to get it done, because Grimlock would be like, well, yo, why would I need to do this for you? I'm stronger than you.
Yeah.
And why do I have to listen to you?
Optimus
Like, why
would
do I have to
always
listen to you in the first place?
Optimus would get him with logic all the time. He'd would kind of maneuver around.
You had to. Yeah, you had
Yeah.
to. Yeah, you had to. Because Grimlock was strong.
Mhm.
Grimlock was real strong.
Mhm.
So, but Shockwave captured him in the comics, and then he altered their perception abilities, but he made them stronger, and that's how they got the way they were in the comics. Because the comic, you gotta remember, the comic is two different continuities. And remember, there was one where even Shockwave is almost as strong as Megatron. A lot of people don't realize that either. Because remember, in the comic, Shockwave came to Earth. He got tired of Megatron, just always losing to the Autobots. He comes to Earth. He kills like just about all the Autobots, and even Optimus Prime, and then he turns on Megatron. And then he kills Megatron, and he has them all in stasis, hanging up as like trophies. And then he came to Earth and he took over. And Bumblebee, Spike, and I think it was Ratchet was the one that freed them all. And then they had it took like all of them to revolt against Shockwave in order to take him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shockwave was a bad boy.
People don't realize how dangerous Shockwave is.
Mhm.
Shockwave is the dude.
Yeah,
with
they
the
don't.
cassette tape.
That's Soundwave.
Nah, that's Soundwave.
He's like a big
Soundwave is my guy.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Soundwave is my dude, though. I mean, I never really understood the Transformers. Like, why there was a semi truck on Cybertron? Like, why were there these?
Nah, they weren't trucks on Cybertron. They were not Earth. They weren't Earth vehicles on Cybertron.
They weren't Earth vehicles.
It was
But
like
in the comics,
it was a big ass hover truck, like a hover.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a truck. Yeah, it was like a truck structure, but it wasn't a semi.
Stu, right? No wheels to the ground on Cybertron. It was like hover.
Nope. Yeah, they were hover, and they were hovering. Some of them had wheels, and most of them did. Like all the Decepticons flew, and they were actually built for war. The Autobots were like labor. They were labor bots.
What a disadvantage for the Autobots all the time.
Oh, big time.
Every episode, it ended up being 9-2, 9 versus 2 or something, because they would just get taken out,
Yeah.
Even in the movie, when they jumped onto the shuttle, when they were coming back to Earth, how they just ripped through the joint, and then they would just Megatron transform. Yeah, he was just blowing holes in all of them. He was just like, look. He was like,
that's
I
what
got
made me
this.
respect Hot Rod, though. Hot Rod, that 86 movie, that's probably one of the best. You could put that on right now, and I'll watch it all the way through. That
Transformers, the 86, the old movie.
Transformers, the movie. Yeah.
See, I was in G.I. Joe at the time. G.I. Joe was my shit. Like,
it just made me hate Rodimus that much more, because he was so. What's his name? Not Rodman. What was the name? The dude that he couldn't.
Ultra Magnus.
Ultra Magnus is so.
Ultra Magnus.
He just terrible. Terrible. Mutiny.
Because Ultra Magnus was like second in command, but he wasn't. He just didn't have what it. Yeah, he didn't have what it took to be a leader. He's Ultra Magnus.
Guilty or innocent.
Ultra Magnus told Dying Prime, "I'm just a soldier. I'm not worthy." Which Ultra Magnus knew it.
Get to the back, Ultra. Get to the
To the back.
Plus you got
he was
plus remember he wasn't the leader, and then you got to remember Ultra Magnus too. He actually like Prime, but when you see the way he looks, that's an armor that he's wearing. That
Hmm.
whole thing that he's wearing, that's an armor. He actually can come
Yeah.
out of that. That's actually an armor that he wears because he's actually weaker than Prime.
yeah.
But that
Well, I don't
armor
know how
powers him up.
we got so far from the Matrix and into Transformers.
I
Because they
know,
couldn't
right?
comment about
Easy.
Transformers being involved in the Matrix. So
Ah, okay.
Let's dive back into the Matrix,
Let's
everybody.
dive back into the
I
Matrix. All
know it's
right, let's
just a
do
small window, small mirror, but dive in. Go ahead,
Dive
everybody, back
in.
in,
that.
back in,
Y'all
Let's get
see
back
it.
back to
in,
the Matrix. All right.
back
Well,
in.
so now
anyway,
we're
in the
gonna dive
Matrix,
into the Matrix.
Trinity, yeah, right. Anyway, Trinity, Neo, and Morpheus, they move very fast. They move faster than normal. That's why normal people look at them like they're crazy when they see them move because they move real fast. So,
Yeah, because they can manipulate the laws of physics as we know them.
right now the robot,
Because
now the programs can move 10 times faster than they can,
they
and
can
that's why they can't
completely.
shoot them. Right.
Yeah. This movie almost didn't get made though. It was while making the Matrix films, the originals, the Wachowskis told their their close collaborators at the time that they had no intention of making any other movies after the Matrix Revolutions.
That's true.
Instead, they
Yeah.
gave their blessing to the notion of gamers inheriting the storyline, and then the Matrix Online video game was billed as the official continuation of the movies. And then rumors of a new installment began to circulate online in 2011 when it was reported that the Wachowskis had been planning 2 additional films in the series and had discussions with Keanu Reeves about reprising his role. Another rumor in 2014 claimed that his sisters had submitted a story treatment for a new Matrix trilogy to Warner Brothers, but they were confirmed to be false. But in February 2015, in interviews promoting Jupiter Ascending, that film was pretty cool. Lily
Hmm.
Wachowski called a return to the Matrix 1999 a particularly repelling idea in these times when studios preferred to greenlight sequels, reboots, and adaptations over original material. While Lana Wachowski, addressing rumors about a potential reboot, said that they had not heard anything but believed the studio might be looking to replace them. At various times, Keanu Reeves and Hugo Weaving each confirmed their interest and willingness to reprise their roles in a potential future installments of the Matrix films, with the stipulation that the Wachowskis were, involved in the creative and production process. And then in 2017, The Hollywood Reporter writes that Warner Brothers was in the early stages of developing a relaunch of the franchise with Zach Penn in talks to write a treatment and interest in getting Michael B. Jordan attached to star in it. The Wachowskis were not involved in at all at that stage, although the studio had hoped for their blessing. The notion of a reboot or remake was denounced by Zach Penn, and ideas for stories set in the already established universe were explored, including reportedly a prequel film about a young Morpheus or a sequel film from a descendant of his. In March 2018, Penn said he was working on a revival of the franchise and teased the possibility of an expanded universe. Penn clarified in October 2019 that he had been working on one of the 2 Matrix projects at Warner Brothers and that his work was separate from the planned film. Penn's film didn't go ahead in favor of Wachowski's film. Jada Pinkett Smith later reflected that handing the franchise's legacy over to other filmmakers would have been a horrendous mistake. But the Wachowskis originally were not gonna. They didn't want to do another reboot remake, because that's all Hollywood is really turning out, has been turning out. Like those are uh, the most successful movies right now. Do you guys think that our generation is somehow or some way more prone to wanting nostalgia or liking nostalgia than other generations? Or we just really nostalgia based? Because it seems like our generation is like always wanting and making like remakes and reboots and retellings of stuff that we're nostalgic about.
They stuck in the loop. Everybody's
I
stuck
think
in
we
the loop.
just right. I think we just miss I think you know what. I'm gonna be honest. I think we just missed good cinema, man. Like, yeah, I think when we came
Good
up, man,
cinema.
we had E.T., Goonies.
Yeah.
Man, we had that original Richard Donner film with his Superman original, Superman 2. It's one of the greatest Superman
Quality
movies ever
film.
made. Quality
Yeah,
film,
agree.
quality acting, quality actors. Uh, you know,
I think
people
we're
use their
missing that.
imaginations, right? People
Mm,
use their imagine, and people just don't use their imagination now. Like everything has to be based in reality. Like I'm watching Lost in Space,
People are lazy,
and
Stu.
right, it was just too much. We got a couple seasons and it failed because they dragged the story out too long, and it was just too much about the Robinsons and not their adventures. The original Lost in Space was about the adventures of the Robinsons lost in space.
right.
This one, it just the robot wasn't even he was a robot alien and they didn't launch with the robot. I mean, it's just like
Mm,
they made
Let me
Dr.
tell you
Smith a woman,
something.
which I'm okay with. I'm okay with Doc because she played the part of Dr. Smith, but I just think that it was unnecessary to change the gender of that role, but it worked. But it just wasn't about being lost in space. It was just they
right.
they knew
But
where they were
we
going. Like I was
we
like,
seem to
why
want
you want
retellings
originality,
or we want nostalgia too.
right?
Oh,
Because people use their imaginations.
that Lost in Space with Joey Tribbiani. I mean, that's not his name, but you know what I mean. Joey Lawrence, whatever.
Right.
The Friends dude. That was a heartfelt one right there. If you watch that, bro, watch that movie. Go back and watch that. It's like a 2002, 2004. That's one of the best Lost in Space
Yeah, that
films
was
I've
a
ever
good movie.
seen.
Mm,
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Excellent,
Yeah. The new
excellent
I
one,
don't
movie.
think I
the
saw that.
new one, the new one, it's they wasn't lost in space. I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah. What is Sans talking about? He says the Neo swap was not good for me.
They turn what you call it the Neo. That's what he talking about. They turn
Who?
They
her. They
did.
turn Trinity. They turn Trinity to the wolves.
Trinity into Neo. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
ain't like
mean,
that either.
guys, she was always the stronger part of the one. That's what they're
Mm,
telling us.
Ain't it? What I guess. Well,
Hey,
I don't like it because they gave us three movies of him being the one. So
it's
when you
not right.
when they showed this one, I wasn't ready for her. You know, that's where the story got confusing for me
mm.
at because I wasn't ready for that. Like I understood their connection is the ultimate, but now she the one. You know what I'm saying? Like the
I didn't
part where
see
they
that.
took.
I didn't feel like she was the one. I don't feel like she took over as the one. I feel
I
like
thought
they
it was.
just made it
I thought
where
it was just
them
clearly put
two,
that she is more established as the one. Reno.
or they just he needs her, she needs him. Like they need each other to be the one.
Right. You remember when they reactivated him, right? And they pulled him away. The robots was pulling him away,
Right.
and Trinity put her hand up. You know, activate me
Uh-huh.
now. Come get me. You know, and they
Yeah.
pulled him away, but she automatically, you know, reached out
Right.
to
Well, yeah, she
solidify
was.
the oneness as they was
Yeah.
pulling him by. And then
Yeah.
she, you know, and you seen it was like, you know what?
Well,
And
they
she
made
did
her.
that
Yeah,
to the
they made her capable and. Oh, okay. No, what he meant was Morpheus. Okay.
Didn't like that either.
All
But I
right. So
No,
he didn't.
understood
He
Morpheus.
didn't
why.
Yeah.
mean
A lot of
Neo.
people. No, he's
He
right.
meant
Sanskrit got a
Morpheus.
point.
A
A
lot of
lot
people
of
were
people was
mad.
not feeling that. They were not feeling the fact that Lawrence wasn't in the movie. Morpheus was younger.
Now,
A lot of people.
let me ask y'all. Let me say this part.
Well,
Morpheus was a
I
program.
understood. Like I understood why they gave they gave us that, and it's like even though he wasn't in the movie, they still showed him scenes that like kind of put him in the
yeah,
movie. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So like, okay, he wasn't in the movie like we want him in there, but they had him.
But he
They
was
had
still in the
his
movie.
for a certain purpose. So like
Uh-huh.
that part right there didn't bother me as much as Trinity start flying like Neo did. You know what I mean? Like that part got me a little bit more, but I can
Right.
Right.
Because
understand why. Go ahead.
what cooks in the original movies. Remember how we talking about how fast they were? Morpheus
Hmm.
was actually faster and stronger than all the rest of them. And that's why
Right.
he was such a legend inside the Matrix because
Right,
he could
right.
actually kind of take on a program if he really wanted to. He just wasn't as strong as they were. He was pretty fast, and he could do a
You know
lot.
what it
That's why
was?
when they were fighting when he was fighting Neo, they made a big deal of it. It was like, yo, Morpheus is fighting Neo. And
Yeah.
remember what Neo said to him? He was like, yo, you just too fast. And then Morpheus said, I'm only fast because you think I'm faster than you, but I'm not really faster than you.
Yeah, if you just know that you're faster, you'll be faster.
You'll be faster, right?
Just know that that this matrix ain't real, and you'll be able to manipulate it
Right.
and break all its laws and rules. But so the
Mhm.
casting, yeah, they hired or they uh Yahya Abdul Mateen II was cast in the film, with some sources speculating he'd be Morpheus. At the time, Neil Patrick Harris was added as Undisclosed World following Trilogy. Yabba. Yes, indeed, playing Morpheus. Lawrence Fishburne, who portrayed Morpheus in the original trilogy, announced in August 2020 that he was not asked to reprise his role as Morpheus. This I'm not sure. I did. No one's. They're not saying no. Like no one's ever said why they chose to do it that way.
No,
And
they're not.
but I think that it made sense for the movie because remember this takes place 60 years later. So if Fishburne was in it, he would have been like Niobe. He would be like 80 whatever years old at that point. Because he would have just aged normally because and I guess he did, right? He ended up they said he aged, he lived, he died. Um this
Small stuff. The
Morpheus.
Matrix is all right. She said it was good.
Who?
Smalls. This is Smalls, guys.
Small.
Oh, Smalls. There's Smalls. Okay. Yo, look at Smalls. What is
Going
that? A
on,
chihuahua?
Smalls.
Yes, Applehead.
Aw, the baby.
I like that.
He said, I love the little girl callback. Jada was about to whoop that ass. Yeah, man. You know, I guess it made sense to have to pick a young actor to play Morpheus because they wanted to reprise. They could have just left the character of Morpheus out, but the only way to bring
Right.
him in was to have a new young actor play him because like we said it's 60 years later.
Well,
And the only reason that Neo
here's
didn't
a good
age is
question.
because the machines were
Hey,
keeping
my
him
man is
young.
hot right now from Candyman and all that other stuff. So
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right.
But I got a good that
Shout
brings
out
up a
Comic
really
hey,
good
Comic
question.
Isle. What's up,
If
Comic
people
Isle?
wasn't feeling Morpheus, this new Morpheus or younger Morpheus, what's gonna happen when we come out with Blade? Because Wesley
right.
Snipes could physically still play
Oh
Listen,
man.
I
comics
don't like it
Blade
already.
ages like
I
Don't
don't like
get
it
superhuman.
me
already.
So
started
you
on
could do it
that.
I
older,
heard you like
right? You
too.
could do an older Blade.
Oh
Yeah, you could do
I heard
you
you
man.
like
could
I don't
do an
like it
old man
already.
Blade.
No,
Don't get
I
me
don't like it
started.
already.
That's
Oh,
like
what's
that's
that?
See,
like
look,
that's
yeah,
like
see,
They ain't gotta
uh,
have Mashar Ali to do that. He don't. Come on now.
I want my Wesley
yeah,
Snipes.
Right.
And
see.
Wesley need that money, man.
Oh
Remember
my
that
goodness.
tax shit is
Hey,
hitting him, man.
hey,
Wesley need
Yeah.
multiverse.
that money.
Hey, multiverse. Watch this. Watch this multiverse. You ready, Stu? Just like I want my
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman to play Wolverine, baby.
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
You know what I'm saying? Spade. Y'all know what I'm saying? Just like I want my Hugh Jackman. You know what I mean? Ain't
Yeah,
nobody
okay.
else. Ain't nobody
Okay.
else.
That's like
So
We
me
need a we
Spade,
being
need
with
a short,
so
stocky
Spade, if
Wolverine. We need the
a
real
Spade,
Wolverine. I want
If
Oh
Christopher
God.
Reeves was alive, would you have wanted another Superman movie with Christopher Reeve?
No,
He could have
And
been in the Hall of Legends at
no. 'Cause after
the Fortress of
Superman
Solitude.
2
Hey, I still want
and
Michael
3,
Keaton to be Batman, so I feel you.
I
Oh,
was
hold on. I
like,
want to hear this.
after Superman 2 and 3, I feel like, all right, Christopher Reeve could have retired after that and retired Superman. It was years
Mhm.
because at that point in time, Batman's taken over as a more popular character.
Right.
So get Superman to kind of off to the shelf, then you bring him back, with somebody else playing him in that role. And consequently, I am going to do a YouTube show on this later about recasting characters and stuff.
Yeah,
But I
everybody go
feel
check
like
out Spade's YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Channel
channel
Ace 1.
187.
Channel 1 Ace, yeah.
187.
But I feel like, at some point in time, actors are people that are going to get older. You're going to have to recast. I don't want to see an old actor on screen struggling. you know, and then having a body double and CGI face on it. It's just like,
Yeah, that's right, Sans
which one would
Group.
you rather? You
Hey,
know, that would be
Sam's
like
group is actually
me and
right.
my job. I'm 42. That'd be like me and my job 10 years later, and I got this young cat who's building barrels faster than I am. It's like, no, get my old ass out of there. Give me something else that I can do. Let this cat take over.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the way I feel about it, man. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, the only
It could,
difference I can say, like right now, is I don't want somebody else playing Superman or somebody else like other than Henry Cavill playing Superman because they ain't got the mileage out of it.
Yeah.
Once you
Yeah,
get the
okay.
mileage out of them, then somebody else can play.
because they're already talking about replacing Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I
They're
know.
saying that she's too old. Yeah, they're saying that she's too old to play Wonder Woman right now.
I'm like, she's
Gal
35.
Gadot.
Too old.
Gal Gadot.
That's
Yeah,
the
she's
word on the
35
street.
and
Yeah, the word on the
Hollywood is
street.
over.
Michael Keaton
Yeah.
reprising his role as Batman and Batgirl.
Old.
I think
I
he's
don't
definitely
even
going to be in
understand
Flashpoint, though.
Oh, they
Oh,
talking about him.
he's
He's
in
definitely on
Flashpoint.
Flashpoint.
He's in
Yeah.
there.
He's in Flashpoint. Yeah, he's in there.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
lot. They talking about him being in Batgirl too.
Yeah, she's not too old. I don't even understand that.
Yeah.
You know,
Now
and
Warner Brothers says she's too old. They
Well-
got to replace her.
Wonder Woman 84. It was, you know,
Yeah.
but
It was yeah, exactly.
you know what I mean.
Yeah, thumbs
But
down.
at the same time, who else? She's not too old. She's in the prime of Wonder Woman's life right now. They need to get them some good movies done in the time span.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's admit, DC movies is trash. It's all trash. I'm sorry. I mean,
I
not
ain't
all,
gonna
but
say they're trash. They're not all
80%?
trash.
80%.
The Snyder
What-
cut was dope. I
Oh,
watched the
where
4-hour
you-
movie.
Snyder Cut
No
was
qualms.
was
The
magnifique.
Suicide Squad
Right, I
movie
sat through a
just-
4-hour
and
movie
Yes.
like it was nothing.
trash.
Yeah, the
Mm.
Snyder Cut was magnificent. Other than that,
Right.
And Green Lantern was trash.
no.
Oh
no,
yeah. Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've changed my
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah.
I've changed my
Yeah.
mind. I liked it.
Mm-mm. I
liked
didn't
it?
like
You
that. I
liked
didn't
it?
like
Wait a
it.
minute, we got
I
one
like
person that
Uh-uh.
like
I
Green
didn't
Lantern.
care
Hold
for
up.
it like being like a
Uh,
poop
Imagine
cloud, but
each
but
of
the movie
your
was all right.
imaginations with that green ring. All right, it's hard to
Oh,
do.
the concept is dope,
It's hard to do.
but it's hard.
But
Yeah, exactly.
still,
Look at Spade.
it's
Spade,
like
no. Spade, no. It's hard to do.
Look,
Spade, imagine you had
Green
to-
Lantern,
I don't know
Green
what-
Lantern was
Mr. and
not
Mrs.
Spider-Man
Spade, imagine y'all
Superman.
building constructs to go with your daily life every day from the ring. It'd be complicated.
True.
Yeah, I agree with
Right.
Sans Group.
True.
compared to I I mean, like when I go back to the
Well,
original
Shazam.
Flash
All right, look,
series,
Shazam was good. Yeah,
Mhm.
Shazam was good. Justice League was good.
Mhm.
Batman was
Wait,
good
wait,
until it
wait,
got
wait, wait.
until the
Which
last
Oh,
movie.
oh.
Justice League?
What you
Which
say,
Justice
Spade?
League?
Snyder,
Huh?
Snyder,
Which Justice League?
4
I
hours,
thought both
Snyder.
of them. I like both of them. I thought
'cause
Snyder was
see,
better,
there's
but I like
Justice
both
League,
of
which
them.
is Zack Snyder, and there's Justice League, which need to be shot into the sun too.
Okay.
Mm.
I remember
Mm.
Batman snatching the ring in Justice League Doom, and he confronted Green Lantern, and he basically took the ring off him without him noticing. And he said to him, he said, "You have one of the most powerful, you know what I mean, powers that the Justice League has, but you need to concentrate."
Right.
It's true. We
Yeah,
talked about that. A
Mm.
focused Green Lantern.
Green
Yeah, a
Lantern
focused
walked.
Green Lantern
You
is
know,
boss.
you
Yeah.
know,
There you
I
go.
remember that because that was in the book of what?
If they redo Wonder Woman, they need to do it. I mean,
Nubia.
if they recast, that's what they need.
Yeah. But going back to the Matrix thing, like I said, I didn't mind the younger guy being cast as Morpheus.
me either.
So
Me
that
either.
was
I didn't
my
mind it
thing.
either. No, I didn't
It
mind
didn't
it.
bother me. It didn't bother me. Like Cook said, they put enough of Fishburne's Morpheus in the movie. We got to see him, in
what's-
flashbacks and whatnot, and it made sense that he wasn't in it. It wasn't just like he's not in it and there's no rhyme or reason why. And I mean,
And
It
guess
ain't.
once
what?
I understood,
Fishburne already tweeted. He said he got paid anyway, so it doesn't matter.
This is true.
yeah, once I understood the story, once I understood like the story, then I kind of like, oh, okay, I see what. So basically, it's a
Yeah.
reboot. It's a reboot.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think Fishburne is one of the many actors who have underlying ties to the sales of, he's franchised. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
no matter what, you know what I mean, he's gonna get money from production.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's good anyway.
Oh yeah,
Because
and I want
he's a
go
character
ahead.
that even though they replaced him, he can't be replaced because obviously they didn't. You know what I mean? It's different versions of Morpheus, but what we saw with Lawrence Fishburne was the most outstanding version of Morpheus right now.
Okay.
Right.
Just
I
like
mean,
that,
Uh,
we
yeah.
might get a younger Neo in the future, a younger Trinity.
True.
Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. That could happen. That could happen.
Yep,
Might be what's finna happen. Shit.
yep.
Could be,
You know what I'm saying?
could
But
be.
yeah, I wanted to also touch. I wanted to when y'all was talking about remakes and like what like ones that they made compared to in the nostalgia part. Uh, two movies that I feel like the old ones are better, way better than the new ones, even with the technology and whatever. The original Conan's,
Yeah. Those are
those,
great.
The original
and
Conan, yeah.
the original RoboCop, 1, 2, and 3. I don't care. That dude right there played a way better RoboCop than that new cat.
Oh,
Peter
Peter
Weller,
Weller. Peter
Yeah,
Weller,
Yeah.
yeah.
The new
the,
RoboCop was a cool movie, but it
it was
dead
wasn't
or
cool.
like
alive, you're coming with me.
It ain't like that old one
Yeah,
though.
it was a
I'm with
cool movie,
Spade.
but it
I'm with
wasn't.
Spade. You can shoot that one into the sun, that new one. Because he cried the
Yeah.
whole movie.
Yeah.
He cried the
That's
whole
Carl
movie.
Urban.
He was in his feelings
No,
the
no,
whole
it wasn't
movie.
Carl Urban.
And
Carl
then when he
Urban.
decided to be RoboCop, the movie was over. Like he was like, "Oh, I want to be RoboCop now." And then he goes shoot somebody, and it's like 10 minutes, and then the movie's over. The whole
Yeah.
movie, he was in his feelings. I mean, come on. The original RoboCop movie, he was not in his feelings. He got up. He was like, "I'm out of here. I'm getting ready to go stop."
He was a little bit in his
And
feelings
he
though when
wouldn't.
he
It
he
was a glitch for 10 minutes in the
and he was
original.
going
That's
back
it.
like
Right.
seeing his
And
family and
then he
shit.
went right. This movie, he's still wrestling with the fact of whether he's human. Whether I can't be human anymore. Well, so what? If I'm a robot,
Should I
a
shoot
total
you? Are you
a
inviting the
badass
law?
cyborg.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
Now,
yeah, I'm
hey,
coming.
now
I'm
that's
coming.
now here's an interesting question for y'all. Since we're talking about the Matrix, could you say that the dude, the man that they put in that made RoboCop, could you say he was in the Matrix, his own Matrix?
Peter,
Yeah,
Peter Weller. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
that's a good
You
question.
mean
But yeah,
the
You
character
can say he
itself?
was in his own matrix because
Like,
it's like
yeah, yeah,
he
Yeah.
could be
Yes.
if somebody could hack him and program or reprogram him or however they did program when he first became RoboCop, he was fighting that program, trying to
yeah.
keep some
Part
of his
one,
humanity. So
part
yeah,
one,
you can say that.
Yep. He
part
was
Yeah,
one.
in
fighting.
Yep.
a
He was
similar way
fighting to
as him
get to
like
the truth and trying
trying
to
to come
fight
to
to get through the
reality.
block programs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Trying to break through the programming and be his human self is the same. It's the same philosophy, the same principle as as Neo or whoever trying to get out the matrix and live
Yeah.
in the real world.
I mean,
Absolutely.
just
Cooks,
the
do we
whole
have
idea.
any? Do we?
I was gonna say that. Oh, rapid fire with Cooks. Let's go.
We
Yeah,
got something.
I got a couple. I got something I can throw at y'all.
I love it. Let's go. I've been waiting
Yeah, I
for
got something I
this.
can throw at y'all. You know what I'm saying? So y'all let me know. Let me know when y'all ready.
I'm
We
ready.
Bust it
ready.
off.
Okay.
Bust it off.
All right. I'm gonna stick with today's time a little bit. Spider-Man or The Matrix.
Spider-Man.
Oh, the new movies?
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Gotta go with
Mm-hmm.
my cousin.
Couldn't
Okay.
beat.
Multi. Oh, okay. Yeah. You
Spider-Man.
already said Spider-Man. Okay. All right. Uh, Neo or Trinity.
Now
Neo.
Trinity.
I was gonna say now Trinity. Back then, Neo.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Stu.
Neo. I'm going with Neo. I gotta
Neo.
stick with Neo. I'm sticking with
Okay.
Neo.
Okay. All right.
Damn
That
Trinity. Damn it.
and you already said
Yeah.
Reno. Okay. All right.
Neo.
Um,
Cooks, what do you say? It's 2-2.
between Neo and Trinity,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Neo.
Three,
I'm gonna
two.
go with Neo. You know what I'm saying? Because
Oh, now it's
I mean,
3-2.
no matter what,
Ace
no matter
spades,
what.
ace spades. You see how they threw us spades? You see that, right? Let's
Okay.
go.
Action comics or detective?
Detective.
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 Detective?
Spade, I already know you're gonna say action, right?
Yeah, you know
Hell
he's
yeah.
going. You know
Spade,
that's his thing.
he's a
Okay.
Superman guy. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um, let's see what I got right here.
What about you,
Um,
Cook?
detective. I go
Detective.
with detective.
I'm
Yes.
always
Man,
in the
Spade,
minority.
Spade
Um,
is completely
Hey,
out
I
on
Cooks,
don't
me.
get that
include
Superman.
yourself at the
Cause
end,
look,
Cooks.
Superman gonna save all y'all's asses. So just wait.
okay. Let's see. Toby McGuire or the other Andrew Garfield.
Andrew.
Andrew. Andrew.
I'm
Wow.
I'm
Wow.
I'm
Told
rolling with
that.
Toby.
Andrew.
Dang. Wow.
I'm rolling with Toby.
Andrew.
I'm
Andrew.
rolling with Toby. I'm
I'm
rolling with Toby.
going with Andrew, man. I go with Andrew. I like it. I
Oh
like the
my
skateboarder. I like the skateboarder Spider Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Spade, which one did
What
you
about you,
say?
Spade?
I said Andrew.
You
Oh
going
wow.
Andrew? Okay.
Yeah, I'll
You
Okay.
go
flipped
with
the
Andrew.
Superman Batman ratio on him.
Okay. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to find a different one. I haven't asked one. 80s or 90s?
90s.
80s.
80s.
I know.
80s.
Yeah, still turning 80s. And what about you,
Yeah.
Reno?
Are you talking about movies, music, just the
Whatever.
world?
Period. The time
Whatever.
period.
Period. Period.
Man, it's hard. I don't know. I gotta go 90s. I'm a 90s.
I like the 90s.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I love the 80s. I love the 80s. That's my childhood from like 0 to 10 years old. That's the 80s. I'm born in 79. I was 10 in 89. Time I hit 11, it was 90. So from 11 to, 19, those are the formative years, coming of age years. Those are the most important years, in my opinion, of a person becoming who they are. So that was the 90s. But I love the
Okay.
80s.
Do you guys
Now
remember
look, that's not an
VH1?
easy choice, but I'm like,
VH1
I would definitely
episode?
have to choose 80s because I had a lot less responsibility.
That's true.
That makes
I can
sense.
go with that. I
I
can
mean,
definitely go with that.
a lot of tragic shit went down in the 90s. Don't get me wrong. Like the 90s was tumultuous at best, but still that's my joint.
Don't sound like you complain over there, Spade. Miss Spade probably got a lot more responsibilities too. You should keep that down over there.
What you say? She said 90s, so yeah, let her
90s.
keep her responsibility. I like having a free your mind type
Okay.
thing. Man.
We go one. Teen Titans or Young Avengers?
That is a hard. That's a tough one.
I'm gonna go with Teen Titans.
I mean, it's kind of the same.
I think Teen Titans to me too.
Now, I mean, it's a lot of inclusion. So, if you take Teen Titans and pull it away from Young Avengers, then you're missing a lot of members. So,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, because you got them interacting constantly with Young Avengers.
The Teen Titans is DC.
No. I'm thinking of Teen
Justice
Titans
League,
and the older
Young Justice.
Yeah.
Young
You think
Justice.
Young Justice?
Teen Titans can whip that butt.
Yeah, but Teen Titans and Young Avengers, that's two.
Yeah.
Marvel
Teen Titans
DC.
gonna win.
Yeah, I gotta go with Teen Titans on that, just because I don't. Yeah, I don't rock
Okay.
it.
Who you got, Stu?
You pick
You know who I'm picking. You know I'm going with
Teen
Teen
Titans. I
Titans.
already know.
Yeah, you
And
know I'm
Spade.
Teen Titans.
Beast Boy, another
I
unrealized
said Teen Titans
potential.
from the jump.
Okay. Both of y'all.
Unanimous. Teen Titans all the way around.
Both Teen Titans. Okay.
Yeah.
All the way around Teen Titans.
All right. Okay. Let's take it to the old school. Teen Wolf or Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Teen Wolf.
Teen Wolf.
my man
Man.
surfing on the van.
Yeah,
I'm
I
rolling
had to go
Teen
with
Wolf.
Teen Wolf. I like Rick Moranis, but Teen Wolf,
Michael
man.
J. Fox or Rick Moranis?
Michael
Yeah, I
J.
had to
Fox
go
all
with
day long.
I had to go with Michael J. Fox on that one. Man. I'm sorry.
Michael J. Fox was the coolest dude in the 80s, man. It's a tragedy
Yes,
what
he
happened.
was.
Yeah.
But see, here's
Yeah,
the
he
key.
was.
Neither one of them played in the second movie, right?
Right? You had Scott
Right.
Baio or Scott
Yeah.
I know who you talking about.
Jason
yeah,
Bateman.
Jason
Jason
Bateman,
Bateman.
who is one of my favorite actors now. Like he's one of the best.
Jason, man.
Like seeing him do stuff now, he's hilarious.
So you think about it then, one hit wonder movies because they went on to franchise, but neither one of the main people were involved anymore. So
Yeah,
really think about it.
yeah.
I gotta go with I'll take Teen Wolf. I'll take Teen Wolf over that. Teen
Okay.
Wolf is still good.
Teen Wolf all the way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Okay.
like Teen Wolf.
Unanimous.
All right. Two of my favorites right here. E.T. or Howard the Duck.
Oh shit.
Oh
E.T. is
man.
definitely a better film.
Cook.
I'll
on,
go
Cook.
first.
Not even
I'll go
compared.
first.
You can't do that, man. Come
Hold
on.
hold up. Now I understand, but to each his own. I'm going with Howard D. Duck. That's who I'm rolling with. I love E.T. I love E.T. I swear I love E.T. But when it came to the comedy, Howard the Duck just got me a little bit better, man. I'm sorry.
E.T. was a feel-good movie, man. E.T. was generational. E.T. was,
revolutionary. It was
I go with E.T. man.
I'm going E.T.
I'm on E.T. man. I gotta go. I gotta stay.
Cook.
So many good actors.
I'm not gonna leave you by yourself, bro. I'm gonna go with Howard the Duck.
I'm going with Howard because
listen, because Howard the Duck was shit when I was a kid. Like I remember that movie. I remember like renting it at the video store. A little kid, we used to have video storage kids. We used to go rent VHS tapes and bring them home and watch. Yeah, E.T. cannot fight. If you, E.T. cannot fight. He ain't throwing no blows. He ain't picking up no pistol. He's just
nah, he ain't doing nothing. Nah,
useless
E.T.
on that front.
Yeah, nah, E.T. can't bust a grape.
Hey, look, don't sleep.
But
E.T.
Howard
might smack Howard the Duck with that speaking spell, yo, and it might be a
hit
rap.
him with the speaking spell. But
Letters and shit flying all over the place.
Howard the Duck did not hold up. It didn't hold up over time. I watched it. I tried to watch it recently.
It's bad.
It's so fucking bad.
Man, I love it.
So bad.
I love that movie.
It was the shit.
What was so?
You know,
what's the real question? What was so good about it that we liked it back then? Like, that's the question I got.
It's the premise of Marvel.
See, but I didn't know I had nothing to do with Marvel back then. When I was a little kid and that movie came out, I had no idea.
I'm gonna tell you.
I didn't have no idea it had nothing to do with Marvel.
I got an opinion.
What you got, Coach?
I'm sorry. No, Reno was talking. Go ahead, man. My bad. I'll wait.
I was just saying the reason that I liked it as a kid was like he was just so cool and he was like an asshole, but he was cool, but like he didn't give a fuck. And then he had I think I had a crush on the chick that he was, you know what I mean? Like, when did this movie come out? Was like 84?
Early 8. Yeah, I'd say middle 80s. Middle 80s. I would guess.
Maybe, he said, I think maybe I was like maybe 7 years old or something like that. But yeah, it was he was trying to bag the chicken in the chick in the movie. Yeah, exactly.
Like for me, my opinion, y'all.
1986. 1986 was Howard the Duck dropped.
My opinion.
Let Cooks tell his thing.
I'm sorry, Mocha. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Cat bag Howard the Duck bag Cat in the movie in the What Ifs. He bagged what's the name's assistant. So let's not sleep on Howard the Duck's social skills.
Yes.
Howard's a pimp.
He bagged the assistant.
Howard's a player, straight up.
Straight from the Himalaya.
And to answer,
go ahead and say what you gonna say. I got a point there.
He bagged Go ahead.
When Stu was saying, "What is it that we like so much?" I feel like But for me, 86 when it came out, so I probably got to see the movie from my auntie on the VCR tape. Probably got to
Yep.
see it in 90, maybe
Or
89,
88.
90 when I
Yeah,
finally
yeah.
got to watch it, right?
Yep.
Okay. To see, and I my type of comedy is wisecracks and smart talking and funny stuff.
Quips. Yeah.
Yeah. So to see this little duck dude walking around with the little clothes on and
There you go,
me not
Spain.
knowing that outfit that he got on, like the outfit that he had on was so right. Like it wasn't like the little Howard the Duck uniform was
Fit him
just
perfectly.
it fit him perfect. I mean,
Yeah.
like, and then the different little situations that was going on, and then when you was on the duck world, you got to see the black duck and the other duck before he
Yeah.
got pulled. You know what I'm saying? So it was
Yeah.
like, and then to see him living in the real world in Cleveland, and
Yep.
just to see, just to see, just to see, like I understand the music and the soundtrack wasn't all that, you know what I'm saying, but
Right.
for what they gave me at 9 years old, 8 years old, like it's hard for me, like because ET was dope, but it was seem like it was more about the little boy running around with ET. You know what I'm
It was
saying?
It
dramatic.
was.
It was
Yeah, it was.
dramatic. It
Oh,
was
And
wow.
all
and he,
about,
you know what I
It was
mean?
dramatic.
And like it was more storyline with
Oh yeah.
ET.
Yeah.
It was a little more personal. Touched you a little
E.T.
more.
was
Go ahead.
definitely not a comedy. It was not a comedy. It was like a
Right.
heartfelt,
No,
child drama thing going on.
it was a
Howard
love
was a
story.
straight.
It
Howard
was a
was
love
completely.
story hidden in the sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, Howard was
Mhm.
a completely slapstick comedy. Like, yeah, it was all out. Like, just like your man had he worked at the museum and he was like, yo, the ancient
That was my
ancestor of
boy.
man was not a monkey, it was a duck, right? He
Phil,
showed
Phil, my boy, Feelsy.
right. Tim Robbins,
Yeah. Shawshank. That's my boy.
Shawshank, exactly,
Jacob's Ladder.
exactly. Yep,
But
that's the homie.
but yeah, to add to Cook's point, another reason why, like Angelo said, ET cannot fight, which is true. But Howard the Duck was in Endgame. I don't know where the hell he was at during the final battle scene, but he was there with his gun ready.
Hey, well,
Well, let me ask you this: what is Howard's powers?
Talking
Okay.
shit.
He
I can tell
macking.
you what it is.
Macking.
Running
I can tell you
game.
exactly what it is, guys.
His
You know?
game.
What?
Intelligence.
Yeah, his
Intelligence.
game. Yeah.
Oh, hey, and did
Yeah.
y'all now? I'm gonna put y'all on game. When he was getting pulled through space, you remember the dude called him a guardian of the galaxy.
Really?
He's
Yeah,
held them
when
In
he
the
shoes
old
before.
movie?
yes, in the old movie when he was getting pulled through space, and there was one part where he was like right in the middle of the space and he was screaming, and the dude in the background called him a guardian of the galaxy.
Yep.
I did
Wow.
not know that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Foreshadowing
Cool.
like a
Yeah, I
mug.
didn't know that either. Yeah, I
yeah,
didn't know that either.
way back then.
Ooh. Angelo
Rocket.
said Rocket
You
Raccoon
thought
or
it was
Howard the
Rocket.
Duck.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go with Rocket then.
I go
I
rocket
go
on that
Rocket
one.
on that.
Yeah, I go rocket.
Go with
Rocket is
Rocket
a
then.
bad motherfucker.
Rocket is
Yeah.
a beast.
Rocket's
Hey
a
yo,
bad
one
man.
of the dopest scenes ever on that Guardians of the Galaxy at the end when it's all falling apart, and you see Rocket working. He working. He ain't
Yeah.
caring
Yeah.
about nothing going around. He working for the end result. He trying to take this dude out. You see them gathering shit?
Oh, he's a
He
genius,
was, it
bro.
was
Like,
Oh yeah.
immediately.
he planned the whole breakout when they first broke out of jail in the first movie.
Bro,
Yeah.
Like,
he
he
doesn't
broke
Yeah,
really
he
down
need
did.
in his
that
head. He was
leg.
like, woo, woo, woo. He stole that dude's leg. Like,
He didn't
he did
need
a
the
whole bunch
leg,
of-
Reno.
he didn't need the leg. I know. He didn't need the leg. But while he was
He
doing
just
that, he
wanted it.
planned the whole shit. And he was doing that just for fun.
Because
He
Rocket's
did
an
the whole leg
asshole
thing for
too.
fun
And
while he
we all
planned that
love
whole
assholes.
breakout.
And
Right.
who plays Rocket?
Bradley
Bradley
Cooper.
Oh, Bradley Cooper.
Asshole. We love him.
Yeah,
You know that.
he-
You know
yeah.
that.
Another great actor that he did that movie Limitless, which was dope. I love
Yeah.
Limitless.
Mm-hmm.
You want a hidden gem? Watch Midnight Meat Train. There you go.
What is it?
Midnight Meat Train.
Meat
Horror
I might
Train?
check that out.
Midnight Meat Wagon.
Meat Train.
Meat Train.
Rito thinking of another genre movie.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about meat wagons and
No, Reno messing with me because we are 6N, guys. There we go.
Shots in the
Ooh,
house.
Mhm.
Yes,
wow.
sir.
I
Hey,
seen Stu kept looking at me every time I reached for the shot. There we go. There we
uh,
go.
Yes, sir.
have you
Yes,
You
guys
know
been
the
sir.
seeing
movie
My
right
hat
here.
was like,
have you have you guys been seeing any Dragon Ball Z previews or any type of videos? Have y'all been seeing any type of Dragon Ball Z type of
No,
shows that might be coming or a movie that might be coming?
not
Nah.
recently.
nah, not right
I've
now.
been
There's a
seeing
couple games coming out, but
I've been seeing some nice little previews of, I don't know whether it's fan made or over there, like I don't know, on the other side of the world type, what's it called, KO Teo KO or something like that. But it looked pretty good, y'all. If y'all ever get on YouTube and think about it, look up
Kakarot.
Dragon Ball Z movies. That's one. I think that's one of them
Yeah, and then
that I
there's
seen.
Broly.
But it was
Broly was
like a
good.
Couple of,
but
yeah,
but no
Broly
no
was a
no
great
no
movie.
not them movies. I'm talking about like giving us a real, like
Or
real
live action.
animation. Yeah, live
Oh,
action. You know what I'm
like
saying?
live action, real
They
people.
did make a
Not a
live action
cartoon.
Dragon Ball Z movie, but it wasn't
Shoot
that
that
good.
into the
Talk
Not
about
sun.
that
that
movie.
one. This one
That
right
movie
here
don't
is
ever need
like
to be mentioned.
this one right here is like let me see, how can I explain it? Like it's like animation, but they almost look like they real life, like it's real life. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
It's
Like
that
like like
stopgap.
like like Beerus,
Like
like
CGI,
Beerus.
like
Yeah, yeah, Beerus, like they make him look
uh-huh.
almost exactly alike. But then when they show one of the human people, they still look human, but it's like they kind of got like a little animation around them. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If y'all
Like
ever
what
think about it, check
Speaking
it
of
out.
updated.
animation, like the fight scenes from the Animatrix compared to the updated version of this Matrix, what do you guys think of the fight scenes? Like,
Hmm.
Oh, the choreography
yes,
in the first trilogy is far superior.
okay, okay,
Because you
This
Yeah,
had,
one,
I
yeah, I
agree.
mean, they were doing. I think they were working with your boy, uh, the Asian dude that does all the action. Fuck, he
John Woo,
did Chow Yun Fat. Thank you.
hmm
John
John
Yun
Woo.
Fat, and John Woo.
I feel like the action. I feel like the fighting and stuff like that in this movie. I think it was more about the big explosion. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? See, like the other movies, you had your single fights, then you had your fights against everybody, then you had your explosions. This one seemed like everything they did was either a big boom, a big fall, or 1,000 bullets, like y'all was saying earlier. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? That's how I kind of seen it. What about y'all?
Yeah, they made it as spectacular as possible.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I really think they couldn't really do the fight fight things because they're kind of old now. I'm surprised Trinity got the kick in.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly,
Okay.
Spade.
Okay.
Exactly.
What
You know,
happened?
you
Okay.
you kept you was watching stuff and you're like, man, he can still do that? You
Yeah,
know,
Yeah.
like
And he was doing the
And
ultimate
everybody was
too,
like, "Yeah, real quick, yeah."
like he
Dragon
was
Ball Superhero. That's the name of the movie.
okay.
Dragon Ball. So there's Dragon Ball Z. I've learned. My son taught me all this. There's Dragon Ball was the first cartoon when Goku was a little kid, and then Dragon Ball Z came out later. That's when he was grown up.
Well,
Then they did Dragon Ball Z Kai, which was a Americanized version of Dragon Ball Z, where they cut out like half of the episodes that were filler, considered, Americans wouldn't like it or get it, and obviously dubbed it English and all that. Then there's another one called Dragon Ball Super, which came out after Dragon Ball Z. It's a little different. It's considered canon, but it's you know polarizing. People either hate it or love it. This
Yeah, it
movie could be
is.
based on Super.
Hmm.
let me ask you guys with
there's another
extensive
one
knowledge. Did the
that they don't add in canon, which is GT.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that they hate. Yeah, people hate that one.
what canon is the Matrix following? The video game?
This new
Mm,
movie is, yeah. I mean, the canon it's following the original canon.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's coming off the original canon. But yeah,
It's
Dragon
just
Ball
another
Z,
story.
or I'm sorry, Dragon Ball Superhero. Looks like what it says, April 22nd is coming out. April 22nd.
It looking pretty good from what I've been seeing, y'all. You know what I mean?
It does. Looks pretty cool.
It look really good, Stewski.
Yeah.
Hey,
I recently
I'm gonna
got
watch it.
into
I'm gonna be on it.
I recently got into Dragon Ball.
Hey, Reno,
Yeah,
what are you
yeah.
looking forward to coming up?
Say that again, bro.
What are you looking forward to coming out in the movies?
Oh, hands down, Boba TV shows. I'm looking for Boba Fett. Movies. I'm waiting on anything Star Wars or Marvel.
What about you, Stu?
Flash. I want to see. Blade. I'm really excited for Doctor Strange. I thought the first one was really good. And I'm hoping they can. And then the next Guardians. I think the next Guardians will be pretty good.
Cooks, what about you?
Flash, definitely. That new Batman one that's coming. Definitely want to see that.
Yeah, definitely want to see that.
Of Doctor Strange, of course. Definitely want to see that. Is there anything else I would like to see?
Star Wars. You don't rock with Star
I
Wars?
I'm like I haven't. I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I hate
Okay,
it. I wish I
that's all
was.
right.
You know, but
That's
I'm
okay.
not a big Star Wars fan. But
I'll
yeah.
forgive you.
Don't as for those right now, you know, that's all I can think of. So yeah.
And the Spades, what are you guys waiting on?
Let you go first, and then
I think it's like the same movie.
I know it's gonna be DC related.
Batman,
Flash,
not necessarily.
me, Doctor Strange,
Yeah, that
and it was one more we just seen a preview of.
Morbius.
Yeah, Morbius.
Oh yeah.
That's
gonna be tough, man. Because
yes,
Morbius is like a B.
tough.
Morbius is like a B-list character on the Spider-Man's rogue list.
Listen, the
It's
movie's
gonna
gonna be
be,
phenomenal.
It's gonna be interesting
dope.
to see how that holds
Watch.
up.
And on some real shit, this Jared last chance for me.
Yeah, but he gonna kill it. And
Mhm.
listen, a lot of people that hate his Joker, it's a lot of people in this room right now that love Jared Leto's Joker.
I mean, what did he do? It did nothing.
What? They never gave it a chance. It was a dope
Joker
Joker.
was a waste. The Joker was a waste.
Nah, I disagree, man. I like Jared Leto's Joker.
What did he do?
Exactly. It was a waste.
All right, look at how Harley was kind of dark.
Disrespected Harley again.
He treated her wrong. He treated her bad, but yet she
left her to die again.
I ain't saying she ain't, but it's just like, all right, it's just like a lot of other women. You can call her crazy or whatever, but the man treated her bad, yet she still run back to him. So that was one thing.
That's
and
true.
Then it was like,
yeah, because if you don't beat them, you don't care. If you don't beat them, Spade, you don't care.
Yeah, that's true too, Stu. Yeah, it is. Beat the hell out of them.
So now, now let me ask y'all this question about the Joker.
Exactly. Nothing. You done told her twice.
For Spade.
That's right, Spade. That's right, Spade. You gotta let them know. I don't beat you. I don't care.
Spade.
I only do it because I care.
Spade and Multi. Let me ask y'all this, and I'm just like I'm just on the outside looking in when it comes to that. So when the Joker, like Multi saying, what did he do? And you're saying, like basically the story, like are we so basically what I'm asking both of y'all, are we so used to seeing the Joker killing folks all type of ways and doing all type of crazy type stuff that we don't know that there's a story before he put that paint on his face? I'm asking both of y'all.
That's toxic chemicals turned his skin that color. It's not paint.
Yeah, but still, but you understand how I'm asking it though. And what I'm saying is, there's a story before. There's a story before that. I ain't talking about the first Batman. I ain't talking about the first Batman with Keaton. I'm talking about.
Became the joke.
You talking about from the comics?
I look at that movie as his story before everything that got us loving him so much or hating him so much. What y'all
you mean
think?
the Joker movie, the Joker with
Joaquin
Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
see, that's what I'm
Joaquin
asking.
Phoenix.
Like I
Yeah,
understand
Joaquin.
See
both.
that?
I understand
See that?
both y'all
That's
points. Go
different.
ahead.
That's different. That
But that's a different Joker,
Joaquin
right? We're talking
Phoenix.
about Jared Leto,
Yeah,
right?
Okay.
that's two different. That's a different multiverse.
Yeah, that
Different
what
universe.
I would
multiverse
say
talking about compared to what Spade talking about. I guess what I'm saying, y'all, is like both of y'all know DC. People that know DC backwards and forwards compared to somebody like me who don't know everything backwards and forwards. So I'm gonna look at that movie in a different way. So that's why I'm asking: is there a story before he went psycho, which that movie looks like to me?
Yeah,
I
That's
mean,
there
both.
is.
in essence to answer your
There is,
question,
sure.
go ahead,
yes.
Spade.
But to get direct to like what Multi and I are talking about, like what did Joker do in the Suicide Squad movies? That answer would be no. But my point being, and Multi, I'm me and you gonna debate this because I'm like, I want to hear your point too. And I'm like, I'm most likely will understand it. But like in Suicide Squad, he was a pseudo antagonist, so to speak. It was like he was trying to sabotage everything
Distraction.
that, huh?
Distraction.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it was like he was trying to sabotage everything that Harley was trying to do with the Suicide Squad team. And
Hmm.
like Multi said, distraction. Um, was he absolutely necessary for the film? I can say no. Honestly, I can say no. But
Hmm.
was he necessary for Harley's part in the film? In a way, yeah.
I mean, the movie didn't arc with Jared's appearance. You know what I mean? It was no arc for that. You know, it was
True.
basically the hot glimpse of a damaged love story between Harley and Joker.
Mm-hmm.
So what you had was him knocking her off her pedestal for everything she accomplished through all that movie. And he basically said, I don't care. Don't tell me about that. I don't want to hear about that. You're coming or not. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care your accomplishments right now. You're not. That doesn't mean anything to me. But at that time, it meant a lot to Harley because
Right.
she accomplished so much based on the inner demons that she fighting. And Mr. J threw her away. He threw her away again.
Hmm.
So
Mr.
you know,
J.
I guess if it sparks her to be a better suicide member, then it is what it is. But I think that Harley could have did without that. She was doing just fine in that movie without him. We know the story between her and Mr. J. He didn't
Well,
need to.
I didn't like him in that movie, but I liked him in the Batman movie where they did the post-apocalyptic like flash forward to
Mm-hmm.
where when everything and he had the long hair.
In the Snyder cut.
Snyder cut, that's what it was. Yeah, he was good in that. Like I felt like that redeemed him in a way from the Suicide Squad whackness.
Which
But that wasn't it wasn't a really good movie to begin with. It's hard to,
yeah,
you
that's what
really
I was
can't
gonna say.
blame
Which
him. Yeah, you can't blame
Like,
him
well,
necessarily
that's on y'all because
for his
the
Joker.
first Suicide Squad movie is like a cult classic.
Yeah, it was
People
I
dope.
love
like
that
that
movie,
first one.
man.
I like that first one
People
now.
hated
Yeah, a lot of people love that. That movie was like silently loved.
You had Venom in
I ain't
there,
like
right?
either
You had
one
a
of them.
couple of
I'm
people.
kind of like, mm-mm.
I like that
They ain't
first
like
one.
shoot them into the
Yeah.
sun type
A
movie,
lot of
but
people
I don't
hated the
like either
first
one
one.
of
I
them.
mean, it bombed. It bombed.
Yeah,
It
it
was
did.
considered like they want. That's why they remade. That's why they did the reboot
As
because
a
they
lot
wanted
of
another
DC
shot
movies
because it
did.
should have been good.
I
But I
It
saw a
just
like that
meme
didn't.
of
first one.
hey Reno. I saw a meme of someone shooting buckets. It's that big dude that always be missing. He be trying to look fancy when he dribbling, but he always miss playing in celebrity basketball games. But he was shooting up shot after shot, and they had DC titles named like on every shot, and it was just missing and missing. I was like, yo, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, they shot a lot of shots and missed, but they had a few. I mean, look, you can't take none away. It's Superman, it's Batman. Like they're always gonna be.
Exactly. That's what saves it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And but that's good. They got that power.
I
But
know
you know,
Aquaman better be dope, man. That's what I know.
Aquaman wasn't bad. Like I was surprised. Like Aquaman was actually cool. Like
Hmm.
that's one that
I
I
liked it.
expected not to like, and it's one of my favorite out of all of them.
I liked
Because
it.
they sleep on Arthur, man. Reno, Arthur's one of the most powerful people in there, man.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
know.
That's true.
I
But
feel like they
You
sleep
gonna
on
have to
Green
hop
Lantern,
on with,
cause
DC Saturday, man.
yeah,
yeah, we're
yeah,
gonna definitely
multi.
chop that up DC on DC Day on Saturday, man. We definitely got to talk about that.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
true.
Green Lantern is someone that's a character that really needs a movie, a
He
reboot.
does.
Like
Mm,
we having the
Better one.
Flash, we
And,
having
and, and,
Aquaman. Where fucking Green Lantern
where
shit?
is Green Lantern at, man?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Reno, I wouldn't be mad if we can get Ryan Reynolds to do it again. Let's do it better.
Yeah,
See
I
that?
rock with
Yeah,
it.
I don't know. I mean,
Right,
I rock
Stu?
with
He
it.
deserves a chance, Stu, to do a sequel.
Oh yeah, exactly, definitely,
because I don't know what
definitely.
everyone hated about the first movie so bad. Like it wasn't that bad to me. I guess when I saw it,
You know
I
what they
don't know.
hated? You know what
But
they
I was
hated,
a Ryan
guys?
Reynolds fan ever since Van Wilder. So
You know what they hated? They hated the limitations of the writers on his imagination. That's
Mhm.
what it
okay.
is.
But specifically, what do you feel he did wrong or whatever?
The acting was perfect.
Everything.
I thought the
I
acting
think
was
he.
good. It's just
I
the
can't.
use of the
Too
powers.
much.
Yeah, Hal Jordan is square jawed.
So you
He's
don't
just
like
his
Ryan Reynolds as Hal
as
Jordan?
Hal Jordan. Like if
Dude.
it would have sold better for me if he'd have been Kyle Rayner. If they'd have been like, oh, that's Kyle Rayner. He's Green Lantern. That would have sold way better than him being Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan's more serious. He's more square jawed. He's a thinker. He's pretty smart. You know what I mean? But they
Ryan
made him to
Reynolds
be this
played it kind of
wise,
funny and
right? This wise cracking fly boy.
wisecracking. Yeah.
That's
But
exactly what he was.
that's exactly what Ryan Reynolds is. Wisecracking flyboy. That's
He
perfect.
is.
That's
I
Ryan
can't get
Reynolds.
enough of it.
That's Ryan Reynolds all
It
day,
was, it
right?
was it was too much comedy for me.
But it's a comedy. Well, that's the thing. He's kind of a comedian, Ryan Reynolds. I
Yeah,
mean,
well, I know that, but when we talk about Green Lantern, like when they show the Wonder Woman
no, you're
movies,
right. Yeah,
like
he's not
like
perfect for the
look
role
at
because he's
look
a
at
comedian.
look at the old school Wonder Woman movies. Look at the old school Flash show. Look at the old school Superman. And then the first little piece of Green Lantern you give us is comedy Ryan Reynolds. And I just didn't get
Right.
enough. I just didn't get enough out of it. You know what I'm
But,
saying?
You know
but
what?
look at
Me.
the attachment. Look at the attachment now, Cooks. It's a cult classic now.
Yeah.
Talking about
What
that
did that
Green
come out
Lantern?
before Guardians
Yep.
of the Galaxy or
Yeah,
after?
it came out. Yeah, it came out
It
before
was
Guardians.
before.
No, after
It came
Guardians. It
before,
came out
way
after
before
after the
Guardians.
first Guardians.
No, it came before Guardian.
Was
Way
it before
before.
Guardians?
Green
Yeah,
Lantern?
Yeah,
yeah.
Green
Green
Lantern
Really?
was
came out
before
Way,
Guardians.
before.
Yeah,
way
it was.
before
Couple of
Yeah, it was
years,
Guardians.
before
right?
Guardians. You're right. You're right. You're right. No, I was
Yeah,
thinking
it
about
was.
something
Like
else. Yeah, I was
that
thinking
Green
about
Lantern
something else.
came
Hey,
out
guys,
around the time.
this is Ryan in the beginning.
Yeah, it was
Huh?
like before. Yeah.
This is
Didn't this
Ryan in
Green?
the beginning. A Reno is not that far from National Lampoon.
Right. Oh well. Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
nah.
Yeah.
So
It's before the MCU was really a big thing, isn't it?
so
And it,
so
and, and
so
it's
And
after
look, it
and
came
it
out
was after
before
he
Man of
played
Steel,
Deadpool.
so
It was
it was
after he
definitely
played
out
Deadpool
before
and
Guardian.
Before
let me
Deadpool.
let me ask y'all this.
I'm talking about
It was before the
in the
Deadpool
X-Men
movie,
movies.
but after he
In the
played
X-Men
Deadpool
movies.
in Wolverine Origins.
let me
Yeah.
ask y'all a
Right.
question right quick. Was Blade and this Green Lantern movie we talking about, were they made in the same 10 to 15 year span? 10
Yeah.
to 15.
Yes.
I say
Yeah.
10. I'm gonna say 10. Okay.
Yeah, because Blade
What
was
Yeah.
like
other
99.
so what other Marvel movie made noise but in them 10 years besides Blade and that?
After
Well,
he
I ain't
played
gonna
it
say
was
Marvel.
Iron
I ain't
Man.
gonna say Marvel or
Spider-Man.
DC, whatever. See what I'm saying?
Iron Man.
So like we had RoboCop and we had Terminator and all that shit too, right?
Yeah.
That's the
Mhm.
80s
Right.
though.
So
Yeah, that's
really,
80,
so
yeah.
really, RoboCop. We're talking about RoboCop. RoboCop
Yeah,
was no 80s.
The
it does.
original? Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
was.
was
Original
Not the
RoboCop wasn't in no
original
80s.
was.
88, I
He
believe.
talking about the
80
remake. He
what?
talking
Yeah.
about the remake.
You
Hold
talking about
on.
the
80
remake?
what? The
The
first
remake
RoboCop was made
RoboCop was like
when?
The first
2012 or
RoboCop
13.
Like
in the
80,
80s.
like 87 or something.
Yeah, it's hold on, let me check.
87.
87. You're right, exactly. 87.
The original RoboCop film was 87, RoboCop 2 was 90, and 3 was 93. The remake RoboCop was 2014.
Okay, so that's why, Cooks, you
Whew.
thinking because the sequels were in the 90s, so you probably
We're
was
in the
thinking that.
90s, right? But the
Yeah,
first one was
yeah.
87. First one was
First one was
1987.
87. Yeah, but then the second and third were in the 90s, so yeah. But
So what I'm
Green
getting
Lantern
at
was
is
way
Blade, Green Lantern. What other superhero movies were making noise?
What year?
Green Lantern came out
Between
2011.
Blade and Green Lantern, what other superhero movies was making noise then? Anything that
Iron
made
Man.
noise?
Iron Man was later, but did Iron Man come
Spider-Man.
out before
No,
Green Lantern?
Iron Man was before Green Lantern.
Okay, so then Iron Man
It
came
was
out,
before
and
Green.
it was Blade was
2008.
the first comic movie to really be successful. That wasn't DC. The first Marvel successful, and then Iron Man was next. Iron Man was huge, and then after that they did because Robert Downey Jr.
No, Spider-Man. It was Spider-Man then Iron Man. Cause
Well,
Spider-Man,
yeah, you're right.
Spider-Man was
that's true.
Spider-Man
Spider-Man
was
was
Marvel's highest
2002.
grossing movie with Tobey Maguire.
But
That was
see,
that
but
was
I
like the
can't
highest
see
grossing
that
movie they
wasn't.
made.
I'm talking about Marvel though, because the Spider-Man was Sony, but yes, it's
I
a
get
Marvel
what Cooks
character,
is saying, though.
but
I get what Cooks is
MCU,
saying.
Cooks,
You do?
Cooks. So yeah, Cooks. What are you saying by
He is saying did either one of them basically save, start, or refresh or whatever for the Marvel and DC? Basically,
Blade started it up?
right,
Iron
Cook?
Man
Like-
Blade
started it off.
started it.
Spider-Man
Stanley
didn't.
said that Blade was like their test run, and when they did Blade, it was successful. Then they did Spider-Man because he said if Blade would have bombed, they would have never
They
did a
never made
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Exactly.
They would have never made Spider-Man.
What do you say with that, Cook?
Like I
I
like
think so.
basically. Let me see. How I'm trying to say. I want to make sure I'm saying what y'all saying right too. I guess I ain't saying it right. I guess what I'm saying is when Blade came out and it did what it did, it made noise. And then from then going all the way to when we make it to this Green Lantern movie, when we talking about with Ryan Reynolds, it made its little noise. So I'm asking like, what in between made just as much noise, if not more? And I know Iron Man, like you said, Iron Man did, but it don't. It seemed like this Green Lantern movie wasn't on the same frequency as some other movies was. You feel what I'm saying?
It wasn't, but now it's called classic. So
I'm have to I'm have to disagree with you on that because we got to agree to disagree because I didn't think that I've heard more bads about that movie than goods as far as people
it's so
liking
bad
it.
that it is good. Cook.
I mean, opinion based.
That's what it is now.
Go ahead.
It's so
people
bad
hate
that
Green
it is
Lantern.
good.
Oh, you mean like they like it because it's bad? Like it's one of those bad movies that you like because it's bad? Cult classic.
Exactly. That's exactly what a cult classic is, guys. It's
cult classics are often, sometimes they are campy, like cheesy. That's why. But some cult classics are really good. You know what I mean? But yeah, like what's one?
I gotta ask you something, Reno. Let me ask you something, Reno.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, Reno. You are a G.I. Joe fan, do or die, right?
Yeah.
I feel, in my opinion, I feel like I don't know the history, but I know the cartoon pretty good. Stu, Morty, Spade. I don't feel like them two movies, the two G.I. Joe movies that came out, they didn't do you no justice for real, did they?
Nothing.
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, he right. He right. I can't even argue with him.
That's my point. That's my point I'm trying to make, y'all.
Right.
That's my point I'm trying to make.
He right.
Like, look at this garbage. Look at this garbage.
I feel you on that.
Because
them G.I. Joe movies, I still feel like we ain't had a G.I. Joe movie.
Like that ain't no G.I. Joe. Them wasn't enough for me.
This Snake Eyes movie or whatever. Like, come on, it don't even help.
Snake Eyes was all right, but it was not. It didn't give me a vibe of a G.I. Joe movie. It didn't feel like G.I. Joe. It felt like a new character.
I'll drop Matt Murdock down there with Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes any day, and let's see what happens.
Damn! Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, that's powerful, man. That'd be a crazy fight right there.
That's a good triple threat. I ain't refereeing that one.
Exactly.
Now, Reno. Now, I'm gonna ask everybody, what do y'all think they could have did better to make them G.I. Joe movies worth watching, or make them cult classics? What they could have done better?
Follow the content. Stick with the content.
Comic accurate.
Stick with the content.
Cartoon accurate. At least make them dress or look similar than they. I mean, they were completely different characters. Where was Cobra Commander? Like, we didn't get the hood or the
Where's Serpentor? You know what I mean?
We didn't get Destro. Like Destro, come on, we need them to at least look.
You know, come on, let's
like give me some, but just make them. look at what Marvel and DC has done. They've gotten pretty close to the comic book costumes and all of that. They put their realistic spin on it, but they're somewhat comic accurate. Now, if G.I. Joe follows that example and makes a movie that is based and is accurate to the cartoon, the G.I. Joe from the 80s,
Oh, if
G.I.
they
Joe,
do
a
that,
real American hero.
yeah.
If they do
If
that,
they do that, you'll have the highest grossing movie in the history of movies.
But you
Well,
can't
I
make
can
it
believe it.
it'll
stupid
be
campy like they
big.
made them two Joe movies either.
It'll be fucking huge.
one of the best movies that Hasbro made was Battleship. To me,
Yeah, I
That
give you
was a
that.
good
Yeah,
movie.
dope.
yeah,
Battleship was
Battleship
yeah.
dope.
is so dope.
Battleship
Battleship
Not
was dope.
because
That was
Rihanna
a
was in
sleeper
it.
hit.
Not
I
because
didn't respect
Rihanna was
that.
in it, you know.
I feel
He
you
said
on
not
that.
because Rihanna was in it.
I
Nah,
feel you
yeah,
on
not
that.
good week 3.5. Yeah.
Ain't nobody look, just because Riri was there, I ain't say nothing, you know.
What?
I just watched the movie.
Okay.
That's
But
what's up.
when she pivoted that 75 cal to that alien face talking about mahalo, motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about.
And that made me think about something else. Stu, you into the games pretty big. So that movie Skyrim, was it anything close to the movies?
Skyrim.
I mean to the game?
They didn't
No.
make a game based on the game Sky. They didn't make a movie based on the game Skyrim.
Oh, Skyrim?
No.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a movie or
No,
It's a
Skyrim
movie.
didn't have a movie.
It's a
I think he's
movie.
talking about The Witcher. I think he's talking about The Witcher.
Oh,
I ain't
Witcher.
talking about the Witcher. It's another movie that's got something to do with like it's like Battleship where they out there in the water and they having to do something. It's after a game. It's a game name movie.
Because
I just can't
Skyrim is
remember
a
what.
game. Skyrim is a game kind of like
And
Witcher,
that was
like
in there.
medieval fantasy
Yeah.
type game. There's
Because when you
but
said
I think
Battleship, I think it came. I think it came out
I
around
know
that
what you're
time.
talking about. Yeah, you're right. I think
Oh, he
there was
talking
a
about
video game movie.
what is it?
Come on now, it's right
Battle for
there.
Los Angeles, Battlefield Los Angeles.
I don't
What
know. I just
city?
know.
Yeah, that was with Thomas Jane. That was good.
That was good.
And
They said
Neo
now
and Thomas Jane.
a lot of people, a lot
What
of movie
movie is
critics
this?
say that Battleship was all the deleted scenes from Battlefield Los Angeles.
Mm.
Hold on, Battlefield Los Angeles.
Took
don't even
place
know
in
about
two
this
different
movie.
time zones. One was
Yeah,
off the coast of Hawaii. One was in
yeah,
the Bay of San Diego and Los Angeles.
yeah. A lot of
Oh,
people
Battle
said
Los
critics. A
Angeles.
lot of
It's called
yeah,
Battle Los
Battlefield Los
Angeles.
Angeles.
It's
I think
Battle Los Angeles
Battlefield Los Angeles.
or Battle of Los Angeles.
Battlefield. That sound familiar.
There's a
Battlefield
movie
Los
called
Angeles.
Skyline. Is that what you
That's
talking about?
it.
Cook?
That's it.
Skyline?
Yeah,
That's it.
Skyline,
That's
Okay.
it.
Skyline. Yeah,
That's it. That's
Yeah.
it.
Skyline was decent. Skyline was decent.
Okay. I was
Yeah.
just
They
wondering.
actually came out with a sequel. I never watched it.
Yes. Yes.
I heard it was
Yes.
garbage, but I never
It
watched
was
it.
a black. It was a black dude in the first one that was kind of famous. I can't remember who he was though.
2010 film.
Cooks. His name was Cooks.
I thought it was multiverse coming.
You talking about Donald Faison? Donald
Is that
Faison with
it?
Terry? Terry?
Yes.
You know who
Yes.
should get more
Okay.
parts too? I forget his
Who?
name, but the dude that was in the first Purge, the drug dealer, who
Oh yeah. He should.
that was
Yeah,
dope. The first
yeah.
Purge
He
was
was nice.
dope. He acted his ass off.
First Purge was
Mhm.
dope. Yeah, the
First
rest
Purge
of them,
was
I
dope.
kind of, it was. Yeah, the rest of them was kind of like I could watch them, but I wasn't like really a fan. But the first one, that kind of blew me
Mhm.
away. That first one blew me away.
Yeah, the first one was good. Also, you know what other the first one was good? Strangers. The Strangers. That shit was
Mhm.
creepy as fuck.
Yes, The
That's the
Strangers
one
was
where
good. Yeah, that
where
was.
they in that house way out in like the middle of nowhere and then people
But
come up
see,
with the
me with the whole Strangers
Oh.
concept,
you
guys,
come
the
out
whole
with the
Strangers
the
concept,
bags on their head,
Leo,
like creep, like looking in the windows and shit, and then they come in.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
ask all y'all.
Murder 'em in
Y'all
there.
gonna all tell me the same thing.
What up?
Motherfuckers at your door, at your window, acting stupid. Guess what's gonna happen to them? And we ain't waiting for them to
I
come
wish
inside.
they would have
Yeah,
came.
it's not
Mhm.
all of that cat and mouse.
I
You
wish
know,
they
we
would have
hiding
came
and
around.
locking doors for you to come inside.
And they
Y'all
had a
strangers out
shotgun. That's
front,
what
bro.
make it so bad. They had a fucking shotgun. You can't tell me. I'm sorry, bro. I wish they would have came poking their
For
face
real.
in my window.
Hey, Spade, they coming to the house. Spade, what you gonna do, Spade?
what the goody mob say? Who's that looking in my window?
Oh,
Nobody there.
no,
For real.
you
You know what
But
other
already
movie
at
know.
the
was?
same time, Strangers was real.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
it was,
yeah,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? That's what makes it a good movie.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it seemed real. It seemed, but you know, for them people, that chick and that dude, it was terrifying because they didn't
Yeah.
have no, they had no, like, I don't know what you call it, maybe street smarts or whatever. But for a square like that, that was a fucked up situation. But another movie, dog, that I thought was gonna be whack, that is dope as fuck. Cowboys and Aliens. I'm looking at the Battleship and Skyline
That
and
was a
all of that
comic.
right now.
That was
And
actually a comic.
Cowboys and
Cowboys and
Aliens
Aliens
is
is a comic book.
fucking good.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
it was
you're
a
gonna
comic book. If
call
you ever read the
I
comic,
thought
you
Harrison
thought that was good. The comic was great.
sounding shit.
if you're gonna call Harrison Ford's Wisecracks comedy, then I'll let you run with that, Stu. But
It didn't seem like a comedy as much as
it
like
No,
did.
no, not the movie,
sci-fi.
not the movie multiverse. I'm talking about the comic. Cowboys and Indians
Oh,
and Aliens is based
They
off a
did a
comic.
comic
Oh, there
book.
is.
That was
Yeah,
There is a
dope.
comic book
yeah,
about it.
yeah.
Yeah, it was dope. Comic dope. It was on point.
Yeah, but it's
Mhm.
just one of those things that it sounds like it's retarded. It sounds really corny, I should say. It just sounds Cowboys and Aliens. You know that's gonna be corny, but that was dope.
so I guess we'll be doing this
District
again.
9 was dope.
We'll be doing this again on the Matrix in what? 2 years? A year and a half? Another one?
I think probably a year and
Yeah,
a half.
yeah, me too. I'm with that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Since they were 60 years between time, I guess this was gonna be another 20 in the Matrix.
Mm. Another 20 years at it?
Nah, they gonna lose the audience if they do that.
Yeah, they can. I
You
think
know,
they want to.
you know,
I think
it's
they're planning
Hollywood.
a
You know they're
second
gonna
one
do some
now.
stupid shit.
That's true. That's
But it
true.
just it depends on the success of the movie. That's how they decide if it's going to be a sequel.
Mhm.
Period. If the movie's crazy successful, they're doing a sequel.
Well, it definitely ain't doing as good as Spider-Man doing in the box office right now.
No.
Ain't
But-
nothing doing that good.
But
That shit's killing it all.
all the previous Matrix movies, like I said last week, they're up almost 60% on sales.
Yeah,
True.
that's well.
True.
That's what this movie really did. It did two things. It made people that were fans of the old movies go back to them, and then it made people that never seen the old ones want to see them.
Want to see him.
That's what this movie is. It's like a commercial for the original movies.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it literally shows clips of it. I mean, straight up and down. This is just this, and it was successful at that.
Because
It's very
I got
successful.
this movie app, and you go to trending, and it's all the Matrix movies all in a row, and then it's the
Yeah.
new one.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone's just, they're feeding in. They're like, oh my God, what did we miss? And they're going to purchase these other films. And they're
Well,
going
as of December 26th, The Matrix Resurrection has grossed $22.5 million in the United States and Canada and $47.3 million in other territories for a worldwide total of $69.8 million. In the United States and Canada, the film was released alongside Sing 2 and The King's Man, which I just saw Sunday night, and was projected to
What,
gross
Sing
around
2?
40 million.
Sing
No,
2 was
The
good.
King's Man.
I'm about to watch that.
Hey,
I'm about to
Stu,
watch
you
that.
Yeah,
know,
Sing.
The King's
Oh,
Man was
y'all like
hard.
Sing 2. Sing 1 was good. I like Sing.
See, I
Stu,
know
That was
you
alright,
were
man. That was my joint.
Stu.
Sing
Yeah,
1
Stu
was
was
good,
watching
man.
Sting the other day.
Yeah, I watched Sing 1. Sing 1 was
I
good.
like my
man.
animation more. I like my anime.
I'm waiting on
I
Soul.
recommend Sing 1, and that's a Cook's pick of the week.
I'm finna watch it tonight.
Yes, sir.
But The King's
Yes,
Man,
sir.
though, The King's Man was dope. I saw that in the theater, and but yeah, The Matrix was projected to gross around 40 million, and it ended up doing 69 million, so it did better than they wanted to. With some tracking, it reaching as high as 70 million in its first 6 days. The film ended up underperforming, grossing 12 million over the weekend for a 5-day total of 22.5 million, finishing third. The total was lower than the 16.3 made by Warner Brothers Wonder Woman in 1984. Oh, Wonder Woman 1984, the previous Christmas, the past, yeah. So the film debuted second in Russia, first in Japan, first in Thailand. Its opening gross was 8% above Eternals and 12% over Tenet.
It just
Its
makes me
weekend,
feel good. It makes me feel good that
well, the
couple
review
years
aggregated.
couple years have gone by, and the numbers that Black Panther did still are tops right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you something, the community didn't let that movie die.
Nah.
We kept
Nope.
going to see it.
And yeah, I mean,
I got programs where I don't even have to go to the theaters. But we went to the theaters twice for Black Panther.
Yeah,
do
you
you
had to
think
go to
Black
theater.
Panther was really that good, or was it the idea of what it was adding to that, to its
Both. I
popularity?
think it was both.
I think it was both. And I'm just gonna say this and put it out there, like being, African American and watching that, it was because I didn't know my dad. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
me watching that movie, it touched me immediately. I'm like, wow. Look,
Right.
you know what I mean? Look how they wrote this in, and look how it guaranteed to reach so many people about the missing part of their life.
Right.
Especially the missing part of a lot of African American kids growing up's lives.
Yeah.
And it
No, I
touched me.
know what you mean. Look, my son is mixed. My wife's black, so I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about.
But you and your wife are in your child's life, and a lot of times, what happens is we all know Stu,
but
Spade,
it's
everybody, we
something
all know.
else. No, I know what you're
Somebody's
saying.
usually gone.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. I do get that. But what I mean is there is stuff missing. You know what I mean? Just without going into detail, it's stuff missing from both of their lives. It's I get it. Is what I'm, but yeah, I know what you mean too. I mean, a lot of I don't know. Do you think that today, or it's getting better, where more black men are fathers in the home? Is that
Yes,
something that was bad in the 80s and 90s, and it's getting better? Do you see
it
it?
is. I think it is getting better. I think we have a long way to go, but it's all about the stability, man, and it's about foundation. And if there's no foundation, there's no action to create stability. And when there's no stability, then how can I say it? The weak usually leave, you know what I mean? And they don't want the responsibility. They want the action, they don't want the responsibility. So it just creates a ripple effect, And
Right.
I mean, hopefully the ripple is getting smaller, that it's a lot more fathers and mothers and in the households, but we got a long way to go.
You think? Go ahead, Cook.
I was gonna say that following off of what Multi said, like, I feel like it's a lot of good fathers out there, you know what I'm saying, as well as good mothers, good parents, regardless.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just that we always get, which it's up to people like us to fix it, but they showcase the bad dads and they don't showcase the good dads. And it
100.
seems like, and
Right.
it's sometimes when I be watching TV, the different stuff I be watching and listening to and watching, it's almost like your father have to be some type of big figure in life to be a good dad. Like, oh, my son play for this team.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever. When they show it, when we seeing it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure in all our cities, we know good people, good families, but they don't make noise like the domestic,
Right.
or the ones that get into it, or the ones that don't have the dad, and the dad out there doing gangster stuff or doing nonsense. You always gonna hear the bad. It's like the negative always get preached before the good
Yeah.
do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
The media picks that up. It's more exciting. It's more
yeah,
entertaining.
and if it ain't
Yeah.
the media, it's our neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Because our neighbors, they'll be like, "Yo, so and so down there, so and so, and he got 3 or 4 kids and ain't even doing nothing."
Well,
But
yeah, it's
then,
gossip. Yeah.
you know what I mean? But then the dad that do help the son through school, go to all the games, help the daughter tie the shoes and ride the bike, Don't know too many people brag on them.
Nope.
You know what I'm
And
So
saying?
it's like we, and I say we meaning just living in the hood, like growing up. We celebrate more like a dude getting home from jail. You're more of a that's more props than like say someone that went to college, graduated college, came home.
real.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. What about you,
Yeah, it
Spade?
gets more heat.
I'm like with. I'm gonna use the example of my dad. My dad, my mom. If my dad was living, he passed away 10 years ago, so they would have been married for like 34 years at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It would be about 44 now if he was still living. And he was always a constant in my life. He was a dad, just bottom line. He wasn't a father, he was a dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he had two other kids. I have an older sister and older brother, and it's me and my baby sister. And as far as for me and my baby sister, he never once, and then with his other kids too, he never once was not a constant in their life. It's like, if I can be there, I will be there. Now, if the other mother chose to block him or whatever, and like, I don't want you nothing to do with my kids, whatever, that's on her. But he was like, I'm gonna do what I have to do for my children. I've
Mm-hmm.
seen him, my dad, many times. Like, I was wrestling one time at a championship match. He had worked 12 hours that day. I'm like, Pop, you want to come? Can you come to my match? Blah blah. He said, son, I'm tired. I'm like, I really want you to come. And somehow, he made a way to come see me wrestle. He went straight home after the match, but he came to see me
Yeah.
wrestle that night. And I'm like, damn, that just, it spoke volumes to the type of man he was and the sacrifice he made just because I wanted him to do something. Now, I
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
perfectly understand. I'm a grown man, but I understood that, my dad worked 12 hours. He tired. All he wanted to do was sit down and relax. And I asked him to come to this, and it was just like, I felt bad because I asked him to come, but he was like, no, I was happy I came, and got to share your moment with you. And I'm like, but
That's
you didn't
good.
have to come.
That's
And
so
so it's
good.
like, there are a lot of fathers, a lot of dads out there that are like that. And like y'all saying, they're not celebrated. They're not, they don't get the recognition that they so richly deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell my wife all the time, like, our kids, they're hers from a previous marriage. And it's hard to be a dad to someone else's children. I'm like, that's very hard because I didn't make them. So I have
Yeah.
to put in extra effort myself to
Yeah.
earn love and respect from them. Now, yeah, they
Yeah.
show it, they give it to me, but it's just like, man, that's a constant battle because I have that biological father that whatever I'm teaching, he's trying to undo and teach the opposite.
Yep.
Right.
So
You're
it's
right.
like,
Right.
No, my biological or my daughter I raised since she was 3 years old. And she's 23 now.
mhm.
And but her biological father was never around while she was growing up. But I know that everyone in this room right now are great fathers. All of us up here are phenomenal fathers from what I know, and from what I know from myself, and from what I talked to all of your cooks. You don't have kids, do you?
Yeah, I got 20. My daughter 21.
Okay. So then, yeah,
Okay,
all of us.
what? Cooks got. I don't even know why you act like Cooks probably got more than one kid.
I swear I
He
don't. I'm
just make
glad
it
I
seem
don't.
that way.
He said
No,
Cook's
no.
got a
Cook
whole,
claim he claiming
got a whole,
Cook's claiming
No.
one
yeah.
kid.
Hey, man, you made
He
me turn the
claimed
light
one, but he
on,
got
man.
more than one.
They all over the.
No, I ain't got no kid nowhere.
Look at me, dog.
No, I
Cook's
don't.
got more than one kid. Now
No,
he claiming
I
one,
don't.
Reno, but he got
One,
more. There's more than
21.
one floating around there
Is she
with the
enough? Is
last
she
name.
enough? She
Hey
She
enough.
man,
enough
Look,
dude,
Cooks.
or,
my
hey,
father
hey,
used to say
Stu,
that
all
stuff
you see
about me,
is
like,
this,
you
dude.
got
Look,
stuff
look.
that you
I'm
don't know
telling you.
about. Like,
I know, I
look,
know.
ain't no part of me
Nah,
being with
I
him
can
that
see
they
y'all.
ever been.
I can see. I had to kill my camera. It's killing my battery. So I gotta. I'm conserving power, but we got a good discussion going. So I want to stay in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to kill the camera. It's just killing my battery. But I
Oh
got
man.
for audio. We good. Nah, Cooks.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know. My wife remembered me something today. She said, what did she say? Some men. I can't say it how she said some men are mad at their fathers for what they did to them when they were little, but they do the same things to their
Yep.
children that their fathers did to them now.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
makes sense, and
Yep.
it
I
happens.
was one of them.
It's tragic.
Happens a lot.
Cooks, you was getting down like that, Cooks?
My dad, like my dad, like he wasn't like out there in the street or nothing. He was just a rolling stone. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was like put it like this. My dad, with his magical ways, my brother, and then he came into my mama. Then he went back to my brother's mama and had baby sister. So I'm in the middle of her two youngest kids. See what I'm saying? And they still married. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And
Nah,
I
we
was
don't
one
get
of the
that. Wait
kids.
a minute. Oh, you got to spell that out for me, Cooks.
So,
I'm
My
not
mind
getting
hey,
that.
blown.
Cooks,
That's
Oh,
blown.
yeah, I'm kind of get that. I
Yeah.
ain't getting that right now.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hey, Cooks,
Put it
you
like
just
this.
be
My
a little
dad,
example.
He'll break it down.
my dad to get down to his last three kids, right? The one
Right.
that's older than me, the brother that's older than me, 2 years older than me, and the little sister that's 5 years younger than me. They got the same mama. My daddy put me in the middle. He left the wife, messed with my mama, and then went back to the wife and made up and had a little sister. See what I'm saying?
So do so do you think that that makes him a bad dad, or do you just think that maybe because
You
you
get
got to
around.
remember
That's all. You
something,
get
right?
around.
Because you got to remember something. Y'all got to remember
I had
something.
to learn.
When it
I
come to
had to learn.
relationships, like we ain't got nothing to do with that. Kids don't ask to be here. So like,
Yeah.
do you think it's just something that just didn't work, and he just was like, I'm just gonna go over here because this working and this ain't. But I got two kids out of this.
You see, my dad, he got 7 kids now, and
Hmm.
he got one, two, three, four baby mamas, right?
So how
So
was he
Right.
there in your life growing up?
to be honest, he wasn't like he wasn't
Right.
because it was like I was a little kid. He visited me when I was an infant. My mama, I'm 41 years old, and my mama ain't never said nothing bad about him a day in my life. So obviously
Wow.
he must have
This
did
is
something right when I couldn't
That's
know
yeah.
nothing.
That's
But
big
as
right
I'm
there.
getting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, my grandma teaching me about who my dad was. So I'm always
right.
wanting to see him. And
Yeah.
then when
Right.
I finally
But
did
that's
see
natural.
him, he pulled up one day from work on his break, but he didn't come back. He wasn't coming back. I'm
Right.
smart enough to know you ain't got to see my mama. You can come to see me at my grandma's house.
Yeah.
But
Right.
whatever they had going on, I was too young to know. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
So for
Right.
years, I was always kind of held it against him that he didn't fix that because when I became a dad, I always had to fix it. You know what I'm saying? And that always bothered me. It's like, how come my daddy can do it? But then when I got started, but then that's when I started learning. I'm my own man. This my kid. Be different than what he was. Even though he didn't mistreat you, he didn't beat you, he didn't cuss you. He just wasn't there because he had a whole other family to take care of.
Mm-hmm.
And I left it
So
at that.
do you give him a pass for that, or
Yeah,
are you
I
trying to
do.
say that
I
why
do
did, are
now.
you trying to say no? I'm just saying why you trying to say that why does he get a pass and you don't?
Yeah, that
Is that
right there
what,
bothered me for a long time. Between 20 and 29, that bothered me for a long time.
Yeah, I remember my mama, because I didn't know where my dad was or nothing. I didn't know anywhere about of him. My only memory of him was him picking me up one day, and he was living in the hotel. He bought me a 6 pack of Welch's grape soda and some snacks, and he went to sleep on the motel bed, and I sat there and watched TV until he took me home. That's basically what all I remember about my father.
Mm.
And my mama found him, gave me a number and everything, address, everything.
Mm.
And I called one time, and because I don't want nothing from him, Cooks, Spade,
Yeah.
Reno, I don't want nothing from him. I ain't need nothing from him. You know, I'm established. I'm my own man.
Right.
I just want him to see his grandkids, But
Right.
Hmm.
when I called, some lady answered the phone. I knew it was his lady or whatever. And I went through the whole spiel and say who I was looking for and why, da da da. And she paused for about 10 seconds. She said, "You got the wrong number," and she hung up on me. So I
Wow.
knew he was there. You know what I mean? I knew, but it was that outside family not wanting him to, you know,
Are you?
Oh,
get
Yeah.
involved with something in the past again.
Yeah.
right?
You
I
know,
don't know
Well,
how
I
I'm
mean,
gonna get back
this is
behind
49,
what I
him.
man.
mean. Like, this is what I
I'm
mean.
almost
All of
49.
us are.
I'll meet him.
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, this is a good example of a father. You guys not repeating the bad from the past or from what your fathers did. You know what I mean? Like Cooks, you know, you want to be there for your kid because your dad wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I mean, when they say a lot of people repeat, you know, what was done to them on their own kids, I never understood that. I never got that because it would seem to me like if something done to me, why would I do that to someone that I care about if it's
Exactly.
something that wasn't good? I
Right.
just don't
But
get
you
it.
got, but you got to remember, children are a big responsibility, and for some people, sometimes that responsibility is overwhelming
It's
in
overwhelming.
nature,
It's too much.
and they try like
They
I
crumble.
once I had I give a good example. I used to work with a woman that was my supervisor, and she told me one time that her daughter, she said my daughter was not an AB student. She said she never would be, and I knew that. And she said, but she said she brought me home B's and mostly C's. She said I always wanted her to be an A student, but I knew that just was not her capabilities. So she said, so as long as she brought me home them B's and them C's, she said I was proud of her like she got A's.
Mm.
And for some people to accept like they might like you got to understand something when you have a child, you see your child in yourself
Yeah.
and vice versa.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
so your father might have been like, you know what, I'm looking at Cooks, or I'm looking at Multiverse, or I'm looking at Spade, or or he's looking at Reno, and he might be like, you know, I might want him to be better than me, so I'm gonna stay out of his life so he can be better than me. You know what I
Mm.
mean? I don't want him to be like me. I just want him to be better than me. Or
That's
he
the
might say
point.
if I stay or if I hang around, he might say to himself, if I hang around, he might turn out to be a bum just like I am.
That's a flawed thinking, but it's how people sometimes think.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you, I'm gonna tell you
It's
like
not
this
right, but it's
from me because of like I'm on my second marriage now, and like I said, I don't have any biological children of my own, and that was a choice I made not to because one of how bad the world is, you know, and I'm like I don't want to put my kids through that. Just you know, people gonna hate them because of their skin color or they dress a certain way or they live in a nice home or whatever. And I tell my kids that now, like people gonna hate you for things you can't control. So I didn't
Right.
want
It's true.
biologically, I didn't want my kids to go through that. And number two, I ain't gonna lie, I was selfish because I did not want to give
yeah.
up like what I do or what I was doing, which wasn't nothing bad. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't like I was just out in the streets. I'm like, I like go, I would wrestle, go places to wrestle. I like buying my comic books. I like buying music or DVDs or whatever. So it's like what I was doing, I like that for me because that was my entertainment. Like I said, I wasn't out in the streets womanizing or doing stuff like that. I just did whatever I wanted to do. I didn't want to have to sacrifice for a child. And like one lady, like I said, I was married twice. One lady was just like, well, that's just hard. But you say you're selfish. I said, no, it's not because I realize I'm too selfish to have a child right now.
No, that's real talk, Spade.
That
Yeah.
is that is. And
I
some
mean,
people
Like
are.
keep it a
some
buck.
people
Some
don't
people
realize
are.
that. It's like you have to realize where you are, what do you want out of life, not just 10 years from now, but right now. Do you
Yeah.
enjoy what if you enjoy going clubbing and doing all go do it. But don't bring a child in and expect to still do it.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
Right,
No,
and
that's
right,
that's
right.
that's big. That's real talk right there. That's
Right.
real
But it's
talk.
like Spider-Man. But it's like Spider-Man with children. With
With
great
great,
power
great,
come great
great power comes
responsibility.
great
When you
responsibility.
because
absolutely.
you have the
That
power,
should be a
you
great
had the power to
responsibility.
mold that child. You had the power to mold a child into being whatever you want it to be. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like when you look at people, like look at Venus and Serena, their father molded them into being tennis players.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Money Mayweather. Like that time when Larry Merchant said
Tiger
some
Woods.
rough stuff about his dad, what did he say? He said, "Yo," he said, "Don't nobody talk about my dad with me." He said, "Me and my dad don't have
Yeah.
the best relationship in the world." But he said, "I tell you what, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now because he pushed
Yeah.
me to my potential. I hated it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
look where I'm at because of it. Look at the Jacksons. Look at
Yeah.
Jack.
Right.
You can say whatever you want about Joe Jackson, but if it
Right.
wasn't for Joe Jackson, none
Wouldn't
of them
be
Yeah.
would
no
be
Mike.
Been no
famous.
Jackson, been no
No
Jackson on
Janet.
fire.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
Jackson
no, he
Five.
They'll
pushed
let
them.
you
Ooh,
know.
Yeah, he pushed them. It was hard. It
pushing for
strained his
real.
relationship with his children, but he was willing to sacrifice his relationship with his children to make sure that they had the very
To
best
give
of
the
everything.
world
To
to
make
give the
them great.
world something great, Stu.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And you gotta ask yourself as a parent, are you ready to do that? Like, Like I get what Space saying. Like if you are you ready to sacrifice? Because you gotta make sacrifices
Yeah.
when it comes to kids.
Oh,
Ain't
it's
nobody
nothing
here
but
got kids and they
sacrifice.
make no sacrifices, man.
It's nothing but
Speaking
sacrifice.
of,
That's
tell
what it's all
everybody hello.
about.
Hey,
Hey, how you
what's
doing?
Hey,
happening?
hey,
What's
hey.
happening?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
get lost.
beautiful.
Go. Bye. See you.
But
Go eat.
that's like choosing to be a father to a child that's not biologically yours is a big responsibility also. I mean, it's just as big, it may be bigger than having your own kid,
It is.
because
Mhm.
now you're responsible for someone else's child that's
Mhm.
not even your child, and you're taking it on. And once you take that on, you can't take it off. Like, you can't be like, okay, I'm not your dad now. You can't do that.
You can't
I
do
So
that.
think
it's
we
big
responsible for
commitment.
all children, man. Because like you gotta look at it like this. Look at our
Takes a
society,
village
man. It's
kind of thing.
yeah, take a village. Like look at our
Yeah.
society. Like we minorities, right? So what's the first thing they do to us? They take the father out of the situation, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
When they take him out, then what do the children look up to? Because normally you look up to your dad. You be like,
Right.
oh my dad this and my dad that. When they take him out, next thing you know, you looking up to the pimps, the hustlers, the drug dealers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The basketball stars and all that football, because you
Yeah.
have nobody else to look up to that's greater than you. You know, so you
Mhm.
gotta be like, man, then when you get that rolling, that's part of the plan. Then when you go to the woman, they tell the woman, oh, you go downtown to get welfare or whatever, you can't have no man.
Right.
And then there's no man in the house
You
teaching,
can't
like
get
all of us as men,
housing.
all of us
Yeah,
is
you gonna teach
right,
out of
all
your
of us
place.
as
You
men,
can stay
yeah,
here and all of that.
yeah, all of
Yeah.
us as men, yeah. But when the farmer's wife go down to get subsidizing for to help her family get through the hard times of the crops not coming in, they don't tell her she can't have no man.
Nope.
They don't tell her that. They don't tell her that.
Mm,
Yeah, they don't say that to her at all. Because we
right.
need men to teach our women how to budget money, how to make right investments, how to save money. Because when you look at a lot of women, they're not good with saving money. They ain't good with budgeting money. They spend, 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 spend. And they think that like they gotta leave that slave mentality of thinking that it's somebody taking care of them and they do the least amount. Somebody take care. That's not supposed to be. They're supposed to be powerful, man. Our women
Yep.
supposed to be powerful, and it starts at home. It starts with their children. You
Yep.
teach your
Right.
women to be like.
Exactly.
You teach your daughters to be Wonder Womans. You teach them to be.
Mhm.
You see how arrogant Wonder Woman is and how strong she is. She stepping on. She be like, well, why is I don't need none of
Confident.
these men. All
Mhm.
right, she can't. But
Be
she's
like
and
mama.
right. But here's the crazy part. I ain't gonna see crazy, but here's the real part about it. No matter how arrogant, strong, tough, or whatever Wonder Woman is, she still is one thing. First, a woman.
A
She
woman.
always wear a dress. She always walk like a woman, talk like a woman, got heels and all that. But she ain't nothing to play with.
Long hair, got the
Mhm.
Right,
tiara.
long hair. Right.
Yeah.
They want
Yeah.
to defeminize our women,
Yeah. They
saying
do.
you can't
Masculinize them.
yeah you could
Yeah.
be a woman but you don't have to be a no, you could be a woman and you could be a feminine woman, but you can be strong.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
And
see,
that
They defeminize the black woman, especially.
right.
okay,
And yeah, especially. And then yeah. And then but they indoctrinate it where black women are masculine themselves. Like, it's not just you know what I mean? Like, it's something that, they really do affect the way people live, the way people are,
I
the way they
agree.
think.
Look
100%.
That's true.
how look how good and far the Matrix is that we've gone so deep in the
Hey, listen, I said in all the
Mhm.
flyers, we taking you deep down the rabbit hole on this one.
For sure.
Taking the red pill today.
yes, we
We're
have.
taking the red
There-
pill today.
There's one thing I do want to say. I'll change the subject on like what Multi was saying about the Matrix. Is like it was definitely revolutionary because there's so many different things that it's referenced in. Like people
Yeah.
use it, and like I said, wrestling. Being a wrestler, people use a lot of the Matrix in the wrestling moves. Chris
Mhm.
Jericho used the code like you got in the background, Reno, in his entrance video at one time. So I'm like, it's
Mhm.
definitely a pop culture phenomenon, man. It's not
Yes,
just a movie.
yep. Definitely pop culture, Spade.
Oh yeah,
Oh, definitely,
it's an
100%.
icon. It's iconic. Yeah, it's an
Eh,
icon.
what I love most about the Matrix is that it make you look at life. It make me look at life a different way. Like, like when I say
Yeah.
see between the lines,
Yes.
commercials and the media and politics. It's like read between all them lies. You know what I'm saying? And the perfect example is I ain't never seen a hamburger yet look like it do on the commercial.
And you never
I
will.
ain't seen the
Oh,
commercial. I
well.
ain't seen it yet. That
Nah,
You know
chicken do
that stuff
not
in
look
them
like that in
come
that
commercials.
on, man,
bucket.
Michael. Remember
They
Michael
used
Douglas
to,
had fallen down? He was like, "Why is my burger
yeah,
look only?" He said, "That burger like 3 feet high. It's fluffy. It's all he's
right,
saying. Look at this.
right.
Like, this thing-
Hey, Stu. Hey, Stu.
That
What's
shit
That
up?
isn't
that
even
that's a
food.
sleeper right there.
That movie is a sleeper. That is a
It
Yeah.
is,
sleeper movie.
bro. That's humanity. That's humanity in a nutshell on a bad day, guys. That movie
Mhm.
right there.
But he was having a bad day too.
It
Everywhere
What's the
he
was.
name of the
went,
movie?
everything he did, yeah, he couldn't get right. He couldn't get right at all.
What's the
He
name of the
could
movie?
falling down.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, Mike. Yeah, where he yeah. I remember when he chased the dudes off with the baseball bat. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
wild, bro. He was
yeah. He
wild.
was having, yeah, he was having a real bad day in that movie.
So
You know,
I
nothing
like
going right.
when that Nazi dude tried to indoctrinate him. He was like, "Man, get that shit out of here.
yeah, yeah.
Whoop your ass."
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a
good
good
movie.
movie, man.
It was.
So was what's your name with Robert De Niro, Taxi Driver.
Oh yeah.
Taxi Driver. Oh man, that's a classic.
Feeling
That's
like De Niro in Taxi Driver.
yeah. That's
You
you
know, you know,
talking to
I,
me.
you
You
know, I'm
talking to
big.
me?
Yeah, you know, honestly, I did
That's
not
the
watch
House
that
of
movie
Pain,
till I was
Spade.
I ain't watched that movie till I was an adult, man. I
Right.
literally was like 25 or 26 when I
Oh
physically sat
damn.
down and watched
Look,
that movie.
my
See, I
wife
watched
said
it
make
when I
her.
was
It
like,
reminds her of DC Cab.
Oh,
DC Cab is
DC
my joint.
Cab.
yeah,
DC
Mr.
Cab.
T in
DC
that.
that was
Cab.
Mr.
Oh
T.
man, I'm not now. I'm gonna have to find that movie.
that's
I
crazy.
love
I
that when I
remember
DC
was
that
a
Cab
kid.
was dope. I remember
Yeah,
that.
That's a
it was.
classic.
I'll tell y'all something I watched for the first time. It had me hypnotized. It's a Wonderful Life.
Wow.
Oh, right, right.
Really?
Yeah. That's a
Oh,
I
classic
that's
right
one of my
watched
there.
that
favorite movies.
because
That's one of my
because
favorite movies, Spade.
I
I
done
mean,
seen that you know that part where he tearing up the yard. I done seen that
Yeah.
in so many just everywhere. And so I said, you know what, let me finally
Yeah,
just watch it on
right,
Christmas. And I was
right.
like, this movie pretty good. I'm like, I can't
Yeah,
believe
it
I'm
is.
41 and I ain't watched it yet.
It'll have you in your feelings. It's a
Yeah, even
Wonderful Life will have you in your feelings, Cook.
A Christmas Story is a classic.
That's
Hey,
Man,
listen,
yeah.
Reno,
That's
you'll
my
shoot your eye
joint
out.
right
Don't
there.
even do it. You'll shoot your eye out.
Shoot your eye
Man.
out,
yeah.
kid.
Cook, if you get
Shoot
a
your eye
chance,
out.
just watch the old black and white Twilight Zone joint. They
Oh
Oh
man,
good.
I've
yeah.
They
been
real good.
Outer
I
Limits.
know about those. I watched
What
them with
about
Big
Outer
Mama on
Limits?
TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know about those. Those
You
are
remember
definitely
Outer
the
Limits
best.
too?
Huh?
Outer
Outer
Limits.
Limits.
Yeah, I watch Outer Limits too. I got hooked on those.
That's a
I
long
used
one.
to
Hey,
That's an
when I
old
was
Stu,
a
one.
you go on
That
what's
was
up?
black
my
and white.
pops shit
Stu,
right
you
there.
go on black and white shows and movies and stuff. Watch
Uh-huh.
The Invisible Man, 1933. It's one of the most
Classic.
brutal horror movies that you'll ever see.
Oh
Yo,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The Invisible
That's on my
Man,
list to watch.
he killed about 250 people, man.
Yeah, that's a
Golly.
classic.
Insane. They talking
Yeah.
about body counts for killers. No. Invisible Man.
Right.
Straight up. 1933.
Man. Okay.
1933.
Yeah, it was
1933.
around the time they did, Frankenstein and Dracula and the Wolfman and the Mummy and the Invisible Man. That was like one of the Hollywood monsters from that time, that era. That's when they were doing Lon Chaney
Yep.
and all of that. I took a film history course in college. I mean, I went to college for film production, but yeah, film history class, man. And we watched all of those joints, like Citizen Kane and all of them classics. But
That's what I wish I'd have went to school for film. I went for tech, man. I'm a tech major.
You still can, Stu.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you
You know
still
what? You're right,
can.
man.
But
No, you're right. I might just do it.
I mean,
might just
now, see, like when I was doing that, like you had to have film, like you had to have film in a film camera. Like now, it's digital. You can make a movie with your phone. Like
Yep.
they've got movies made on iPhones now, and that's
Yeah,
crazy. So
yeah.
now, yeah, anybody can pretty much do it.
And you know
The
that's what
iPhone, a
That's
lot of
what
iPhones got good cameras. They got good cameras in them. Got quality
Reno. That's what
cameras.
British going to school for right now.
Right? Yeah,
So
British
he go.
Sterling. Shout out British Sterling. Yeah,
He going to school for that right now.
yeah, yeah. That was my
That's dope.
my goal was to be a director in the movies, but I went another way.
It's all
Mhm.
good.
College.
I'm writing a dope ass book, guys. So maybe we can all get in on some production for this movie that they're gonna make out of my book.
Yeah, I'm writing one too.
It's called the last.
We gotta exchange manuscripts, man.
It's
Yeah,
called the
yeah, right
last.
on that, right there.
You heard me,
Yeah, right.
Cooks? The last paper route.
Huh? The
The last
last
paper
paper
route.
route.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I like to know what that's about.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mine is called Parallel.
It's dope. I gotta give
Stu
him
read
credit.
some of mine. Yeah, Stu read
I'm
some of
about 13 chapters
Good.
in, Cooks.
Actually, yeah,
13
it's dope.
chapter. What's your main character?
Well, it's this kid, and
I'm
guess what?
180,
I'm not even saying his
184
name
pages in.
until almost the end of the movie, end of the story.
Oh,
So
okay,
I'm
okay,
keeping them invested.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. All right. So,
mine has three. It's about a guy that kills himself, but he was in a relationship with three different women at the same time, and they find out when he commits suicide. But there's a big twist at the end, which I can't really say much about it without giving it away. But
yeah.
yeah, it's dope because each chapter, like, so one chapter is going to be from the perspective of one of the women, and she's talking about she's like a so there's like one of them's like a real clean cut business lady type corporate chick. The other one's like a hip hop like just head, you know what I mean? She's
Hmm.
just straight in the hip. The other one's like a hustler, like dope dealer and shit.
Right.
And so the first chapter will be from the perspective of one. I'm like what I think I'm like you said, yeah, I'm 180 something pages in, so several chapters, but it goes one chapter is from one perspective. She's telling the story from the point of the moment that the dude kills himself. And
Right.
then the next chapter is the next lady telling from the moment he kills himself on, and then the next chapter is the third from the moment he kills himself on. Then the fourth chapter goes back to the first lady, and it's talking about that life. So then it staggers every other chapter. It goes like that, and but yeah, by the end, but basically it's called parallel because all of these lives are running parallel to each other.
Maybe
The
we gotta
character that
have a
kills
day.
himself,
We gotta have a manuscript day.
huh?
We gotta have a manuscript day one day.
Well, eventually, yeah. Like
We
one
each
day,
read
I'm gonna
off some
definitely
stuff.
put it online. Yeah, we gotta definitely do that.
Because I
Hmm.
know
We gotta
Cook's
do.
got some story he writing. I know Spade got a story, and Stu with all his experience, I know Stu got a story he could write.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely, yeah, yeah, 100%, 100%,
God
definitely.
damn,
I
it
got
is
a couple of
We
10:30
them.
should,
p.m.
we,
Holy shit,
I know it's
Yeah,
we're
10:30.
man.
going 4 hours. B.
Yeah, we've been on here kicking it.
This is
Yeah,
That's
our
man.
the way.
longest
That's the way to
episode
It's
end
ever,
it, man.
man.
Monday.
On a 4 hour show.
It's Monday. We've been on here
Yeah,
kicking it.
Kicking it.
it's our longest show
Hey
yet.
man, look, Killer Priest and them is still on, so I don't know why we can't.
Yeah, I
They
be
be
And they
watching
riding
Killer
started,
out.
Priest. I be
and they
watching
Yeah,
started,
Killer
yeah, they
Priest.
start an hour after we do. They start an hour after we do. They don't get done until
Oh,
midnight.
hey, you know what? Interesting hip hop fact before we touch the end. I was watching have any one of y'all seen that Vlad and Raekwon interview yet with
yeah,
Vlad?
yep,
What you think about that, man? When he was talking about the Hulu series, how if DiCaprio had got his hands on it, they would have made a movie.
yeah.
But
Well, yeah.
you
What it
know,
was, yeah. He sold the whole idea to Leonardo DiCaprio and them's camp, like they were
Really?
down ready to do it, but RZA shot it down. Like
Really?
RZA wanted to do the Hulu show instead. But
hmm
yeah, they were gonna make a movie. The RZA. What he said was RZA. See, I'm reading this book too. Raekwon wrote a book, and that's
hmm
what the Vlad interview is talking about. That's what he's referencing is the book that he wrote. It's called
hmm
Staircase to Stage. It's dope so far. I'm only like 5 chapters in, but it's dope. But yeah. So RZA's told the guys like we want to get a movie done or something about our life, and so they each went out and tried to find, whatever. Raekwon went out and he landed Leonardo DiCaprio
hmm
and brought it to RZA, and the RZA like played it. He said he played it like he was going to the meetings, like he was into it. He said, but Ray said that by the end, he realized and found out that RZA had been made his decision on the Hulu joint, like way from the jump, and never even really entertained it. But, and I don't know, like, I don't know if I wish they would have done it because the series is good. I mean, I like the show,
It's
and
alright.
I do think that their story needs a show.
Something.
Yes, but what I mean is that it can't be summed up in 2 hours. Like, we need fucking 16
all day.
episodes. I need
Yeah, be
3,
for
4,
real.
5.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Think about it. They're going to the 3rd season, and they're just now getting to the first solo albums.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still in like 94 right now. And so, man, like, if they would have summed that up in a 2-hour movie, I don't know how it could have went down, but
Yeah.
I still think it would have been a fire movie, but it would have been something very different.
Mm-hmm.
But what would Leonardo DiCaprio have done? Would he have played Rifkin, Steve Rifkin?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Like Raekwon was saying on Vlad, he
could have been you
described
got.
he said that the version that we get now is like how he say it's like a certain type of liquor with a lot of ice in it.
Commercial.
Yeah, he said what DiCaprio with him, and if DiCaprio had got his hands on it like he wanted to, and the certain forces, he said it would have been like drinking a straight bottle of the strongest. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like he how he was saying it, Sopranos, Scarface, like he want to give us something like that.
Yeah.
But instead we getting the Hula brand, watered down, a lot of ice.
I would like to see a movie
you know
based
why?
on Cuban links.
Check it out.
I want to see a movie based on the Purple Tape.
Right. I think he's right because Ghostface and them, when they made the Purple Tape and all that, they kind of modeled it after the movie Scarface, and that's what we was all watching back then. We was all watching Scarface.
Yeah, it was,
every rapper wants to tell a story like that, like their story, but like Scarface. You know, we know it's fictional. They want a movie about their life, kind of like Scarface, because we all idolize Scarface, man. Scarface is one of the best movies ever made.
Right. Biggie got a story to tell.
Wow. That was a true story that he told on that joint too.
Oh yeah, that's Mason, right?
I think it was either Mason or
Starks.
Starks, I think was one of them two.
One of them two.
They won't say who it was, but they do confirm it. Everybody confirms it. They just won't say who it is.
Yep.
They tell you it's a basketball star. They tell you he played in New York.
That's terrible.
They don't tell you. Yeah, they just don't tell you who it is. They don't tell you who it is.
Hey, that's my Barkley voice. That's terrible.
That's terrible.
Yeah, they don't tell you. Yeah, they don't tell you who it was. They just tell you that it was. Everybody said it was true. Like everybody. Confirmed. It's a confirmed true story. They just won't tell you who it is. They won't put it out there. Just like they won't put out who won that battle between DMX and Jay-Z.
I think.
Listen, I'll settle that right now. DMX is better than Jay-Z to me. So
it's tough.
Really?
Let's
go.
Tough.
Now, if you had to put the Black Album up against It's Dark and Hell Is Hot, which album would you listen to?
It's dark. Real dark in here.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I think Jay-Z's a phony. Because if you listen from Big L and all of them back in the day, Jay wasn't that dude. You're not that guy. You're just not that guy.
Nah, he filled the vacuum when Biggie died. Big L died. Like he was the one left.
He evolved into personas of them.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, like Jay-Z was a big. He was dealing coke like heavy.
He wasn't. He
was. You seen the Haven story?
Reno. He wasn't the drug dealer like they say.
No, he wasn't no kingpin, but he was doing shit. He was. Let's watch the Haven story.
I'm with you, Monty. I'm with you, Monty.
What now I say?
No. I'm not saying Jay-Z was a kingpin, bro.
Come on.
Jay-Z, it's a fact. Like, it's not even a question. Like, have you seen DeHaven's video on YouTube? You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
DeHaven.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Well, if you do, then you know that he was selling coke.
I mean, but is the Haven real? I mean, I don't know. We can talk
Yeah,
about this all day.
yeah, it's court cases and all that.
He
It's
said,
court
Tell
papers
it,
and all that.
tell it.
he
I'm
got
with
a
you, Monty.
point there,
I'm
Reno.
with you.
Reno, I
I can't
can't,
wait to have
Reno,
this hip hop
I can't
combo,
even
buddy.
disagree. Yeah, I can't even disagree with him on that one. Yeah, he got a point there.
Listen,
No, he don't. He ain't got
Jay
no
is
point because his
hypothetical.
point is that is the Haven real, but he is real. It's a real person.
Jay
He's
is
not a celebrity or
hypothetical to
nothing. He's
me.
just a guy.
Jay-Z is a
It's court cases.
hypothetical, and he managed to stumble upon the lifestyle and ran with it.
That's what all rappers do.
Ah,
Every rapper in the world does that. That's what all rappers do. They create a persona,
So it's
and
all
based
lies.
on
You
it's
know
based
that.
on
That's
things
why
they've
the
seen or
rap
lived or
is
okay.
experienced. That's every rapper.
Then so if you was to say every rapper, then I would say tell me a lie that Q-Tip the told.
No, I'm not saying that they all tell
no,
lies.
no
I'm
lies.
saying they have a persona. Q-Tip's persona is the, you know,
Truth.
his persona. Well, yeah, okay, whatever. But I'm
The
saying, but
abstract.
his
He the
persona
abstract.
is
He the
the native
abstract.
Tell me what
tongue.
you.
Yeah,
The
I
abstract.
want to
it's
hear
the native
Reno.
tongue.
What?
It's the native tongue's vibe. It's the pro-black. That's Q-Tip's lane. That's what his persona is. That's his deal, his character, if you will. Every rapper got one. Big Jay-Z just took the spot of Biggie's. Biggie had the same one that Jay-Z now has. You think Biggie
No,
was a
Jay-Z
kingpin? Biggie was not a kingpin. He wasn't a dope dealer. He
Jay-Z took
wasn't a
over.
dope dealing
Jay-Z took
kingpin.
over Big L. Big L's perspective.
No, but
Basically.
Biggie never said he was.
Nah,
Biggie
but
just
Big
told you.
L,
He told you soul
Biggie,
coke. He
he
said,
took Biggie's King of New York status, right? Jay-Z took that King of New York position. You know what I'm saying? That Biggie had. He took Big L's like Big L's rap style and all of that. Like he was definitely, he would have been the lyricist level. But
Yeah,
as
Big
far as
L
the
better than
persona
both
of
of them.
the persona of the kingpin, Biggie did the same thing. I mean, that doesn't mean he's a phony because he did that. All rappers have a persona like that. That's just his persona like that. Now, would he be who he is if Biggie hadn't died? Is the question. And I say hell no.
No.
I say hell no. Would he be who he is if Big L hadn't died? I say hell no. That's my point.
He capitalized.
He's opportunist. He's opportunist. He's an opportunist.
KRS-One. That's the teacher. That's the king.
KRS-One gave Biggie the King of New York title. He gave him the King of New York title.
Who gave who the King of New York title?
Songs is when
KRS gave Biggie the King of New York title.
KRS is a rap god. He don't want to be down here on the earth for mortal rappers.
Yeah, KRS is the god.
He said, "Excuse me, where do we bury the lies of the folks and the children? The same place we bury them every day, and it's called the library, where we bury the lies."
KRS came off with that one. I'm a big KRS fan. I got every album he ever made.
Yeah, Chris, you can't. Hold on, Chris.
Nah, you can't. Nobody can
I love that verses that him and Big Daddy did. Even though Big Daddy ain't no competition, but
all right. So multi. Where do you rate the Black Album?
I mean, it's up
trash. It's trash.
It's culture. It's culture.
I say trash.
At the same
I say trash.
At the same time,
I'm asking Multi.
It's just not believable.
I know Stu. We know Stu hates the Black Album.
It's just, to me, Jay. It ain't even a storytelling. He's just not believable when he tells the stories. It sound fancy. It sound finagled. It sound worded. He make people pick up a dictionary and say, "What is that?" But at the same time, it's just not believable. I can't. We don't believe you. We need more people. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
But do you like the Black Album?
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Where do you rate it in J? All right, what's your favorite J album?
I like the last one. What is that?
440?
The Basquiat and all of that shit. I'd rather listen to that.
Your favorite J album is his last one?
Yeah, 444. I've led up to the point where I know he's Dr. Seuss.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And
Dr.
I'm just
Seuss.
gonna let him tell his stories. He's a good storyteller.
Is he? He's a good storyteller. Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what. Yeah, the Wu-Tang is a good storyteller too. I like Ghostface because
Nah,
he's like the best storyteller.
nah.
Ghostface is my
Woo,
favorite rapper.
Woo
Ghostface.
on that island, they lived that shit. That's 100.
Well, yeah, but a storyteller can tell a true story.
Jay-Z, you know what Jay-Z is? He's like you remember in 8 Mile when he battling what's the leader's name?
Papa Dot. Papa Dot. Papa
Yeah, that's
Dot.
what he is.
Papa Dot.
That's what he is. He like Papa Dot. You know what I mean? It's like it's all
Clarence lives at home with his parents.
Exactly. That's what Jay-Z did. He grew up.
It's a facade, right?
A loving family and a good household. And
I mean, look,
I'm
not saying that Jay-Z is good or bad or whatever. That's not what we're talking about. What I'm talking about is all rappers have a persona, and why do rappers lie in 85% of their rhymes? That's Jada Kiss.
Exactly.
That's Jada Kiss. So all rappers, and I'm not obviously not all rappers, but
now you talking about somebody that living it.
Rappers
you talking about somebody that's living it. Kiss. They on the streets,
right?
How they be saying it in the auctions, guys? Street
Style
level heroes,
Street
level heroes in the comic book sale.
Street level heroes, definitely the locks. But all rappers got their persona. All rappers. So I mean, just the fact that Jay-Z's making up shit doesn't really tell me if he's a good rapper or not.
Yeah.
Lyrically,
rappers will bust his ass. You know, Kendrick better than him. You know, let's not even go there.
Kendrick
we forgetting about Nas. We forgetting about Nas.
Better than him. Nas
better than Nas.
Nas destroyed Jay. Nas
destroyed about Esco now. Don't forget about Esco.
Don't even bring him in it, Cooks. Don't even bring him in it.
Don't even bring him in it, because Nas is
you know what I mean? Nas to me is like the Kobe of rap, because whenever they get to talking about the top, he always get forgotten. He always get pushed to the side. And it's like, yo, you don't see the championships he done won. You don't see the rings he got. You don't see that.
Stillmatic. It was written. Stillmatic.
And Multi, the way you feel about Jay-Z is the same way I feel about LeBron. It's just something about that cat I do not trust.
Oh, I don't like. Listen, I don't like LeBron that much either. You know, if he listen, my problem with LeBron
should have stayed in Cleveland.
Is the flopping, man. He too big to be flopping. Take it like a man.
I'm with you on that. I don't like how he always want to be seen all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he needs to see something about that headline. That's what he needs to do.
In the spotlight.
Hey, look, I'll be right back. I got a buddy of mine finna come pick up some comic books, so I'll be right back to y'all.
Long as it ain't LeBron, Spade. Long as it ain't LeBron.
Make that hustle.
Hey, Reno.
As long as it ain't LeBron, we good.
Them Celtics and them Pistons days and them Bulls days, LeBron couldn't survive.
Sorry, I just don't think so either. Yeah.
Hey, yo, he would pull up the injury every time they played the Pistons, Cooks. I guarantee.
People want to debate that he's the next Jordan or he's as good as Jordan.
Man, he is not. He is not. Jordan. I don't understand how come.
I'm gonna say this, Cooks. I'm gonna say this. It was the All-Star game, guys.
He might be the best. He might be the best they ever saw, but he ain't better than Jordan. It was the
All-Star game a couple of years ago, and the West was winning by 2 points, and LeBron brought the ball up, and Kobe was D'ing him, and it was the seconds was counting down 10, 9, 8. He dribbling, he trying to maneuver. Kobe got him. He passed it. And Kobe started jumping up and down like, oh my God, why you didn't do it? Why you ain't do me? Why you ain't trying to do me? Why you ain't trying to do this? Come on.
Exactly.
And LeBron just kind of like, oh, well, it's all right, you know.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
It's
That's
not
what I'm
the
talking
same.
about.
It's not the same. Kobe had his heart. Snatched it. You don't want to win this game. You don't want to win this game.
Mm.
Pass it.
But
If that was
look who Kobe
Jordan,
learned from.
if that was
But
Jordan,
look who
guess what would have happened? He was going to the hole and Kobe was going dim.
yeah.
Either foul,
But look who Kobe
or
learned from.
block.
Look who Kobe learned from. Kobe learned from
Exactly.
Shaq, Jordan, all of them. He learned from the
Jordan.
greats, man. Like they
Hey,
taught
yo,
him everything, you know.
I seen dudes mimic Kobe's shots and layups and stuff like 50 times with MJ, and it's so similar. It's eerie. It's eerie
Man,
Right.
how similar.
man, like they practice together.
For real.
Like he taught him.
It's like the Matrix download you now. Oh, I need to fly
Like
a
he
helicopter
downloaded the
real
file. Yeah.
quick. Boop, boop, boop. Give me
Say,
Jordan.
I know Kung Fu
And
now.
and you know what, Smarty and Stu and Reno, what bothered me the most about LeBron is I don't understand how come. Okay, it's like he went to 9, 10 finals. Okay, that is great. That is great. That's
Yeah.
greatness. But you only won four, 3 to 4 of them. Kobe
Yeah.
5 and 2. It's because of Shaq. Say it's because of both of them. They 5 and 2. You went to 9 things, and you mean to tell me you supposed to be the greatest of all time, and you only won 3 out of
Listen,
6?
hey
Yeah.
Cooks. Hey Cooks. He devalued himself when he lost that championship to the Mavericks. I'm like, you know what? Because the Mavericks weren't supposed to win that. There, it was no way. It was no way. They were so sure they had it that they didn't have it.
They
Now,
didn't
I'm gonna
have
tell
it.
you the one. I'm gonna tell you the one where he really devalued himself was that one year when he was playing with Chris Paul and them. Miami went and they beat up on the Spurs, but that was a week. The Spurs team was hurt that year. No, none of they starters. But that next year, a healthy Spurs team swept them,
Swept them.
showed them like it was
Well,
disrespectful. Like they showed them like, look, like you only beat us because we didn't have our players and like y'all had all three of y'all good players. Y'all, it was like now do something. They
That's right,
listen.
Angelo.
Leonard showed you. Leonard showed you something. Deal. LeBron ain't had
Celtics,
nothing.
baby. Celtics. That's my squad. Bill got one for the thumb. One for the necklace. He got 11 rings.
Yeah, he do. He do got 11
and
rings.
And
Phil
he
Jackson too.
win.
Don't forget, Phil Jackson
Yes.
got a handful too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he do. Phil Jackson do.
Celtics,
Yeah.
Phil
that's my
Jackson.
pop team right there.
But let's keep it a
My
buck.
pop
Had
team
Mike
from
not have quit
Boston.
for 3 years, he'd have had 10. Let's keep
Listen,
Yeah.
that a buck.
you know Mike wasn't gonna lose. It would have been it would have been what 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet. Well, I don't even know what it would have been.
And me, you know what? Me staying in Alabama when he came to play baseball in Birmingham, man, that man, he had
It
Alabama
popped
lit
off.
up for a while,
It
cuz.
popped off, Cooks.
Yeah,
It popped off.
you right. It was going in Alabama, boy. We got MJ down here.
Hey Reno, they selling a Barons, Chicago Barons White Sox rookie card for like 5 G's of Michael.
God damn.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I never got into sports cards, man, but it's a huge
Imagine
hobby
you
right
You
you
know
now.
have
what?
Shit's blowing up right
Michael
now.
Bulls rookies and multiple Michael's Barons
Yeah.
rookies.
If
You're
Reno,
set.
if you ever get into the basketball cards or something like that, if you ever do, you probably already know this. Go for the big dogs and
Right.
resell.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And they're big on IG, man. When we do our
Hey
live, we
Reno,
sell
can
comics
you
and shit.
imagine a card mystery wall? Jeez.
Yeah.
Look at
Nah, I
that.
be seeing. I wonder do they do blind pools with cards?
Hey, listen, I
I'm,
bet you they buy it, Reno.
yeah, they do. I actually
Do
watched
they?
Haven comics, and basically people will buy the packs and they'll open them
Oh,
up
the
for them and
packs.
show them what they
Right.
get. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Sure. Yep. But like if you take the cards out, right, and you got them in their little sleeves, and it's like I got like, let me show you this. Look at this. These the cards I fuck with.
Garbage pail.
Those fails.
Garbage Pail.
Garbage Pail Kids? Yeah, Garbage Pail.
Yeah, these are from the 80s right here, from 86. But yeah, they got these little, so you got these plastic cases and shit, blind pulls right there. Just there you go.
Yep.
Hey Reno, didn't they have scratch and sniff also on them garbage pails?
Yeah.
Nah,
Back
they
in the
used to
day?
come
They
with
did.
a
They did.
They came
they used
later
to come
on.
with a
That
stick
was
of
like
gum.
later
They
on.
didn't come with scratch and sniff on the cards.
Sure.
Cause I mean, these are the cards. These are the original
No,
cards.
no,
They got
not the original ones. You know, later on they had like a scratch and sniff type.
Oh, they
They didn't
did.
do too
Yeah, I
much.
think
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
I
Like a
remember
new
Yeah, later
that.
on they
a
did.
gimmick they did. I don't know, but yeah, I think
Yeah,
like
I damn sure
like
remember the
those.
gum though.
Yeah, they had the
yeah, the
gum.
gum was,
Remember, it was a little
yeah,
thick,
the gum.
hard
Yeah,
ass gum. Yeah.
Hey, you
yeah, that
know what?
shit was
Hey, that's
hard
crazy,
too.
man. They had that naked piece of gum in there, man. We chewed it like it was the cleanest gum in the world.
Didn't we?
What? Yeah, we did. Yeah, it had that dust on it and shit. We ate. Yeah, yeah, it had that dust on it. We tore that gum up.
Man, we chewed the shit out of that
Remember Bazooka?
gum.
I tell you a crazy story. When my son was little, one of his friends, I had bought him a thing of Bazooka bubble gum, and one of his boys was like, I had picked him up, I'm taking him to school. He like, yeah, he like, where's Stu get this gum from? He was like, he had this gum yesterday. It was really good. He was like, I said, oh, this gum right here. I had bought like a bit. He was like, yeah. I gave it to him, and then Bazooka gum was hard, man. You had to
Yeah.
chew it
Man,
down.
Yeah, you gotta mash that shit.
Yeah, he was like, this gum is really good. He was like, I never had this gum before. I said, yeah, it's called Bazooka bubble gum. It's like, yeah. I said, I never heard of that.
It tastes like paper.
Yeah, didn't even last long.
Damn.
Yeah, no.
But good bubbles though.
Yeah,
oh
they
yeah.
had good bubble.
Mhm.
Yeah, good bubble.
But then
Yeah.
you got, they had the different flavors of bazooka. Then you get the purple and all of that stuff. So
I never had the
Mhm.
purple one. I always had just the
good.
regular
Excellent.
regular
Yeah.
I
bubble
like
gum
that
flavor.
rainbow gum. Remember that shit?
Yeah,
Oh
that was
man. Oh, that's
good.
still
That was
out.
Oh,
That's still
rainbow,
around.
yeah.
rainbow was shit.
Goddamn
Is it?
rainbow.
Rainbow still around?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
remember
now,
Big League
down here
Chew?
it is.
Yeah, Big League
I
Chew
was
and all
just about
that.
to say that.
Yep.
Big League Chew.
Big League
And
Chew.
Fun Dip. What about Fun Dip? Y'all remember Fun Dip?
Yeah.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
I
Yeah.
Fun Dip.
remember
Fun Dip was good.
Remember the Jolly Ranchers they were like a ruler? They were like a long stick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where's
them
those
still
at?
out.
Now they're
Mhm.
They
just a
still
little
out down
nugget.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? My
Man, if
bad.
you get some of them,
They this big now. They used to be
okay.
that big. Now they this big.
Used to be
Right.
Now.
big,
Right,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, they got the little short ones. Yeah. But yeah, them was my shits too. The long ones. Yeah.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
fucking remember the ring pops.
Oh yeah, ring pops.
Yeah.
The little chain. Remember the little chain of candy? The little
Necklace.
chain.
Yeah.
Hey Reno,
Little
do you
chain.
remember the name of the coffee shop in the Matrix? It was streaming data on the outside of the building. We seen it like 3 or 4 times. Who could tell me?
Yeah.
The White Horse. It was called the White Horse.
The White Rabbit.
The White Pony.
He said now and
Prancing
later.
Pony.
Ooh.
Now and later with a shit.
Ooh,
Now and
yeah.
later with a shit. They definitely still rock them.
Now
Man.
later.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Man, yeah.
The flavors ain't the same, man. I used to like Boston baked beans.
Did y'all have tear jerkers?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I
The
never heard of
gum?
teardrop.
Remember the
You
gum?
never heard
Okay, it
teardjerkers?
was
Like
these
a
gum
movie?
balls.
Oh,
I know in the South they had them. They're gum balls, and you could only get them at like the grocery store and like the deli at first. They're in a clear bag, and they had like this powder on them, dog. This shit was so sour, bro.
Man.
Not even
I know
fun.
exactly what you're talking about.
Like burn your mouth open type shit. Yeah.
Like, and they was the size of like little gum
Gum
balls. I know you're
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah, them
Yeah.
was pretty
Tear
good.
jerker.
That sour though was too much though.
Yeah, no, that was too much.
Yeah, I can't. My son's like sour. I
Warheads.
can't do that. Yeah, Warheads. My kids love Warheads, bro.
I ain't never
They
like
said-
licorice. Have y'all ever like licorice?
I love licorice,
Ain't
bro.
never like licorice, man.
I go
I
through
love me
phase.
some
I don't know.
licorice.
Sometimes it'd be good, but for the most part,
Man, I
no.
can't stand a Twizzler, man. I used to think Twizzlers wasn't real.
hey guys,
Yeah, plastic or some shit.
the coffee shop was Simulate.
Oh, damn.
That's dope.
Simulate.
When you go back and look at it again, it says simulate, but it says simulate.
Simulate.
I'm gonna watch it
Yes,
again.
you're right. You're right. No, I do. I remember that. Now
You
that
gonna
you
make me
said
watch
it,
it
yeah,
again.
it was simulate. Yeah.
Oh, what you got
The
your
real
new
question is,
living?
do you think that the Matrix is worth making it into your movie collection?
I mean, as of right now, yeah.
Yeah.
You might as well.
Oh, the new one?
If
Is
you
it
got
gonna go
all
on?
of them,
My
might well go and
my
get this one
collection
too.
is very selective, man. I don't get.
It's
But
like a lot of comics, too. Put in a lot.
Yeah. Mine was real selective too. I ain't playing no
Stu
games.
got every damn movie in the world.
Don't let
You want
Reno
to
tell
know
you
a
that
movie,
now.
Stu?
I'm
Hey,
such a
Stu,
lie.
old school
Stu
movies.
got-
You want to know a movie?
Stu got a whole lot of video store. He put
It's
Blockbuster.
Michael Douglas. Michael Douglas and Melanie Griffith. It's called Shining Through.
Okay.
Y'all watch that, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna check that out.
What about have you ever watched an old school movie called Enemy Minds with Louis
That's a
Gossett
movie
Jr.?
right there.
Hell
That's my shot
Yeah,
movie.
buddy. Zombie.
Zombie.
What zombie
That is
said?
my shot.
For zombie.
Zombies.
Hey, that dude go through
Yeah,
hell for
zombies.
zombie.
Yeah, zombies. Oh, yeah. That was my joint.
Reno? I see your collection, Reno.
He definitely got it.
Reno got the dopest collection here.
I don't know about here, but he got a dope collection.
American Gangster. You can't see
Blow.
it.
I like
I
Blow.
wish I had a collection. I wish I had a collection
Alpha
like that.
Dog.
I mean, my whole collection digital. Anything you ever wanted to watch, you could watch.
I got mine on a hard
Really?
drive, so I know what mine is. All kind of old school movies.
I don't collect movies. I just watch it as it come on. That's how I get down.
That dude got a big collection.
Yeah, I do have a digital collection. I don't like the digital
Mhm.
collection because you gotta have internet connection. I'm just not with that.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, I haven't had cable in like 8 years. Straight Wi-Fi.
Your boy
Yeah,
made
I
a
mean-
hustle, so I'm good. I got me a little something in my account now.
There you go.
I mean,
Okay.
There you go, Spade.
Get that
Yes,
hustle.
sir. Yeah, man, it's good to have friends in high and low places.
yes, sir.
Always.
Yes, sir.
You know, we provide a service, guys, with the rare comic books that we have and the knowledge that we have,
Exactly.
Cooks, right? And the experience in dealing with comic books is a very undervalued tool that we have, guys. You know, and
Yes,
I want you all to know that when you're doing shows and when you're selling comics and when you're, you know, putting it out there, the things that you have, whether it's your PC or whether it's, you know, something modern, whatever, get your value. Don't get caught up, guys, in the whole selling scheme and lose the value of what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Got it.
Gotcha.
Got to get your value.
You got a point. You got a
That's
point
what's
too.
up.
Real talk.
Because people will talk to you. They talk to you, they keep smoothing and keep smoothing and keep smoothing you. And you be like, yeah, you know, next thing you know, they want you to chop $20 off the price.
Yep. Yep.
But
All
guys,
right.
I can look at
I ain't got no problem denying an offer.
I can look at
Sorry, I can't do that.
A1 Comics Live, right? And
Right.
they do not balk or bite or negotiate barely anything on prices.
They're huge. They have always 100 people in their room.
Yeah, but if
Literally.
Do that?
They
Are they?
don't have to. They don't have to wheel. Yeah, bro. They don't have to wheel and deal,
you
bro.
know, but I see guys paying, you know,
Guys will pay it.
300% more for a book, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Well, then I turn around and I say to myself, I got that same book.
But if they come to your live, they're gonna expect it from you for less.
Exactly, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the way it
So
goes.
don't undersell yourselves. Good job on the sales tonight, Spade.
Thank you, man. And it like, he bought it was one of my buddies used to work with, but he bought a bunch of dollar books of like some Spider-Man. He just wanted them for his kid because it ain't gonna be for value, nothing. He just want his kid because his kid loves Spider-Man. So I'm like, I looked at my dollar books and got what I could get, man. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that's kind of worn or raggedy, whatever. Something the kid would like really would not care about, unlike how
Right.
we care for our books.
Right.
And I'm like, shoot. He looked at me like, man, how many you got? I said, I got about, 5 or 6 of them. I'm like, they $1 a piece. He said, well, here's $10, keep the change.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
And
nice.
it's the little things, guys. It's the little things, just broadening the horizon of the youth and keeping the comic book, growth going. Because you all remember at one point the sales were so bad and everything was so bad they were thinking about going all digital, guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh
It
yeah.
almost happened. It almost happened.
It did.
Well, don't tell the truth.
That pandemic changed everything. Changed the
Yeah,
game.
it
It
did
It's
change.
exploded
crazy
the
how
hobby.
it's
made
crazy
it
how 2020 has so much bad, but yet
right.
under the radar, so much good stuff happened.
That's
Yeah.
true too, Cook.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
Phoenix is rising all over the world.
Right. It opened a lot of doors, man, and it made a lot of people that were never in the hobby. I guess it gave them, they had free time, they had extra money. You know what I mean? Some people was getting that $600 a week unemployment. Some people was, using their stimulus or whatever. But and then obviously nobody's going nowhere. They're at home. They're on the computer, and people got this extra money. It's like, man, let me get some of them things that I didn't need but I wanted, and that's your comics and your collectibles, statues and figures and cards and Pokemons and all of that shit.
Yep.
Pops and all of that.
Yep.
And it just
Yeah,
exploded.
because Pokemon cards. Yeah, Pokemon cards is off the chain.
If you Google what is the most popular, biggest selling franchise in the world above Spider-Man, Marvel, anything, it's Pokemon. Pokemon is the biggest franchise of all time, of any fucking franchise type of thing you can imagine.
Hey Reno, man, I still go out and catch some Pokemon, man. You know what I mean?
Word, you be
I
playing
think you know what? I'm gonna keep it real because Pokemon crossed a lot of generations, man. Like you had cats that was like when Pokemon came out, it hit like 3 or 4 generations at one time, and they all still collecting Pokemon. They all still, you know what I mean? Like my son
started as a Nintendo game.
My son is
as a Game Boy
26,
game.
man. My middle son is 26, and he still like Pokemon, anything, bro. My nephew 28, and he like Pokemon, anything, bro. Like, he don't even care, man.
My son
I
is
remember
10,
back
man,
in the
and
day,
it's like you get him a thing of Pokemon cards, he is happy as all get out, and he looked some of his cards up too, and told his mama like put these up because he's seen a dollar value. I'm like, damn, at 10 years old, you saw a dollar value in these?
Man.
I'm like, okay, you doing
Bro,
good,
we took
man.
my son's cards to the comic store, man. They hundreds of dollars they're giving for that. Hundreds of dollars. Yeah.
So he puts his
I remember back in the day, my Charizard was still boss. He probably still
Charizard, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Pokemon cards is like,
yeah.
And so what's your name is still kicking a little bit too. Yu-Gi-Oh and Bakugan, they still kind of got life in them too.
Yeah.
What we got, Spade? Spade reaching something.
Oh man, trying not to let these cookies fall because they keep L's with the stripe, man.
They break easy, man.
It's like
I don't like them when they broken.
Nah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, flood types of the shit.
Yeah.
Trying to hide it from my kids, but they pretty
smell the
smart.
chocolate.
They get to get up on the counter and get the cookies, and I'm like, ain't no way in where I can put them back far enough where there's one spot, but I don't want to put it too far from myself.
You gotta put them. You gotta put them in a box of bran flakes, and then they ain't gonna touch them.
Hey, other than that, do like me. Put them in your room.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 You
Put
ain't
them
lying,
shit
because
right in my
let's see,
drawer. Right in my
my kick room
nightstand
is right
drawer.
off my kitchen, and they ain't allowed in my kick room because they kept too much shit.
There
I
you go.
sure put them up in there too.
Yes, sir.
Yo, y'all.
Yeah, speaking of that, man, I gotta go eat. I gotta make some
All
dinner.
right.
Yes, sir. This
It's like
was an
11 o'clock. This was
awesome
great.
long
Well,
live.
man,
I love this, man. This was like a show.
4.5
was a good
hours.
one.
We did it. We rocked it out. 4.5 hours. Did our thing. Definitely talking about the Matrix and then all kind of other manner of whatever we
Matrix related things.
got into.
You know what I'm
Yeah, it was
saying?
good stuff. Thank you guys for coming, man, and hanging out and chopping it up. Shout out to the chat room and the people in the comments. Big Country, Angelo Bolanos, man. Thank y'all for hanging out, kicking it with us. Sans Group, Comic Isle. Who else? JV, Attainable Comics, Marculon Sigler, Mick DeCollis, Slick Nick, Lito's Way, Sleepy Floyd, man. Peace, salute to everybody. Thank y'all, man. We will see you guys Wednesday.
Yes,
For
Wednesday.
indie hip hop and comics. But yeah, man, the 6th element of hip hop. I'm Reno Noir, and we will catch you on the flip side. Peace.